Chapter 3540. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by this sudden development. He did not expect this at all. Just a moment ago, Su Konghai, the vice hall master of the Title Temple, had brought Duan Lingtian to his master out of goodwill. It was as though he was escorting Duan Lingtian out of the Title Temple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw his master, it seemed as though Su Konghai had turned into a completely different person. He stood in the air and surrounded Duan Lingtian with 4 other people. Was the Title Temple planning to keep him here after all? Moreover, they did not even bother to hide their intentions in front of his master. Where did the Title Temple get their confidence from? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Duan Lingtian's heart sank at this moment. The Title Temple must have thought about the consequences of their actions. However, since this had happened, it meant the Title Temple was prepared to bear the consequences of their actions. It was obvious they were no longer afraid of his master, Feng Qingyang. Or perhaps they did not think his master was a threat to the Title Temple. Wu Hongqing. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who had a grim expression on his face, Feng Qingyang's expression remained calm. His eyes were trained on the middle-aged man hovering in the air. Wu Hongqing was the current hall master of the Title Temple. Humph! As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, the old man who was hovering in the air snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Feng Qingyang, do you think a mere heavenly emperor like you has the right to call our hall master by his name?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the figure hovering in the air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. His brows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded an imposing aura. At this very moment, the other party was looking down at him and his master. Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing stood in the air and looked at Feng Qingyang indifferently. He said indifferently, "The Title Temple wants you as a core disciple. You just pretend that you don't have such a disciple. If you're willing, the Title Temple won't try to deprive you of your position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You can continue to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven for as long as you want. This is what I, Wu Hongqing, the current hall master of the Title Temple, promise you." As soon as Wu Hongqing opened his mouth, he asked for Duan Lingtian from Feng Qingyang. He even offered a price at the right time. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that he still had some value. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the Title Temple, including the hall master, were unaware of his master's true strength. Otherwise, he would not have made such a promise. With his master's strength, there was no need for the Title Temple to make such a promise. With his own strength, he was more than capable of becoming the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Has the Title Temple made up your mind? Feng Qingyang ignored Wu Hongqing's words. He stared at Wu Hongqing indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was frightening. "Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious." Another Grand Supreme Elder from the Title Temple chimed in with a mocking smile. "How long has it been since you became a god? I'm afraid you're only an intermediate god at most, right? How dare you threaten the Title Temple? Perhaps you'll say that your true body and your clone from the Law of Destruction aren't here, so you can seek revenge on the Title Temple's branches in the Devata realms. If your true body and your clone from the Law of Destruction dare to make a move on the Title Temple's branches, I'll personally teleport over to kill you." A hint of killing intent could be seen on the Supreme Elder's face as he spoke. Then he added, "Moreover, if you dare to act recklessly, even if you've already escaped by the time I arrive, I won't be able to escape from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Unless you're willing to become a sectless cultivator and live a fugitive, however, you'll still be hunted down by the god-level powerhouses of the Title Temple." The Title Temple's Grand Supreme Elder's every word and action was a perfect example of the word threat. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect the title temple would be so ruthless. You want me to die a graveless death? Contrary to Duan Ling Tian's unsightly expression, a faint smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. In the next moment, "Watch out!" Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, cried out in alarm as his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, Wu Hongqing vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Supreme Elder who had threatened Feng Qingyang earlier. However, it was too late. The Supreme Elder from the title temple who had threatened Duan Ling Tian earlier had a bloody hole in his glabella. Even then, he was still wearing a disdainful expression on his face. It was clear he did not react in time. The Supreme Elder, Su Konghai, and the Vice Hall Master of the title temple felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar when they saw this. They felt chills running up their spines from the soles of their feet to their heads. Brother Quan. When the remaining Supreme Elder of the title temple regained his senses, a look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. However, he was unable to vent his anger on Feng Qingyang. This was because when he looked at Feng Qingyang again, there was more fear in his eyes than anger. How's this possible? When the two Vice Hall Masters from the title temple, including Su Konghai, regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Their title temple's Supreme Elder was a higher god, and he was a Grand Elder. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had died right in front of them. Moreover, they did not even see how he had died. All they heard was the sound of a sword humming in the air. Feng Qingyang, did he draw his sword? I'm an intermediate god, but I didn't even see him draw his sword? Moreover, this is only his clone from the Law of Earth. Su Konghai and the Vice Hall Master from the title temple trembled in fear. It's not just us. Even Elder Su Quan did not react in time to Feng Qingyang's attack. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the title temple, finally spoke. Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through to the God King stage. You've become a God King. Wu Hongqing's tone was filled with anger, but at the same time, it was also filled with fear. His face was filled with disbelief. How many years had it been since Feng Qingyang became a god? How was he already a God King? How was this possible? God King. Su Konghai and the other two Vice Hall Masters had already realized that Feng Qingyang's strength was definitely at the God King stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Supreme Elder from the title temple so easily. Master has broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang killing the Supreme Elder from the title temple. This was something that he had not expected. After all, when he went to the Azura Hell with his master's main body was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the God King stage. He did not expect his master to break through to the God King stage in just slightly more than a year. Now, the title temple still wants to keep my disciple alive? Feng Qingyang stepped into the air and stood in the center of the four experts from the title temple with his hands on his back. His expression was calm as he said, "If you still want to, you can try." Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened as he stared at Feng Qingyang. Since you're a God King, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to kill the Supreme Elder of the title temple to prove your strength? You did it on purpose. As soon as Wu Hongqing found out that Feng Qingyang was a God King, he knew that it was impossible for him and the title temple to keep Duan Ling Tian alive. Moreover, Su Quan, the Supreme Elder of the title temple, had died in vain. Even if Wu Hongqing could control the formation in the title temple's main hall to deal with Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Qingyang. Even the most powerful killing formation in the title temple's main hall could only kill ordinary gods at most. This was because the formation was powerful, and there were many divine crystals as the driving source of the formation. It should be noted that divine crystals could not be used to set up divine formations unless they were in the realms of gods. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not resonate with divine crystals. Only the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could resonate with divine crystals, and allow divine formations to unleash their full potential. The killing formation in the Title Temple's main hall could kill a god king in the realms of gods. However, in the realms of gods, it could only kill ordinary lesser gods at most. Otherwise, it could only injure the lesser gods severely. So what if I did it on purpose? Feng Qingyang retorted indifferently. He looked at Wu Hongqing calmly. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing's eyes were cold, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. Little Tian, let's go. Feng Qingyang glanced at Wu Hongqing indifferently before he beckoned to Duan Lingtian to leave with Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, looked at Feng Qingyang with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he had no intention of making a move at all. It was as though he wanted to let Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Feng Qingyang, humph! Another cold snort came from afar. However, a figure appeared in the distant void above. Tathagata? As soon as the figure appeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He recognized the person. It was the temple master of the Title Temple's Xian Yuan Tian branch, who was currently controlled by the dead spirit clansman. Chapter 35-41. Temple Master Rulai? Even Su Konghai, one of the vice-temple masters of the Title Temple, was taken aback by Rulai's arrival. He did not expect Rulai would show up at such a time. Moreover, Rulai was swaggering in front of them. Can't you see that even we have to avoid Feng Qingyang's attack? Who would have thought Feng Qingyang was already a god king? If they had known this earlier, they would not have shown up to force Feng Qingyang to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, a god king was more than enough to force the Title Temple to compromise. At the very least, they had no choice but to compromise. Although the Title Temple could mobilize more powerful forces, those forces were all in the realms of gods. Before the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, they would not be able to use those forces. Currently, their strongest cultivator was the hall master of the main hall of the Title Temple, a mere celestial king. Perhaps the temple master of the Title Temple was not afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, what about the others in the Title Temple? If Feng Qingyang really wanted to fight to the death, with his strength as a celestial king, he could easily slaughter the entire Title Temple until only the hall master of the Title Temple remained. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, did not attack Feng Qingyang even though he was infuriated. After all, it was meaningless. Moreover, it would only worsen the situation. If Feng Qingyang was only an intermediate god, the Title Temple would not have to worry about him. After all, there were more than 20 intermediate gods in the Title Temple. There were also more than 5 higher gods in the Title Temple. Even if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was at the higher rank deity stage, they would still be wary of him. At that time, they would consider keeping Duan Lingtian alive no matter what. However, Feng Qingyang had killed one of the Title Temple's higher gods and displayed his strength as a celestial king. At this moment, there was no need for them to hesitate. They had no other choice. Hall Master Rulai? Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the Title Temple, glanced at Tathagata indifferently before he said, Vice Hall Master Su told me that you said you'd come over to help us come up with a solution. However, it's meaningless now. You go back to your Heaven Shen Tian branch palace. Su Konghai had told Wu Hongqing that Tathagata, who was at the pinnacle of Shenyuan heaven, was coming, so Wu Hongqing knew about it. Now, seeing that Tathagata was late and had even arrived at this time, he could not help but feel a little irritated. In his opinion, even if all the palace masters of the Title Temple's branches in the Devata realms were gathered here, it would still be useless, let alone Tathagata. Feng Qingyang was a godly king. Even if he was no match for him, this was only Feng Qingyang's avatar of the laws of earth. Besides that, he still had his main body and his avatar of the laws of destruction. That was what was truly frightening. Hall Master, I saw what happened earlier. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Tathagata said indifferently, I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have become a celestial king. Although he's only a primitive celestial king, it's still shocking. Wu Hongqing was taken aback by Tathagata's words. He did not expect Tathagata to have arrived so early and witnessed Feng Qingyang's attack. However, if that was the case, why did Tathagata still dare to show up in such a domineering manner? Hall Master, all of you can just watch the show from the sidelines. Once I possess Duan Ling Tian, as long as the title temple is willing to make me the next Hall Master, I'm willing to share all of his comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple. Possession. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, the few godly powerhouses in the title temple, including Wu Hongqing, were stunned. Even if Tathagata wanted to possess Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth, right? Wasn't Tathagata simply possessing a body? Should I call you Tathagata or a member of the Dead Spirit clan? Wu Hongqing, Su Konghai, and the others from the title temple were still stunned by Tathagata's words when Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata and asked meaningfully, Dead Spirit clan? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the few people from the title temple looked at Tathagata warily. Their expressions turned solemn. As high-ranking officials of the title temple who had lived for a long time, it was only natural that they knew what the Dead Spirit clan meant. It seems like you know everything. Tathagata, also known as Yahiko the Venerable, was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. However, I would prefer if you called me Yahiko the Venerable. As for the Dead Spirit clan, after I possess you, the Dead Spirit clan will no longer accept me, and I'll no longer be a member of the Dead Spirit clan. I will become you. I will take over everything you have, including your memories and everything related to cultivation. Yahiko paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Hongqing. Temple Master, you should have a certain understanding of the Dead Spirit clan. You should know that it's impossible for the Dead Spirit clan to accept another person who has possessed a physical body. You should also know that every member of the Dead Spirit clan has a chance to completely possess another person's body. I plan to use this chance on Duan Lingtian. As for Tathagata, I haven't completely possessed him. I've only suppressed his soul and temporarily gained control of his body. What I said to you earlier was also not false. I need the protection of the title temple. If the Dead Spirit clan finds out about me and wants to make a move on me, you have to protect me. As for whether I'll become the next temple master of the title temple, that's only secondary. As long as you agree, I'll share all of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple after I successfully possess him. Master Yahiko brought up this matter again. Wu Hongqing was slightly tempted by Yahiko's words. He knew about the Dead Spirit clan. It was a variant clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was also information about the Dead Spirit clan in the title temple, including the fact that every member of the Dead Spirit clan had a chance to completely possess another person's body, and that the Dead Spirit clan did not allow members of the Dead Spirit clan to possess another person's body. The title temple also recorded that the Dead Spirit clan was almost destroyed by a member of the Dead Spirit clan who had possessed another person's body. I agree to your request. Due to his understanding of the Dead Soul clan, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, was confident he would be able to protect Mi Yen after he possessed Duan Ling Tian. Wu Hongqing sent Yahiko a voice transmission since he was afraid of angering Feng Qingyang. However, with Feng Qingyang here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to possess Duan Ling Tian. I can't help you as well. If I help you, even if you succeed in possessing Duan Ling Tian's body, Feng Qingyang won't let you off so easily. Wu Hongqing expressed his concern. Don't worry, Temple Master. There's no need for you to help. Yahiko replied confidently through voice transmission. As for Feng Qingyang, it won't take long for him to disappear from this world. He's just a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he lowered his head and said softly, Big brother, I'll leave Feng Qingyang to you. After destroying his law avatars, it shouldn't take long for you to find out where his true body and other avatars are. Please help me kill him once and for all. After saying that, Yahiko's eyes flashed with a cold light. Big brother. Although Yahiko spoke softly, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered. Previously, when his master Feng Qingyang was about to kill Yahiko in the primordial precipice in the primordial heaven. Yahiko had said he had an elder brother who was a celestial king. Did Yahiko's elder brother come with him? Moreover, Yahiko's elder brother knew his master was a celestial king, and yet, Yahiko's elder brother was not a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko's words attracted the attention of the people from the tidal temple, a soul suddenly emerged from Yahiko's body. His spiritual body was in the form of a human. As it floated in the air, it emitted a terrifying aura that quickly locked onto Feng Qingyang. Brother Yen, this is the last time I'll help you. Take care of yourself in the future. The soul was none other than Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan whom Yahiko had invited from the Spectre clan. He was an intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan. Brother, I won't have the face to beg you in the future. Yahiko smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After all, he was going to have a new body soon. Moreover, it would be a perfect body for him. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, Mi Xian made his move. A terrifying soul energy surged out of his body. Since the Spectre clan was a soul, they were skilled in soul attacks. They could not use material attacks. This is Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the tidal temple, was shocked and delighted when he saw Mi Xian's attack, an intermediate celestial king. Although he had guessed Mi Xian's helper would be strong enough to suppress Feng Qingyang, he was certain the helper was at least an intermediate celestial king. However, when he saw Mi Xian's strength as an intermediate celestial king, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The Spectre clan is skilled in locking onto souls and tracking the owner of souls. Even if a god's avatar is targeted by the Spectre clan, they'll be able to track down the owner's true body and other avatars in a short time. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. This intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan should be able to deal with Feng Qingyang's true body and all of his avatars. Literature Hall. Chapter 3542. The Dead Spirit Clan was an unusual life form. They were spiritual life forms. This life form was born with a powerful soul. After becoming a celestial king, they could easily kill most celestial kings of the same cultivation base with their soul attacks. Moreover, the Dead Spirit Clan was adept at locking onto souls and tracking their masters. It was said that they were natural killers in ancient times. They could slay celestials and slaughter gods. Even gods would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto by the Dead Spirit Clan. Even if it was just a law avatar, their main body and other law avatars would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto. Therefore, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the tidal temple, was overjoyed when he saw Lord Yahiko summoning a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan. This meant that Feng Qingyang was doomed. Feng Qingyang was only a lower celestial king like him. Even he would not be able to escape from a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan if he did not have the soul defense divine weapon from the tidal temple. He did not even have a 10% chance of escaping, let alone Feng Qingyang who had become a lower celestial king after him. Unless he has a soul defense divine weapon. However, that's almost impossible. Wu Hongqing thought to himself. Whoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan turned into a ray of blood-red light and entered his master's glabella before he could react. He disappeared into his master's glabella. Then he saw that around his divine master's body, in addition to the divine power that contained the law of earth, streaks of terrifying soul power also spread out in all directions at the right time. It was as if two soul powers were colliding. However, it was obvious that the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan had the upper hand. Oh no! Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Not to mention that his master was only a clone of the laws of earth. The spiritual energy it contained couldn't be compared to his master's main body at all. Even the soul power that the expert from the Dead Spirit Clan exuded when he attacked made him realize that his opponent's soul power was so strong that even his master's original body might not be a match for it. Moreover, since Master Yahiko was still so confident even after knowing that his master was a lower divine king, it meant that his elder brother was stronger than a lower divine king, or at least a mid-divine king. Don't mention that you're just a law clone. Even if your true body was here, I would still be able to turn you into ashes. Mi Xian's indifferent voice rang from within Feng Qingyang's body at this moment. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could sense that Mi Xian's soul energy was growing stronger and Feng Qingyang's soul energy was weakening. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any time. If you dare touch my disciple, I, Feng Qingyang, will enter the netherworld in the future and destroy your entire dead spirit clan. Feng Qingyang spoke as his soul was gradually being destroyed. His voice was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. It was bone-chilling. I believe that you will have the ability to do so in the future. Mi Xian's voice rang out again. In just 10,000 years, you have achieved what you have today. In the future, becoming a divine emperor or even a god emperor will be a cinch. Unfortunately, you are destined to never mature. After destroying your clone, I will track down your true body and the other clones and destroy them one by one to prevent future trouble. Mi Xian's tone turned icy as he spoke. Little Tian, run. Feng Qingyang shouted as his body exploded. A terrifying force that came from his divine energy that was infused with the law of earth swept out in all directions and slammed into everyone present. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs rang out. The remaining Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters, including Su Konghai, were sent flying by the force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they flew backward. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Title Temple Master, made his move as well. He stood in front of Lord Yahiko to protect him. He did not even protect the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters. He only protected Lord Yahiko. Thank you, Temple Master. Lord Yahiko transmitted his voice to Wu Hongqing. Before this, Lord Yahiko had thought that Feng Qingyang's clone would unleash his greatest strength before his soul was destroyed to create a way out for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Lord Yahiko had notified Wu Hongqing in advance so that Wu Hongqing could protect him. As expected, Feng Qingyang had made his move. Although the law of earth that he had comprehended was not as powerful as the law of destruction that Lord Yahiko had comprehended, his strength as a god king was still enough to crush any deities below the god king realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a god king and a deity, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Feng Qingyang had not targeted the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple, a higher deity. However, he had still been sent flying and had sustained serious injuries. As for the 2 Vice Temple Masters of the Title Temple, Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master, they were severely injured. They were barely able to stand in the void in the distance. Their bodies were swaying as they looked at Feng Qingyang in horror. Feng Qingyang was only a clone, but he was already so powerful? If his original body and his avatar of the laws of destruction were to come, just how powerful would they be? Run! As soon as Feng Qingyang's clone unleashed his strength, Duan Lingtian had already made his escape. He teleported again and again at the right time. When he was about to leave, he turned around and saw that his master's clone had been completely destroyed. Master's Earth Elemental avatar was destroyed just like that, and the wisp of soul in his avatar was also destroyed. With the destruction of the soul fragment, Master's original soul will also suffer a backlash. As for his clone, he'll have to spend a lot of time and effort to form it again. Although Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, would only need a certain amount of time to fully recover and form his clone again, Duan Lingtian's master would not be able to do so. However, Duan Lingtian was still furious at what had happened to his master. That dead spirit clansman deserved to die. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that his teleportation had failed. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura around him. A formation. Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly immediately. He knew the Title Temple had made a move to save his master. Previously, when his master had displayed his strength as a god king, the Title Temple did not dare to act rashly. Then, Lord Yahiko from the Dead Spirit clan who had half-possessed Gautama Buddha's body had appeared. He had brought his elder brother, a Dead Spirit clansman who was suspected to be at least a mid-level god king, and had forcefully destroyed his master's clone and forced his master's clone to self-destruct. Apart from that, Lord Yahiko's elder brother had also said that he would hunt down his master. The dead spirit clansmen were blessed by the heavens in this aspect. Duan Lingtian had learned about this during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. After all, he was being targeted by a dead spirit clansman. If he did not learn more about his opponent, he might not even know how he died. Although his master was Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to stay by his side and protect him all the time. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, didn't make a move earlier. He's only watching because he's afraid of Master's true body and his clone from the law of destruction. Now that a mid-level god king from the dead spirit clan has made a move, he's determined to hunt down his master. Wu Hongqing must think Master won't be able to escape from the dead spirit clansman, so he's no longer worried. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During this process, his hands did not remain idle. He used all his strength to break through the restraints of the space. However, he discovered that even though the formations in the surroundings were on the verge of collapse from his attacks, they were not destroyed by him in the end. They still stood firm. It's useless. Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he said, "The formation in the title temple is capable of sealing anyone below the level of a god. As long as your strength hasn't reached the level of a god, you won't be able to break free from it." Haha! After Wu Hongqing appeared, Yahiko arrived as well. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was admiring a piece of art. "Duan Lingtian, in the end, you still fell into my hands," Yahiko said. Swoosh! After Wu Hongqing appeared, his elder brother, who was in his soul form, appeared next to him. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. "Little brother Yen, is he the one with the perfect body that you've taken a fancy to?" "That's right." Lord Yahiko nodded excitedly. "Big brother, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you." Lord Yahiko was so excited that he had lost his composure. "There's no need for thanks between us brothers." Mi Xian shook his head. "However, little brother Yen, it's best for you to hide for a while after you possess him. I'm worried that Feng Qingyang will go to the Dead Spirit clan before I can find him. After all, we're not the only ones who know about the rule of the Dead Spirit clan. Many outsiders know about it as well." Mi Xian voiced his concern. "Don't worry, big brother," Lord Yahiko said nonchalantly. "I've already discussed this with Temple Master Wu Hongqing. After I possess Duan Lingtian, I'll share the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple. In return, the title temple will be responsible for protecting me. As long as I'm in the main hall of the title temple, even the supreme elders won't dare to act recklessly," Duan Lingtian said. It was clear that Lord Yahiko was very confident in his backer. Chapter 35-43. Since you're so considerate, I'm relieved. Mi Xian nodded before he turned to Lord Yahiko and said, "It's time for you to possess him. The sooner you do so, the sooner you'll be able to accept everything about him." "All right." Lord Yahiko nodded before he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian also looked at Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. As for Lord Yahiko, his eyes shone with a strange light. "I have news about the 5 divine elements," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he glanced at the 3 people before him who were about to possess him. The 5 divine elements. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lord Yahiko stopped moving. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing stared at him. "Humph." But soon, Yahiko coldly snorted. "Even if what you said is true, so what? As long as I possess you, I'll know if you're telling the truth or not. If you're telling the truth, I'll be able to find the 5 divine elements myself." Lord Yahiko nodded. Both Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing nodded at Master Yahiko's words. That was indeed the case. Temple Master Wu. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Wu Hongqing. "Even if I have news about the 5 divine elements, after he possesses me, he can just say that he doesn't have any and won't share it with you. The information I know about the 5 divine elements isn't as simple as it seems. It's possible to obtain all of the 5 divine elements there. If I bring you there, you might be able to obtain your own 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had not thought about it earlier, but now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt it made sense. Stop trying to sow discord. Brat. Lord Yahiko's expression turned cold as he sneered. In my opinion, you're trying to use this opportunity to leave the title temple, right? So what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yahiko, then looked at Wu Hongqing and said in a deep voice, Temple Master Wu, I know that I can't change my decision today. However, I hope that I can return to my hometown and return to my hometown. This is my greatest wish. If you're willing to do it, I can share the whereabouts of the 5 divine elements with you. I've already mastered one of the 5 divine elements. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he controlled the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements to cover his body. A gentle, water-like energy spread out and filled the air like ripples. World-cleansing divine water. As soon as the power of the world-cleansing divine water spread out, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and even Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up. Wu Hongqing wasn't interested in taking over Duan Lingtian's body, and neither was Mi Xian. Only Master Yahiko was interested. However, all of them were interested in the 5 divine elements. Even if Mi Xian, a member of the Dead Spirit clan, did not have a physical body, he could still comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the help of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were one of the prerequisites to becoming a supreme expert. With the 5 divine elements, he would be able to comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. Perhaps, he might even be able to break through the shackles of the Dead Spirit clan and become a divine emperor. This is the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Even Mi Xian's body trembled slightly. Although they could sense that Duan Lingtian's world-cleansing divine water was not an ordinary world-cleansing divine water. It was a high-level world-cleansing divine water. However, they did not expect it to be the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. It was common knowledge that the 5 divine elements only had 9 forms. The 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water was close to the perfect form of the world-cleansing divine water. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Duan Lingtian said, I know that there are 4 other 5 divine elements in that place. Like the world-cleansing divine water, they're all in the 7th form of the 5 divine elements. At first, the world-cleansing divine water tried to persuade them to follow me, but they refused. They said they wanted to wait for their fated person. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I only have one request. I only have one request. Even if my soul is to perish, it must perish in my hometown. The other 4 divine elements are also in my hometown. Although Duan Lingtian's words were tempting, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko were not stupid. However, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Mi Yan were not fools. Naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words even after he revealed the world-cleansing divine water. Yahiko. Wu Hongqing looked at Yahiko and said indifferently, You can possess Duan Lingtian here, but I want his world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, they'll belong to you and Mi Xian. Wu Hongqing seemed very generous at this moment. In fact, this was because he had seen the world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, he did not know if they really existed. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had made them up? Under such circumstances, it would be best if Yahiko agreed to give up the world-cleansing divine water. However, Yahiko was unwilling to comply with Wu Hongqing's request. He smiled faintly and said, Temple Master, there's no need to rush. Since he said that he wants to die in his hometown, and the other 4 divine elements are in his hometown, then let's go with him. If the other 4 divine elements really exist, I'm willing to give 2 of them to the title temple. The other 2 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water will belong to me and my elder brother. Yahiko said, What if he's lying? Wu Hongqing frowned. He did not want to miss out on the world-cleansing divine water. "There's nothing I can do if he's lying," Yahiko said with a shrug. Based on his words, it was clear he did not intend to give up the world-cleansing divine water after possessing Duan Ling Tian. Immediately, Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to bring Duan Ling Tian to his hometown. "Duan Ling Tian, as far as I know, you have more than one hometown, right? Are you referring to the Holy Region realm or the Yan Huang realm?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Wu Hongqing's words. He did not expect Wu Hongqing to know so much about him. To be more precise, the title temple knew so much about him. "The Yan Huang realm." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Although I've spent more time in the Saint Province realm, and the Saint Province realm accounts for more of my hometown, the 5 divine elements are in the Yan Huang realm, not the Saint Province realm. Naturally, if you obtain the 5 divine elements and are willing to send me back to the Saint Province realm, I'll be even more grateful." Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was as though he was certain he would die. "You're smart." Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, "If you're not lying to us, we can send you back to the Saint Province realm and let Yahiko possess you there." In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to send Yahiko to another place to possess Duan Ling Tian. After all, the 5 divine elements were too tempting. In the end, even Mi Xian was not in a hurry to track down Feng Qingyang and his law clones. Instead, he left the title temple with Duan Ling Tian, Wu Jingdian, and Yahiko and returned to the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Then, through the solitary destructive heaven, they traveled to the Yan Huang realm, Duan Ling Tian's hometown. Where are the 5 divine elements? Wu Hongqing and Yahiko followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian as they stared at him intently. Mi Xian followed closely behind them as well. "It's just ahead. We're almost there." Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 of them as they traveled through the boundless starry sky of Yan Huang realm. His eyes swept across his surroundings as though he was searching for something. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness as well. Finally, after 5 days, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. He appeared in the ruins of a barren planet. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian was the first to appear in the ruins of a barren planet. Wu Hongqing, Yahiko, and Mi Xian followed closely behind. As soon as they landed, their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for Mi Xian. He was in his soul form, so his body trembled uncontrollably. "It's really the other 5 divine elements. I can sense the chaos divine flame's energy. That's the profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth." Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard the energy coming from the 5 divine elements. 2 of them would belong to him and the title temple. Yahiko, on the other hand, had a regretful expression on his face when he regained his senses. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so generous as to promise Wu Hongqing 2 divine elements. This was because he had thought Duan Ling Tian was lying. As for Mi Xian, he became even more agitated. "I want the clear heavens divine wood of these 5 divine elements." Compared to the other 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood was more suitable for a soul form like him. Moreover, he could possess the clear heavens divine wood and use its characteristics to transform into various forms. Moreover, the clear heavens divine wood was also very suitable for a soul form to possess. Moreover, cultivating in the clear heavens divine wood would be twice as effective with half the effort. "All right," Wu Hongqing nodded. "I want the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame." As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for the 2 main offensive types of the 5 divine elements. "Hall Master Wu." Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Yahiko was slightly reluctant. "Fire and water have always been incompatible. I have the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame, so I can give them to you and the title temple. However, you have to give me the profound divine metal." Based on Yahiko's words, it was clear he wanted the world-cleansing divine water and the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth to Wu Hongqing. Chapter 35-44 Chaos Divine Earth? Wu Hongqing frowned. Yahiko, I don't need the Chaos Divine Earth. You can have the Profound Divine Metal if you want, but you have to give me the World-Cleansing Divine Water. I want the World-Cleansing Divine Water and the Chaos Divine Flame. Duanling Tian, who had his back facing them, sneered when he heard Wu Hongqing and Mi Yen haggling inwardly. Two idiots! Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind, a gentle aura swept out of his body and entered the ground in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, asked coldly, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Wu Hongqing and Yahiko shifted their attention to Duanling Tian. A hint of vigilance could be seen on their faces as well. In fact, they did not believe Duanling Tian when he said he wanted to die in his hometown. However, the temptation of the 5 divine elements was too great. Moreover, they were confident that Duanling Tian would not be able to escape their control even if he went to the mundane realm. Moreover, they did not think Duanling Tian would be able to find help to deal with them. Now that the 3 of them were together, they were not afraid even if Feng Qingyang's true body or his law clones were to come. Due to their confidence and greed, they had brought Duanling Tian to the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. When they arrived at the barren planet in Yanhuang realm, they could clearly sense the auras of the other 4 divine elements. The auras of these 4 divine element spirits were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all high-level divine element spirits. Nothing. Duanling Tian slowly turned around and looked at Mi Xian. He said indifferently, "The world-cleansing divine water hasn't seen its old friends for a long time, so it went to catch up with them. Furthermore, I am about to die, so there is no need for it to reside in my body." After Duanling Tian said this, Mi Xian didn't say anything else. After all, Duanling Tian's explanation was methodical and flawless. Divine King Mi Xian. At this time, Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian and said solemnly, "Your soul is the strongest here. Please keep an eye on the 5 divine elements and don't let them escape." "There's no need for Hall Master Wu to remind me," Mi Xian said. Earlier, his boundless presence had already enveloped the entire planet and a large portion of the surrounding star field. It was impossible for the 5 divine elements to escape from under his nose. "Sure, you can have the world-cleansing divine water." In the end, because of Wu Hongqing's insistence, Yahiko compromised. Among the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame would belong to Wu Hongqing and the Tidal Temple. As for the other 3 divine elements, they would belong to him and his big brother, Mi Xian. A bright smile appeared on Wu Hongqing's face when he saw that Yahiko had compromised. "Yahiko, don't waste any more time. It's time to possess Duanling Tian. Now that we've brought him to his hometown, Yanhuang realm, we've fulfilled one of his wishes." When Wu Hongqing looked at Duanling Tian again, he smiled faintly, but his eyes were indifferent. Duanling Tian. Yahiko looked at Duanling Tian with a bright smile on his face. "Thank you for providing me with information about the 5 divine elements. Thank you for your body. If you have an afterlife, you can choose to be a dog. If you meet me, I'll definitely feed you well and take good care of you." Ha ha ha. Yahiko could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his sentence. Duanling Tian remained calm in the face of Yahiko's laughter. He looked at Yahiko coldly and did not say a word. Whoosh! At the same time, Yahiko's soul finally left Tathagata's body and rushed toward Duanling Tian's body. Bang! Tathagata's body fell to the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment before he struggled to open them again. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in his eyes. Amitba. Benefactor Duan deserves the credit for me regaining control of my body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to repay this karma. Tathagata sighed as he muttered to himself. Over the years, although Master Yahiko has taken over the initiative of his body, he is aware of everything that happens outside. Master Yahiko's experience is no different from his own experience. It's just that he can't control his body. That's all. He was more like a spectator who had witnessed everything. Whoosh! Yahiko's soul rushed into Duanling Tian's body and rushed toward Duanling Tian's soul. Duanling Tian, I won't be sending you off. Yahiko's soul chuckled in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, a powerful soul, or more accurately, a soul charged toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Yahiko did not even bother to use any tricks since he did not think it was necessary. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 10 Directions celestial emperor, his soul was strong enough to shatter the soul of a mere celestial emperor. I've been waiting for you for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian's soul remained calm, even when faced with Excellency Mi Haya's powerful soul attack. He replied indifferently, "Yes. Stop trying to be mysterious. In the next moment, your soul will be shattered by my soul." Yahiko sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Yahiko's soul was not far away from Duan Lingtian's soul. "Is that so?" As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, a 5-colored light suddenly shone around Duan Lingtian's soul. There was a golden light, a green light, a blue light, a red light, and a yellow light. It was dazzling and magnificent. Not only was the 5-colored light beautiful, but it also seemed to have transformed into a bloody mouth when it appeared around Duan Lingtian's soul. Then, it swallowed Yahiko's soul that was charging toward him. No! Yahiko's soul let out a mournful shriek almost as soon as the bloody mouth swallowed it. The shriek was so loud that it reverberated at a terrifying frequency. Even Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing, who were outside, heard it loud and clear. Instantly, the two of them turned pale. Tathagata, who was sitting cross-legged, also heard the scream. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Heavens! Is this for real? Master Yahiko let out a shrill cry when he was trying to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, he did not move after that. Tathagata instinctively extended his divine sense and fell on Duan Lingtian's body. He only felt the power of the 5 elements fused together, and it was not difficult to identify what kind of power it was. It's the power of the 5 divine elements fused together. Duan Lingtian destroyed Yahiko's soul with the help of the 5 divine elements. Tathagata sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know how terrifying Yahiko's soul was, but Tathagata knew very well. After all, he had been suppressed by Yahiko for many years. And now Yahiko was destroyed? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Tathagata was so frightened that he fell into a daze. Little brother Yen, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit tribe, could not help but cry out in grief. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his soul grew restless. You destroyed my little brother Yan's soul. I want you dead. I want you dead. In the next moment, Yahiko turned into a blood-red light and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian, I'll go to the dead spirit tribe to find you sooner or later. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished his words and moved, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His tone was cold and indifferent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his words, 5 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared around his feet. The power of the 5 divine elements swept out and intertwined together to form a colorful cage, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Before Master Mi Yen could touch Duan Lingtian, the 5-colored cage began to tremble violently. Then, a spatial tear appeared in the air. It seemed to contain a terrifying devouring force as it swallowed the 5-colored cage in one gulp. Although Mi Xian had arrived before the space crack closed, he did not dare to follow in. Behind the space crack was space turbulence. Even if he was a divine king, it would be dangerous for him to enter recklessly. Moreover, even if he took the risk to follow Duan Lingtian, the chances of him catching up to Duan Lingtian was very slim. This was because the spatial turbulence was constantly flowing behind the spatial tear. Anyone or anything that entered the spatial tear would be transported to an unknown place by the spatial tear in just a blink of an eye. Wu Hongqing and Tathagata only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian left and the space crack closed. Naturally, their eyes shone with disbelief. Benefactor Duan, he managed to escape? Tathagata felt as though he was dreaming. When he thought about what had happened, he realized Duan Lingtian must have left the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located to come to Yen Huang realm, which was also Tathagata's hometown, to set up a trap. The 5 divine elements were Duan Lingtian's trump card. Inconceivable! Inconceivable. All 5 of the divine elements are actually coexisting peacefully with one another and serving him. Tathagata could tell. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to escape from Wu Hongqing and Yahiko, the pavilion master of the Tidal Temple and the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, was due to the joint attack of the 5 divine elements. That method was more like a kind of spirit formation. It was so interconnected that it was impossible to guard against it. He managed to escape. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If Tathagata could figure it out, how could he not? For this reason, he was filled with regret. Why had he been deceived by Duan Lingtian? Why had he brought Duan Lingtian to this mundane realm? If they were in the Tidal Temple's main temple, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape even if he could kill Yahiko. Chapter 35-45. Back to the time when Duan Lingtian had tricked Wu Hongqing and the others into coming to the Yan Huang realm. When Feng Qingyang's clone had self-destructed, Duan Lingtian had successfully evaded Wu Hongqing and the others. He wanted to leave the Tidal Temple's main hall, but he was stopped halfway. At that time, he could only take the risk of contacting the 5 divine elements in his little world. Due to this, the world-cleansing divine water had left his little world. Little Tian, this realm is the headquarters of the Tidal Temple. There are countless formations and restrictions here. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to help you escape unless we can leave this realm. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian, "It's best if you leave this realm and head to the mundane realm. The spatial barrier in the mundane realm is the weakest. If you're in the mundane realm, we'll definitely be able to help you escape. Of course, that's only if you're in the mundane realm." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had come up with a plan to use the 5 divine elements as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others to the Yan Huang realm or his second home, the Saint Province realm. When he told the world-cleansing divine water about his plan, the world-cleansing divine water agreed with him. Although it's risky, it's the best plan for now. In truth, this plan was not easy to implement. After all, as long as Lord Yahiko possessed his body, he would be able to take everything from him, including his memories. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple. Even if Lord Yahiko obtained all of his memories, he might not tell Wu Hongqing the truth. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to ask Wu Hongqing and Lord Yahiko to personally send him back to the mundane realm. It just so happened that the world-cleansing divine water had left the little world in his body. Therefore, he used the world-cleansing divine water as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others away from the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located. After that, they arrived at the Yan Huang realm. Duan Lingtian had deliberately chosen an uninhabited planet because he was worried that Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian would destroy the planet in a fit of rage. If there was life on that planet, wouldn't it be dragged down by him? I will cooperate with them and set up the 5 elements soul-devouring array next to your soul. As long as Yahiko the Lord dares to forcibly take over your body, he won't be able to return. Killing Yahiko was one of the plans of the world-cleansing divine water. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other 4 divine elements had to lend a hand. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the barren planet, he opened the gate to the small world in his body and released the other 4-5 divine elements. Since it was a matter of life and death for Duan Lingtian, the 5 divine elements did not dare to be careless. Although they can continue to follow Duan Lingtian's body after Master Yahiko took over Duan Lingtian's body, they can still follow Duan Lingtian's body. However, who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, since they had sentience, it was only natural that they had feelings for Duan Lingtian. They would not allow Duan Lingtian's soul to be destroyed. For this reason, they worked very hard to carry out the plan. Even the chaos divine earth, which had always been frivolous and childish, had become serious at this moment. After we kill Master Yahiko, they will be stunned for a short time. During that time, we will arrange the 5 elements escape divine formation and send you into the turbulent space behind the space barrier. You will drift in there and go to other mundane planes. This was the second plan of the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, both plans worked. Duan Lingtian managed to escape from Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan. After the spatial tear closed, the barren planet returned to its peaceful state. Ah! Mi Xian roared. Powerful soul energy surged out of his body and gathered the heaven and earth spirit chi around the barren planet. The heaven and earth spirit chi compressed the planet and reduced it to dust in just a blink of an eye. Although the Dead Spirit clansmen could only use soul energy to attack, their powerful soul energy allowed them to communicate with the heaven and earth spirit chi and use material attacks. For this reason, Mi Xian destroyed a planet many times larger than Earth with just a thought. This mundane realm is Duan Lingtian's hometown, right? Mi Xian was still furious. If that's the case, I'll destroy this mundane realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's body trembled. At this moment, Tathagata's expression changed. He hastily stopped Mi Xian. God King Mi Xian, I advise you not to do this. HM? Mi Xian looked at Tathagata with burning eyes. You want to stop me? Do you have the ability to stop me? Although I'm not interested in possessing you, it's easy for me to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be heard in Mi Xian's voice. God King Mi Xian, I don't want to stop you. I just want to advise you. This mundane realm is called Yen Huang Realm. Many of the people who ascended to the Devata realms, including those whom I have to address as seniors, have gone to the realms of gods. Many of them are divine emperors or stronger. They value their hometown very much. If you attack Yen Huang Realm, they'll definitely sense it. Even if they can't come to the realms of gods for now, they won't let this matter rest until the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. Tathagata said. Tathagata was one of the people who left Yen Huang Realm and made a name for themselves in the Devata realms. Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, the three-eyed celestial emperor Yang Jian, and many others. Duan Lingtian was one of the people who left Yen Huang Realm. Apart from that, there were also many people who left Yen Huang Realm and went to the realms of gods. Great Emperor Pangu, Great Emperor Nuwa, and the three pure ones were among those who left Yen Huang Realm. God King Mi Xian, what Temple Master Tathagata said is true. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, finally calmed down a little. We can't touch the Yen Huang Realm, Wu Hongqing said. At least half of the experts who left Yen Huang Realm and went to the realms of gods are godly emperors, and some of them are even stronger than that. If you make a move on Yen Huang Realm, those godly emperors will be enraged. Even if the Dead Spirit clan hides in the Netherworld, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Even you, God King Mi Xian, won't be able to escape death. Among the god-level masters who came out of Yen Huang Realm, there are no less than two. Both of them are skilled in the art of divination. They can even predict the whereabouts of ordinary gods and god kings very accurately. Naturally, the Title Temple had a deep understanding of some special mundane realms. For example, the Yen Huang Realm was one of the most unique mundane realms in the records left behind by the Title Temple. Many powerhouses were born there, and many of them were famous in the Devata realms and realms of gods. Tathagata, the temple master of the Title Temple's Shenyuan Heaven branch, was one of them. Humph! If Tathagata's words were of no use to Mi Xian, then he had no choice but to take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. After all, Wu Hongqing was the temple master of the Title Temple, a supreme force with a long history in the Devata realms. I'll track down Feng Qingyang's soul and kill Feng Qingyang to avenge my brother. Mi Xian's figure gradually disappeared. As for Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll turn him into ashes to appease my brother's soul. A hint of greed flashed in Wu Hongqing's eyes as soon as Mi Xian disappeared. He suddenly remembered the 5 divine elements that Duan Lingtian possessed. Temple Master Tathagata. At the same time, Mi Xian looked at Tathagata and said in a deep voice, "Please don't tell anyone that Duan Lingtian possesses 5 divine elements. If I find out that you're lying, you should know what I'm capable of." "Don't worry, Temple Master. I know what to do." How could Tathagata not know what Wu Hongqing was thinking? He must have wanted to monopolize the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's possession. In fact, he was also shocked by the fact that Duanling Tian possessed the 5 divine elements. He did not expect the young fellow who came from the same mundane realm as him would be able to obtain the 5 divine elements in just a short span of 700 years. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were clearly not ordinary divine elements. Instead, they were all high-level divine elements. Even Tathagata was tempted. Naturally, he knew he was not interested in the 5 divine elements. Based on the current situation, even if he obtained them, it would not be a good thing for him. All right. Wu Hongqing nodded. If I can successfully take all 5 divine elements from him in the future, I'll consider giving you the Chaos Divine Earth. At that time, you can come to the main temple and be a deputy temple master. Thank you, temple master. Tathagata repeatedly thanked Wu Hongqing. However, he knew Wu Hongqing's wish would not come true so easily. He was a Buddhist and he believed in fate. The fact that Duanling Tian was able to come this far and escape under such circumstances proved that he was a person with great luck and fortuitous encounters. Even if the tidal temple tried to obstruct him, it would not be able to stop him from rising. In fact, Tathagata was already thinking to himself. Since he had regained control of his body, he would not make an enemy out of Duanling Tian in the future. Moreover, Duanling Tian would not blame him for Master Yahiko's actions. Temple Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Tathagata bid farewell to Wu Hongqing and left. While Tathagata and Wu Hongqing left the Yanhuang realm one after another, Duanling Tian, with the help of the 5 divine elements, arrived at a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Chapter 35-46. I'm safe now. Duanling Tian was carried by the 5 divine elements through the turbulent space. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. Throughout the entire process, he was filled with trepidation. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he finally tore through space and appeared in a mundane realm. As for the 5 divine elements, they had destroyed his little world when they sent him to the mundane realm. Even though our current form has evolved to an extremely high level, we still expended a lot of energy in this attack. First, we destroyed the soul of an intermediate deity. Then, we helped you enter the space turbulence and even helped you enter another dimension. We need to rest and recuperate for a period of time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. You should be more careful in the future. Don't put yourself in danger again. We won't be able to do anything even if something similar happens to you while we're asleep. A hint of seriousness could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. I understand, Duanling Tian replied. At the same time, his expression turned completely solemn. Naturally, he knew it was all thanks to the 5 divine elements that he was able to escape. If it were not for the 5 divine elements, even if he managed to escape from the realm where the tidal temple's main hall was located, he would not have been able to escape death in the mundane realm. Perhaps his body would still be alive, but it would no longer be under his control. It would be under someone else's control. Master's main body should be fine, right? Duanling Tian took a deep breath. The first thing he did was to leave the mundane realm and return to the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could contact his master. His master had told him that his main body would leave the Azura Hell and return to the solitary destructive heaven after he became a celestial king. Now that his master's main body had made a breakthrough, could it be that his master's main body had returned to the solitary destructive heaven? Swoosh! When Duanling Tian reappeared in the solitary destructive heaven, he sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not receive any response. Then he sent a message to Hualao. Upon receiving Duanling Tian's message, Hualao's spirits were lifted. Young Mansion Master, I'm glad you're fine. Lord Mansion Master has asked me and Meng Luo to bring your family and friends out of the Heavenly Palace. They're currently north of the solitary destructive heaven. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he saw his parents, Huaner's parents, his wife Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Siling, and his son, Duan Yen Tian. After escaping, the first thing he did was to return to the solitary destructive heaven. Other than worrying about his master's safety, he was also worried about the safety of his family. Now that he saw that his family was fine, the huge stone hanging in his heart gradually fell down. Where's Master? Why can't I contact him? Duan Lingtian asked. In the heavens, in the heavenly emperor. The heavens in the heavens? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Was the heavens not one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms where the Dead Spirit clan was from? His master had gone to the heavens in the heavens? What for? Even if his master was a celestial king, it was unrealistic for him to seek revenge on the Dead Spirit clan, right? Rumor had it that the Dead Spirit clan was a powerful clan that had high-grade celestial kings. The heavens in the heavens were one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This was not Feng Qingyang's first time in the heavens in the heavens. Previously, he had come to the heavens to explore the heavens and search for treasures. Now, he was only here to deliver information. The Dead Spirit clan. After a while, Feng Qingyang learned about the whereabouts of the Dead Spirit clan. However, he did not show himself. Instead, he asked someone else to show himself. At the same time, he asked someone to pass a floating image pearl to the supreme elders of the Dead Spirit clan. The Dead Spirit clan had been extremely peaceful. However, with the arrival of the person entrusted by Feng Qingyang and the floating mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl that Feng Qingyang passed to them, the entire Dead Spirit clan was shocked. Yahiko has possessed a human body. After seeing the floating image pearl, the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race immediately gathered all of the Dead Spirit race clansmen and publicly announced this news. Not only did the current patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, Mi Xian, know about this, he even helped him possess a human's body. Now, I declare that Mi Xian is no longer the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race. At the same time, Mi Xian is expelled from the Dead Spirit race and will never be accepted again. Floating image pearls could be faked. However, the Grand Elders of the Dead Soul race were all High God Kings. If it was a fake floating image pearl, they would be able to see through it immediately. Because the floating image pearls were real, they were furious. They felt that Mi Xian and Yahiko had crossed the bottom line of the Dead Spirit race and disregarded the safety of the Dead Spirit race. At the same time, 2 of us will head to the Devata realms to kill Yahiko. If Mi Xian is dragged down by Yahiko and possesses a human's body, we won't just target Yahiko, we'll target him as well. The Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit clan were determined. While the members of the Dead Spirit race were shocked by the news brought by the Grand Elders, their will was the same as the Grand Elders because they had been brainwashed since they were young. Any member of the Dead Spirit race who possessed a corporeal body should die. Little Tian is still alive. Feng Qingyang was about to leave the undead world when he took out the soul pearl of his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. He sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact. Although Duan Lingtian had self-destructed his clone from the law of earth to pave the way for his true disciple, Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to escape. In fact, Duan Lingtian had even thought of avenging his disciple, Duan Lingtian. After leaving the undead world and returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang instinctively sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply. Master, I'm with Hualao. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Feng Qingyang learned of Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. Master, the God King of the Dead Spirit clan, Mi Xian, is probably tracking you by now. I think it's safer for you to return to the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian suggested. Although he was confident in his master, the God King of the Dead Spirit clan, Mi Xian, was at least a middle God King. Moreover, he was a special life form that specialized in soul attacks. It was only natural that his master would find it difficult to deal with him since he had just broken through to the God King realm. I can return to the Azura Hell with peace of mind now that I've confirmed that you're fine. Feng Qingyang transmitted. Clearly, Duan Lingtian was the main reason he had not returned to the Azura Hell yet. Don't worry, Master. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian replied. How did you manage to escape? Feng Qingyang asked. Since the Tidal Temple's main hall was created by the supreme expert who created the Tidal Temple, it should have been very difficult for you to escape from that realm. Initially, He had chosen to detonate his Earth Elemental clone because he wanted to take a gamble and see if he could carve a way out for his disciple. In truth, he did not hold much hope that it would work. However, under those circumstances, he had no other choice. He was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to escape from the Azura Hell. Master, it was the 5 divine elements in my body that worked together to help me break through the space of that plane and escape. Duan Lingtian replied. 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in concern, "You didn't expose your 5 divine elements, right?" "No." Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. In his opinion, this was a white lie. Although his master's strength was not bad, and he had already broken through to the immortal king realm, not only was his divine soul injured, but he also needed some time to recover. Even his Earth Law avatar also needed time to reform. Apart from that, his master was also threatened by Mi Xian, the God King of the Dead Spirit clan. Under such circumstances, he did not want his master to worry about him. For this reason, he did not mention that his 5 divine elements had been exposed. That's good. Feng Qingyang sighed in relief when he heard this. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "I'll head to the Azura Hell now. If you have any problems, you can look for me in the realm where the Azura Hell is. Once you're there, just send me a message, and I'll receive it." "All right." After Duan Lingtian replied, Feng Qingyang returned to the Azura Hell as soon as possible. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang disappeared into the Azura Hell, a crimson light flashed outside the Azura Hell, and an illusory human figure appeared. It was the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian. "Damn it! I was just 1 step away." Mi Xian's tone was very low, his voice slightly trembling from extreme anger. "It's a pity that I'm only a god king, so I can only track him through the souls I've personally come into contact with. If I become a god emperor, I'll be able to track him through the soul imprints left on the soul orbs of those below the god emperor realm." In truth, the person Mi Xian wanted to kill the most was not Feng Qingyang, but Duan Lingtian, who had single-handedly killed his younger brother, Yahiko. It was not difficult for him to obtain the soul pearl that contained Duan Lingtian's soul imprint. However, the problem was that with his current cultivation base, he did not have the ability to find the other party through the soul imprint left on the soul pearl. It was said that only a handful of celestial lords in the Dead Spirit clan were able to do that. Using the soul imprint on the soul orb, he could track the owner of the soul imprint. Chapter 35-47. Most of the members of the Dead Spirit clan had reached the peak of the High God King stage. However, in the long history of the Dead Spirit clan, there were some who had obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to break through to the Divine Emperor stage. To be more precise, their souls had entered the Divine Emperor stage. At this time, they discovered that the Dead Spirit clan had a special ability. They could use the soul mark left on the soul pearl by those below the Divine Emperor realm to track them down. For this reason, there were many powerful forces in the realms of gods who were willing to hunt down members of the Spectre clan who were at the God Emperor realm and above. This was because such existences could provide them with accurate tracking services and could be of great use at critical moments. For this reason, once a member of the Dead Spirit clan became a Divine Emperor, they would either hide their cultivation base or leave the Dead Spirit clan. After all, every once in a while, a powerful force in the realms of gods would send experts to the netherworld to see if there were any members of the Dead Spirit clan who had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage. If they found any, they would kidnap them. The Dead Spirit clan was only a small clan in the netherworld. Naturally, they were powerless against the experts from the powerful forces in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, I'd like to see how long you can hide in the Azura Hell. In the end, Mi Xian left the Azura Hell and returned to the Devata realm before he returned to the netherworld where the Dead Spirit clan was. Feng Qingyang's cultivation speed is ridiculously fast. I can't let my guard down. If I'm not a high god king by the time he becomes a medium god king, I won't be able to kill him even if I can track him down. Mi Xian's heart sank when he thought about this. Initially, he thought that returning to the clan and feeling the atmosphere of the clan would make him feel better. However, to his surprise, As soon as he returned to the Dead Spirit clan, two powerful figures appeared and intercepted him. Mi Xian was stunned. Elder Mi Chun. Elder Mi Yu? What's the meaning of this? Right now, the ones blocking Mi Xian were two of the Death Spirit race's Grand Elders. They were both High God Kings, and any one of them was stronger than Mi Xian. If they wanted to kill Mi Xian, even 100 Mi Xians would not be able to escape death. Mi Xian, you have been expelled from the Dead Spirit race. Mi Chun said indifferently. Expelled from the Dead Spirit clan? Hearing this, Mi Xian was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically. The first person he thought of was Feng Qingyang. It was most likely that Feng Qingyang knew about the taboo of the Dead Spirit race and had come to inform them about the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit race, about his younger brother Yahiko possessing a human body, and that he was an accomplice. Elder Mi Chun, why? Mi Xian forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, his expression changing drastically. Mi Xuan, don't you know what you and Yahiko have done? Mi Chen's gaze turned cold, and his tone turned gloomy. Hearing Mi Chen's words, Mi Xian knew that his worries had come true. As expected, Feng Qingyang had told the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race about what he and Yahiko had done. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the Grand Elders to expel him from the Dead Spirit race. Elder Mi Chun, Elder Mi Yu. Mi Xian's body shook violently as waves of restless energy swept out. What happened? Even if you want to expel me from the Dead Spirit race, shouldn't you at least give me an explanation? As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Mi Yu, who had been silent all this while, shook his head and said, Mi Xian, it's already come to this. There's no need for you to play the fool. Yahiko's possession of a human's body may have only been a partial possession, but it was a violation of the rules of the Dead Spirit race and should be executed. But you, after learning of this, not only did you not put righteousness before family, you allowed him to possess another human's body and even helped him do so. Mi Yu's voice turned cold. For doing such a thing, not only do you no longer deserve to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, you don't even deserve to stay in the Dead Spirit race. Who is slandering me? Slandering my little brother Yen? Mi Xian asked in a low voice. His emotions were so agitated that those who did not know might think that he had been wrongly accused. Do you have proof? Do you have any proof? Although Mi Xian felt that there was evidence that the Dead Spirit race had removed him from his position as clan leader and expelled him from the Dead Spirit race before he had returned, he still couldn't help but ask. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die with a clear conscience. You want proof? Mi Yu sneered. Then, with a thought, a floating image pearl appeared out of thin air and reflected a series of images. The images were of what had happened in the main hall of the Title Temple, when Yahiko had tried to possess Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian had helped Yahiko deal with Feng Qingyang and helped Yahiko in the process. Not only were there images, but there was also sound. You're not going to say that this is a fake floating image pearl, are you? Mi Yu's sneer deepened. If you really want to say that, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're just taking us for fools. Was Mi Xian going to say that the floating image pearl in front of him was a fake? Of course not. If this floating image pearl was a fake, not only would he be able to tell, but the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race would be able to as well. Elders. Mi Xian's tone softened. Now that my little brother Yen is dead, this matter should come to an end, right? In the Dead Spirit race, there shouldn't be anyone more suitable to be patriarch than me, right? Give me a chance. I will lead the Dead Spirit race to new glory. Not only did Mi Xian not want to leave the Dead Spirit race, but he also wanted to return to the Dead Spirit race and become patriarch. Mi Xian, do you think this is child's play? Mi Yu sneered. You've been expelled from the Dead Spirit race. From now on, the Dead Spirit race no longer welcomes you. If you dare to enter again, we will not hesitate to use force to expel you. Also, if you possess a physical body outside, the Dead Spirit race will still hunt you down according to the rules of the race. You should conduct yourself with dignity. As soon as Mi Yu's voice fell, he stepped aside. Please. When Mi Xian left, he had almost lost his soul. He had never imagined that his departure would be permanent. The Dead Spirit race had abandoned him. /B Was he wrong? He admitted that he was wrong. However, was there a need to punish him so severely? He had never thought that possessing a human body was the right thing to do. He had only helped Yahiko to possess a human body because of their brotherhood. Moreover, he had told Yahiko that it was the last time he would help him because of their brotherhood. He had never forgotten that he was a member of the dead spirit race and the patriarch of the dead spirit race. However, what did he get in the end? The dead spirit race had removed him from the position of patriarch and expelled him from the dead spirit race. Good, good, good. Since you think I'm wrong, since the dead spirit race thinks I'm wrong, I, Mi Xian, will make the best of it. I, Mi Xian, will possess a human body and return to the dead spirit race. I will devour all of you and break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, even if Feng Qingyang manages to break out of the Azura Hell, he'll still be a piece of cake to me. Not long after leaving the dead spirit race, Mi Xian's aura was no longer as weak as before. He was full of vitality. Now, I need a human body. Although Duan Ling Tian's body isn't bad, it's extremely strange. Brother Yen was actually killed by him during the possession process. Moreover, since he killed Brother Yen, I don't have to consider his body when I want to tear him into pieces. Mi Xian muttered to himself after he left the dead spirit world and returned to the Devata realm. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear Mi Xian's muttering. Otherwise, he would have found it funny. Did Mi Xian think he could possess him just because he wanted to? He was delusional. I'll look for Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. As the palace master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy, he must have a good candidate for me to possess. In the end, Mi Xian went to the Tidal Temple's branch in the Devata realm he was in. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived at the Tidal Temple's sub-hall, the hall masters of the sub-halls did not dare to take him lightly. They immediately contacted the main hall. Soon after, Mi Xian met with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. King Mi Xian, is there something you need from me? Wu Hongqing asked without beating around the bush. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Wu Hongqing. If he could, he would possess Wu Hongqing. Once he possessed Wu Hongqing, the entire Tidal Temple would become his backyard. However, he knew it was only a dream. If he wanted to possess someone completely, the difference in strength between him and the other party must be too great. For example, his younger brother, Yahiko, as a lesser rank deity, had failed to possess Tathagata, who had yet to become a deity. All he could do was take control of the body. If he had been an intermediate rank deity at that time, he would have succeeded. Due to the difference in strength between a lesser deity and a 10-direction celestial emperor, he had failed. However, the difference in strength between him and Wu Hongqing was even greater now. Even if he was a higher god king, he was not confident he could possess Wu Hongqing completely. As for now, not to mention completely possessing Wu Hongqing, even half possessing Wu Hongqing and seizing control of Wu Hongqing's body would be very difficult. For this reason, he could only give up on the idea of possessing Wu Hongqing. I want to possess an outstanding human. The Tidal Temple has a long history in the Devata realms and has an extensive information network. You should be able to provide me with information about this, right? Mi Xian did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose. Wu Hongqing was, naturally, taken aback by Mi Xian's words. King Mi Xian, based on your behavior, it seems like you have no intention of possessing a human's body, right? Why do you seem interested in possessing a human's body now? In Wu Hongqing's opinion, if Mi Xian had intended to possess a human's body, Duan Lingtian's body would have been the best choice. Mi Xian, on the other hand, was not interested in Duan Lingtian at all. It was possible to say that Mi Xian was doing this out of consideration for the brotherhood between him and Yahiko, but he didn't believe it. This was because he felt that in front of absolute benefits, the brotherhood between the dead spirit clansmen was nothing. Chapter 35-48. Temple Master Wu. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing and asked indifferently, as the temple master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy in the Devata realms, you must be very knowledgeable. You should know the dead spirit clan's attitude toward clansmen who possess corporeal bodies, right? Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Apart from that, he also knew the dead spirit clansmen who were at the Divine Emperor stage or above were highly valued by powerful forces in the realms of gods. Moreover, if a dead spirit clansman who was at the Divine Emperor stage or above appeared in an auction in the realms of gods, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, he knew a lot about the dead spirit clan. I'm the patriarch of the dead spirit clan. Mi Xian continued to say when he saw Wu Hongqing nodding. To be more precise, I was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan before I helped Brother Yen possess the body of a human boy called Duan Lingtian. When Mi Xian said this, Wu Hongqing jumped in fright. This was something he hadn't known about. Previously, when he learned that Tathagata, the Shenyuan heaven branch of the title temple, had been possessed by a member of the dead spirit race, he was already very surprised because he knew the taboo of the dead spirit race. Any member of the dead spirit race who dared to possess a physical body would be hunted down by the dead spirit race. When Mi Xian had appeared to help Yahiko, he had assumed they were on the same side. However, after witnessing Mi Xian's strength and seeing how Mi Xian did not seem interested in Duan Lingtian's body and allowed Yahiko to possess it, Wu Hongqing instinctively felt Mi Xian had followed the dead spirit clan's rules to a certain extent. He had only helped Yahiko out of consideration for their brotherhood. However, when Mi Xian said he was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, he was shocked. Mi Xian is the patriarch of the dead spirit clan? Not only did the patriarch of the dead spirit clan not follow the rules of the dead spirit clan by killing a dead spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body, but he even helped a dead spirit clansman possess a human body? This was the biggest joke in the world. Divine King Mi Xian. Now, Wu Hongqing finally understood why Mi Xian wasn't interested in Duan Lingtian's body at all. Turned out that Mi Xian was the patriarch of the Spectre race. As the patriarch of the Spectre race, helping someone take over a human's body was already very ridiculous. If he took over a human's body, would he still want to continue being the patriarch of the Spectre race? You mean, you are no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race? Wu Hongqing asked. If I were still the chief of the dead spirit race, do you think I would come to you and ask you to help me search for human bodies to possess? Mi Xian asked, looking deeply at Wu Hongqing. Because of Yahiko? Wu Hongqing asked. Because of Feng Qingyang? Mi Xian said in a low voice. He entered the netherworld and informed my clan about Yahiko's possession of a human's body. He told my clan members about me and Yahiko's possession of a human's body. I have been removed from my position as the patriarch by several grand elders of my clan and expelled from the dead spirit race. Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing was stunned. Even if he knew about the dead spirit race's rules and went to the netherworld to inform the dead spirit race without evidence, even if your clan members suspected you, they couldn't have removed you from your position and expelled you, right? What if there is evidence? Mi Xian asked. Evidence? What evidence? Although he saw you attack with his own eyes, what he saw was only a law avatar. Moreover, it self-destructed on the spot. He couldn't have taken anything with him. Wu Hongqing asked, puzzled. He has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor from a realm of gods. Although the child pearl is destroyed, everything recorded in it has been transmitted to the mother pearl. You should know that the mother-child floating image pearls are made of special materials that can transmit information across realms. Mi Xian said in a low voice. What? Wu Hongqing was shocked. Feng Qingyang has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor or higher. The mother-child floating image pearls were items from the realms of gods. Only a divine emperor or higher could inscribe them. Moreover, the mother-child floating image pearls in the realms of gods were different from the floating image pearls in the Devata realms and the ordinary floating image pearls in the realms of gods. The latter two could only record images and not sound. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone had the mother-child floating image pearls. However, Feng Qingyang, who had not been to the realms of gods, had the mother-child floating image pearls in his possession? He must have obtained them in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian's voice grew darker. I'm afraid even the title temple doesn't have many mother-child floating image pearls. Right? After all, this thing can only be used once. Can't be used repeatedly. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Although the title temple had many floating image pearls that had been passed down for generations, most of them had already been used. There were only 4 pairs that were still unused. Since Feng Qingyang became a god in the Azura Hell, it means he had a fortuitous encounter there. It's not strange for him to obtain the mother-child floating image pearls. Moreover, I tracked his soul and chased him all the way to the entrance of the Azura Hell. He entered the Azura Hell again. It seems like he's treating the Azura Hell as his backyard. Mi Xian's voice was filled with exasperation when he spoke. He's hiding in the Azura Hell again? Wu Hongqing was speechless. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would enter the Azura Hell again. It's obvious Feng Qingyang must have encountered a fortuitous encounter to become a lesser god king in such a short time. That fortuitous encounter must be in the Azura Hell. With his past progress, if he continues in the future, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses you, Divine King Mi Xian. As Wu Hongqing spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. I know, Mi Xian replied calmly. As long as I have an excellent human body, it'll be difficult for him to catch up to me. God King Mi Xian, you want to? Wu Hongqing's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He had already guessed what Mi Xian wanted to do. Temple Master. Just as Wu Hongqing was guessing what Mi Xian wanted to do, a respectful voice came from outside. Tang Sanpao requests an audience. Normally, Mi Xian would have smiled when he heard the voice of his successor, Tang Sanpao. However, he could not smile now. Not only that, he replied calmly, I'm not free at the moment. Come find me tomorrow. Wu Hongqing deliberately suppressed his emotions when he said this, but because things had happened so suddenly, Mi Xian still caught a slight change in his emotions, causing Mi Xian's eyes to brighten. In the next moment, Mi Xian's powerful divine consciousness swept out. Please have mercy, God King Mi Xian. That's my successor. If you want a human body, I can find you another one that's not inferior to his. When Mi Xian's divine consciousness swept out, Wu Hongqing knew that Mi Xian would definitely take a fancy to Tang Sanpao's body. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. There's no need. I'm very satisfied with this body. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Mi Xian's reply. Mi Xian, don't go too far. Do you intend to make an enemy of the title temple? Temple Master Wu, you can just find another successor. Why are you so angry? Mi Xian said indifferently. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Tang Sanpao, who had been outside, also vanished without a trace. In a remote mountain range in the solitary destructive heaven. After Duanling Tian returned to his little world, he sent all of his family and friends back to his little world. He even sent Huan Er's parents to his little world. This was also the first time he had allowed his parents, Lian Qiu and Du Xian, into his little world. Naturally, both of them were shocked when they entered. What a unique heaven and earth spiritual energy. Are those the 5 divine elements? Both of them could sense that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Duan Lingtian's little world was extraordinary. At the same time, they saw the 5-colored light that twined around the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements. The radiance of the 5 divine elements was much dimmer than before. After sending his family and friends into his little world, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. However, his heart was still heavy. Now that Master has been forced into Azura Hell again, my 5 divine elements have been exposed as well. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, will definitely go crazy and try to steal my 5 divine elements. At this moment, the Space Sword Dao and the Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth are no longer as important to him and the Title Temple. The most important thing is the 5 divine elements in my little world. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements will have a much easier time comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth once they become gods. Those who possess high-level 5 divine elements will have a 100% chance of successfully comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of danger when he learned that the 5 divine elements had been exposed. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had suffered injuries to his soul due to the battle with the intermediate god king from the dead spirit clan. He had even lost one of his law clones. It would take a long time for his master to fully recover. In other words, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself for a long time. The Tidal Temple's intelligence network is spread all over the Devata realms. In the future, I'm afraid the Tidal Temple won't be able to find me if I stay in one place for too long. If I want to improve my strength, I won't just focus on cultivating. I'll have to go out from time to time. Although I've become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, I'm still a long way from becoming a god. At the very least, I haven't reached the threshold of godhood yet. It seems like I'll have to go to the 9 Serenities battlefield for the time being. Chapter 3549. Whether it was the Purgatory battlefield or the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were independent realms formed by the collision of realms of the gods every 10,000 years. Unlike the realm of gods was a playground for the strongest. The gods of the realms of gods could kill, rob, and plunder for cultivation resources in the realm of gods. Of course, the realm of gods also contained fortuitous encounters left behind by the strongest of the realms of gods. On the other hand, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield did not have such benefits. Those who entered the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield could only kill and plunder each other's belongings. Basically, there were no fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield since it was a product of the collision between realms of the gods. Similar to the realm battlefield, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield were formed by the collision of realms of the gods. Both of them were related to supreme powerhouses. However, to supreme powerhouses, the realm battlefield was like their own child that they would spend a lot of effort to nurture. As for the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were like illegitimate children that they did not acknowledge. However, due to the restrictions on one's cultivation base, the realm battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield became places where celestial lords and celestial emperors from the Devata realms could cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian had visited the Purgatory battlefield in the past. A group of celestial lords, most of whom were powerful titled celestial lords, had gathered in the Purgatory battlefield. Many celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements and did not dare to reveal their strength in the Purgatory battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements had greatly improved in the Purgatory battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was a stage for celestial lords. The 9 Serenities battlefield was a stage for celestial emperors. Celestial emperors who dared to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield were confident in their strength. Most of them were titled celestial emperors or those who possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor but did not obtain a title from the Tidal Temple. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a ranking system for the strength of the war gods. There were 1-star gods of war, 2-star gods of war, and 9-star gods of war. The minimum requirement to become a 1-star god of war was to become a titled celestial emperor. Although 9-star gods of war were titled celestial emperors who had not attained godhood, their strength was close to that of a god. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple has no lack of god-level powerhouses. If a god-level powerhouse comes, I won't be able to fight back at all. Although the Tidal Temple can send people to the 9 Nether realm, they can only send 10 Directions Celestial Emperors. Even if they're strong, they'll only be 9-star gods of war or demigods. It was celestial lords of the gods of God of gods of the gods of gods heaven god. In the Devata realms, unless I find a secluded place to hide, I'll still be in danger. Rather than hiding in a secluded place in a Devata realm, I might as well find a mundane realm to hide in. Duan Lingtian had a clear idea of his current situation. At the same time, he was also very clear about what he needed the most now. Now, what I need the most, besides a place where I can cultivate in peace, is more of a place where I can train. The 9 Serenities battlefield is the most suitable place for me now. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Hualao and Meng Luo before he left. From the beginning until the end, Hualao and Meng Luo watched as Duan Lingtian left. They did not stop him. Even if they did, they would not have been able to stop him. This was because Duan Ling Tian's current strength had already surpassed theirs. Hualao, I'm sure you didn't expect that young man from the mundane realm would become so strong after so many years, right? Meng Luo asked Hualao, who was standing next to him. Hualao smiled wryly when he heard Meng Luo Lao's words. That's right. I feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. We have to work hard as well. Otherwise, we'll only grow further and further away from the young palace master and Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo sighed. The independent realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located was also known as the God Realm. This name was given by the founder of the Tidal Temple. Currently, in a vast palace in the Plain of Gods, there are two figures sitting opposite each other in the main hall. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other in the hall. They were on the left and right sides of the door. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in the middle of the 2 rows of seats. The person sitting on the left was none other than Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. The person sitting on the right was a young man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man as Tang Sanpao, who was by his side during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Tang Sanpao had another identity. He was the young master of the Tidal Temple. Logically speaking, Tang Sanpao was Wu Hongqing's successor to the Tidal Temple. If the 2 of them were to sit together, even if Wu Hongqing was sitting, Tang Sanpao would have to stand. But now, Tang Sanpao was sitting in front of Wu Hongqing with a swagger. I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Tang Sanpao crossed his legs as he looked at Wu Hongqing and said disrespectfully, I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing was not displeased by Tang Sanpao's rudeness. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked, Can you enter the 9 Serenities battlefield? Although your cultivation base is only that of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, your soul is at the level of an intermediate Celestial King. The 9 Serenities battlefield doesn't allow anyone above the level of a god to enter. Not only does it restrict one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's soul. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, it was clear who Tang Sanpao was. Mi Xian. He was the former clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate Celestial King. Half a year ago, Tang Sanpao had come to look for Wu Hongqing. Mi Xian happened to be there as well. When he discovered Tang Sanpao's body was in good condition, he ignored Wu Hongqing's objections and forcefully possessed Tang Sanpao, causing Tang Sanpao's soul to dissipate. Mi Xian accepted everything in Tang Sanpao's body. Mi Xian accepted everything, including Tang Sanpao's memories and comprehension of the profundities. Wu Hongqing was naturally unhappy that Mi Xian had taken over Sanpao's body without any regard for his advice. However, there was nothing he could do now. Was he supposed to kill Mi Xian, who had taken over Sanpao's body? Moreover, even if he wanted to kill Mi Xian, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could destroy Tang Sanpao's body. After Mi Xian obtained Tang Sanpao's memories, he realized the Tidal Temple would allow him to cultivate smoothly in the future. Therefore, he came to an agreement with Wu Hongqing. I'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. If I kill him, I only want the clear heaven divine wood of the 5 divine elements in his body. The other 4 divine elements will belong to the Tidal Temple. I only have one request. The Tidal Temple must help my body ascend to godhood in the shortest time possible. Although Mi Xian had possessed Tang Sanpao's body, since Tang Sanpao was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor, Mi Xian's cultivation base was only at the level of an intermediate celestial king. Although Mi Xian's soul was powerful and his soul attacks were powerful, his body's cultivation base could not keep up with his soul's level. For this reason, the Tidal Temple went to great lengths to obtain an exploding element celestial fruit in just a month. After Mi Xian consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he successfully became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor 6 months later. Of course, I'm aware of the restrictions in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Mi Xian didn't take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. That is why I plan to seal my soul and sneak into the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Dead Spirit clan can easily come up with dozens or even hundreds of secret techniques like this. A hint of arrogance could be heard in Mi Xian's voice when he spoke. However, after a few moments, His eyes flashed as though he had recalled something. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless expression. That's a good idea. Wu Hongqing nodded. However, once your soul is sealed, you won't be able to remove the seal once you enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. After all, the rules there forbid the souls of gods and above from entering the battlefield. If you forcefully remove the seal, no one knows the consequences. You'll either be sent out of the 9 Serenities battlefield or reduced to ashes. Wu Hongqing's expression turned grave when he finished speaking. Do you think it's necessary for me to remove the seal? Mi Xian asked indifferently. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Wu Hongqing's expression froze. He finally remembered the person in front of him was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan and an intermediate god king. Although Tang Sanpao's current cultivation base was only a 10-direction celestial emperor, with the profundities that Mi Xian had comprehended, his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war. With the strength of a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, even if his soul no longer had an advantage, why would he be afraid of others? I still don't understand. Why do you suddenly want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield? It's meaningless to you. Wu Hongqing asked. No, it's meaningful. Mi Xian shook his head. Although I've taken over this body, my soul isn't very compatible with it. I need to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield and fight so my soul can adapt to this body. Only then will I be able to unleash the profundities my soul has comprehended. Right now, although the profundities of laws that my soul has comprehended are powerful, I can't use them perfectly in this body. Wu Hongqing finally understood Mi Xian's intention. In that case, you should make a trip there. When do you plan to leave? I'll send you there. Wu Hongqing asked. Let's do it now. Mi Xian replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was in the 9 Serenities battlefield, was unaware that Mi Xian, who had destroyed his master Feng Qingyang's law of earth clone, had also come to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian had entered the 9 Serenities battlefield with a familiar face. Chapter 3550. At this moment, it had been 2 months since Duan Lingtian entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, during these 2 months, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the 9 Serenities battlefield was similar to the Purgatory battlefield in many ways, there were many differences. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, many titled celestial emperors would join forces and hunt other titled celestial emperors for their wealth. For this reason, unless one was extremely strong, it would be extremely difficult for one to advance in the 9 Serenities battlefield without a strong backer. In fact, one might not even know when one would die. I'll choose the Heaven Dao Alliance then. During these 2 months in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian had encountered more than one assassination attempt. Although he easily dealt with it and even killed his opponents, it was still very troublesome. There were a few times when he wanted to cultivate, so he purposely found a secluded place to cultivate. Who knew he would be disrupted not long after he started cultivating? After discovering that he was cultivating, they would immediately attack him in an attempt to kill him and rob him of his wealth. However, since he was cultivating in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it was only natural that he could not focus on cultivating. Thus, as expected, those people who had launched a sneak attack on him were all killed by him without exception. However, after so many times, Duan Lingtian realized that it was unrealistic to cultivate in the wilderness of the 9 Serenities battlefield. The best way was to join a force. As long as he had his own cultivation room in the force's base, he would be able to cultivate in peace without being disturbed, unless that force was attacked. Therefore, in the past half a month, he had specially inquired about a few of the stronger factions in the vicinity. Among them, there was a faction called the Heavenly Dao Alliance that was the strongest. The other factions in the vicinity had to join hands in order to deal with the annexation of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. There are 2 8-star gods of war in the Heaven Dao Alliance. Ordinary people and forces wouldn't dare to offend the Heaven Dao Alliance. After learning about the Heaven Dao Alliance's strength, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to join the Heaven Dao Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment is held once a year. The next recruitment will be held in 3 months' time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around the area. As long as he encountered someone who did not have eyes and came forward to provoke him, he would not hold back and kill them. Even if they were to kneel and beg for mercy, it was useless. In a world where the strong were respected, tears were not believed. That was it. Because he would be disturbed even if he cultivated, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around, tempering his combat skills through battle after battle, as well as further comprehending the profundities of the laws and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Although the improvement was not big, there was still a certain amount of improvement. Moreover, during his slumber, Huang Xiaolong had further comprehended the law of space with the help of the Supreme Master's Godhead. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had also made a name for himself in the surrounding area. Purple Marquis. Recently, there have been more and more people dressed in purple nearby. I wonder how the people from the other factions are doing. In any case, our Hong Tian sect has been avoiding people dressed in purple whenever we see them. We are deeply afraid that it is really Purple Marquis. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there were some factions that had built cities nearby. In these cities, one could conduct all kinds of transactions and fight. It was no different from the outside of the city. Duan Lingtian had just entered a city called Hong Tian City when he heard similar discussions. The person who spoke was the person from the Hong Tian sect, the faction behind the city. Is that Purple Marquis really that scary? Someone asked. Of course he is. The person from Hong Tian sect continued with a serious expression. That day, I personally witnessed from afar. The left guardian of Dharma of the Hechuan sect, Yixiang, personally made a move. However, he was instantly killed by Purple Marquis. That Yixiang is one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Oh my god! Instantly killing one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Even an ordinary 6-star god of war would not be so powerful, right? Isn't that so? Now, we can basically confirm that Purple Marquis is at least one of the best among the 6-star gods of war. He might even be a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Even in your Hong Tian sect, only your sect leader is a 7-star god of war, right? It is precisely because of this that our Hong Tian sect has issued an order not to rashly attack people dressed in purple in order to avoid offending Purple Marquis. If Purple Marquis only killed those who offended him, it would be fine. However, I am afraid that after killing those who offended him, Purple Marquis would vent his anger on our Hong Tian sect. Your sect leader is a 7-star god of war. He shouldn't be afraid of Purple Marquis, right? Even so, our sect leader can't always be by the side of every disciple of the Hong Tian sect, right? As long as Purple Marquis is really a disciple of our Hong Tian sect, I am afraid it won't be long before our Hong Tian sect disband. Even I am looking forward to it now. I really want to see what Purple Marquis looks like. Even though I saw Purple Marquis kill the left guardian of Dharma of Hechuan sect, I was too far away to see his face clearly. However, his back view is similar to this person dressed in purple. The people of Hong Tian sect spoke as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back view. Of course, even though they felt that the person in front of them was the famous Purple Marquis, they didn't think that it was a fake. However, even though they felt that the other party was a fake, they didn't dare to act rashly before they confirmed it. What if the other party wasn't a fake? It was said that those who had attacked Purple Marquis had all died in his hands without exception. Purple Marquis? Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after wandering around for 3 months, I would actually make such a name for myself. I wonder, if I can join the Heavenly Dao Alliance with this name, will I have the privilege of joining without passing the test? 3 months passed, and the annual recruitment of the Heavenly Dao Alliance was about to begin. 3 days later, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Even though killing was everywhere in the 9 Serenities battlefield, many people would get along amicably when they met each other. Of course, the precondition for such a situation was that they didn't know each other's strength and weren't confident in themselves. For example, some experts would just attack anyone they saw. It was either you die or I die. In the past half a month, fewer and fewer people have taken the initiative to attack me. It seems like the name Purple Marquis still has a certain degree of deterrence. However, there are many fakes as well. As he walked through Hongtian City, Duan Lingtian noticed that out of the 10 people he saw, at least half of them were wearing purple. It was as though purple had become the fashion and trend in this area. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat dumbfounded. Am I considered to be leading the fashion trend in the Nine Serenities battlefield? 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. Furthermore, a portion of them were wearing purple. Each of them had an unfathomable expression, as though they were some otherworldly experts. Around these purple-clothed people, there were many people looking at them. Their eyes were filled with doubt and mockery. Do these people think that by pretending to be Purple Marquis, they will be able to obtain preferential treatment in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? What a joke! A middle-aged man mocked. This is very obvious. A youth beside him also had a mocking expression. Another one has arrived. Following the arrival of Duan Lingtian, many people's gazes landed on him. When those who were wearing purple looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust. As for those who weren't wearing purple, their gazes were filled with mockery and disdain, as though they couldn't be bothered to be associated with him. Brat, I advise you to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base, a blue-clothed youth slowly walked over from afar. With a mocking smile on his face, he said, I just received news that you people who are pretending to be Purple Marquis aren't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Alliance doesn't recruit fake people. Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed youth who was inexplicably approaching him. With a calm expression, he said, What makes you think that I am a fake? If you are not a fake, then why are you participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? The blue-clothed youth's mocking smile became even more pronounced. A month ago, the Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to Purple Marquis. They invited Purple Marquis to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As long as Purple Marquis is willing to join, he will become one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Hearing the blue-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to him? He really didn't know about this. Otherwise, why would he wait for 3 months? He would have definitely come a month ago. After all, he wanted to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance so that he could have a place to stay and cultivate without any worries. No one would disturb him, and no one would ambush him to interrupt his cultivation. Is this true? Is what he said true? Where did he get this information from? At the same time, the purple-clothed people who heard the blue-clothed youth's words frowned slightly. As they whispered among themselves, they were all wondering if what the blue-clothed youth said was true or false. If it was true, they still had time to change their robes. However, just as they were hesitating, 3 figures flew out from within the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. An old man who was escorted by 2 middle-aged men flew out. The old man was dressed in a long silver robe and had an extraordinary temperament. A pair of white sword-like eyebrows stretched across his forehead. It's the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan. The moment the old man appeared, someone recognized him. Chapter 3551. I never expected that the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan, would personally come out to receive us. After hearing the identity of the person who had come, many people sighed and felt flattered. The Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan. It is said that he is a powerful 7-star god of war. He once killed a person who had just broken through to the 7-star god of war and an outstanding 6-star god of war by himself. At that time, the two of them joined forces to deal with Meng Shan. Someone looked at Meng Shan with a burning gaze as he spoke of Meng Shan's past glorious achievements. It was also that battle that made Meng Shan famous. At the same time, this group of people knew that Meng Shan was a powerful 7-star god of war. Under the numerous burning gazes, Meng Shan indifferently swept his gaze over the crowd. In the end, his gaze heavily swept over the group of people wearing purple clothes, and indifferently said, "Now, as long as you're wearing purple clothes, you can all leave. The Heavenly Law Alliance does not accept people who cheat." Do you really think that you are the Purple Marquis just by wearing purple clothes? After saying this, Meng Shan sneered. After Meng Shan said this, the expressions of the group of people wearing purple clothes changed. At the same time, they regretted not listening to the blue-robed youth's reminder and changing their purple clothes in time. 7th Protector. At the same time, a youth wearing purple clothes looked at Meng Shan and said with an unwilling expression, "I am wearing purple clothes without any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to participate in the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test because of my usual habits?" As the young man finished speaking, his tone gradually became heavier, and he seemed to be slightly overbearing. Following that young man's words, the group of purple-clothed people present immediately followed suit. 7th Protector, I have no intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. I am normally wearing this purple robe. Please don't misunderstand. 7th Protector, you wearing purple clothes doesn't mean that you are impersonating the Purple Marquis, right? 7th Protector, I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to wear purple clothes? Your Heavenly Law Alliance can't be so unreasonable, right? 7th Protector, I definitely do not have any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I have always worn purple clothes. After the young man spoke, the scene turned into a wet market. All the purple-clothed people were trying their best to defend themselves, hoping that Meng Shan, one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, would change his mind and allow them to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Union's recruitment test was only held once every year. If they were unable to join the Heavenly Tao Union this time, it was uncertain if they would be able to survive in the 9 Serenities battlefield for the next year. Although they could leave the 9 Serenities battlefield at any time, they were still able to do so. However, since they had already entered, they were naturally unwilling to leave so easily. If they kept thinking about leaving to save their lives, what was the point of entering? If they could join the Heavenly Tao Union, they would be able to obtain more opportunities. It would be much better than fighting alone in the 9 Nether battlefield. Now, they were going to be disqualified from participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test just because they were wearing purple clothes. How could they be willing to accept this? Are my words not clear enough? Meng Shan, who was one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, did not change his expression in the face of the group of purple-clothed people. He glanced at them indifferently and said calmly, I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, if you are still within my sight, I don't mind personally killing all of you. Now 1 breath of time has passed. Almost at the same instant Meng Shan finished speaking, the expressions of the group of purple-clothed people, who were originally speaking confidently, changed greatly. Then, one by one, they turned around and fled into the distance, not saying a single word from the beginning to the end. They did not even have the time to speak. They had 9 breaths of time to leave Meng Shan's sight. Time was of the essence, and none of them dared to play around with their lives. You actually did not flee? Did you take the 7 protectors' words for granted? The blue-clothed young man, who was beside Duan Lingtian, said with a mocking smile, Did you think that the 7 protectors were joking? Lad, let me remind you that the 7 protectors' words are as firm as nails. While the blue-clothed young man was mocking Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people's gazes also fell upon Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was too conspicuous. Now, after the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, threatened them, the group of nearly 100 people, who were wearing purple clothes, left in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds on the horizon. Under such circumstances, the only purple-clothed person left at the scene was naturally very conspicuous. There are only 4 breaths of time left. Do you all think that he will leave? He will definitely leave. He probably wants to use the time to disappear before Protector Meng Shan's eyes. However, what's the point of doing so? Maybe he wants Protector Meng Shan to see his courage, so that Protector Meng Shan will think highly of him and give him a chance to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's groom search. The surrounding crowd of people looked at Duanling Tian and pointed at him as they discussed animatedly in whispers. However, under everyone's gazes, Duanling Tian still did not move. For breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. This person is dead for sure. Is this person not afraid of death? After the 10 breaths of time mentioned by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, everyone present, including the 2 middle-aged men behind Meng Shan, looked at Duanling Tian with gazes filled with pity. It was as if they felt that Duanling Tian was dead for sure. As for Meng Shan, when the time was up, he looked at Duanling Tian. His originally calm face was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and his whole body emitted a cold aura, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Good. Good, very good. Meng Shan looked at Duanling Tian and said, good a few times. His aura became stronger and stronger. It has been a long time since someone ignored my words. Since you want to die, I, Meng Shan, will fulfill your wish. Meng Shan's tone became colder and colder. The instant he finished speaking, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a sword whistling, a 3-foot-long blade formed from ice broke through the air. It brought with it a long and narrow sword aura as it flew towards Duanling Tian. A sharp and cold aura spread through the air. The cold wind that blew towards them brought with it a tyrannical attack, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Protector Meng Shan is indeed one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors. Even a normal 6-star war god would find it hard to dodge or receive this attack. Unless this person has the strength of a 6-star war god or above, he will definitely die. 6-star war god? That shouldn't be possible, right? Why would a 6-star war god need to follow the rules and participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's annual Zhao Xian examination? The Heavenly Tao Alliance has opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Any 6-star war god or above can directly enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance and display their strength. As long as they pass the inner demon examination, they will be able to enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The words that entered his ears caused Duanling Tian to be startled. It was fine if he didn't know about the Heavenly Tao Alliance's invitation. He actually didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Duanling Tian suddenly felt that his information was outdated and uninformed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duanling Tian stood motionless in the face of Meng Shan's sudden attack. It was as if he had given up on resisting. His strength is so weak, yet he still hasn't reacted? He is definitely going to die. Even if he is one of the best 6-star war gods at such a close distance, it is impossible for him to block this attack. He is definitely going to die. Now, everyone looked at Duanling Tian as if they were looking at a dead man. Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold sword beam had already reached Duanling Tian's forehead. It was only a short distance away from his forehead. At this moment, when most people thought that Duanling Tian was definitely going to die, Duanling Tian finally moved. Whoosh! Duanling Tian casually raised his hand and placed a finger horizontally between his brows. A grayish energy coiled around the finger and forcefully blocked Meng Shan's attack. It was even to the extent that waves of peerlessly fierce energy twisted out from the finger and shattered Meng Shan's icy sword light step by step. In the blink of an eye, Meng Shan's attack was neutralized. Just when everyone was still in shock, Duanling Tian flicked his finger and a sword ray shot out as well, heading straight for Meng Shan. Oh my god! He counterattacked. To be able to block Protector Meng Shan's attack with a single finger, he is at least a 7-star war god. Now he is taking the initiative to attack. 7-star war god. Could it be that he is Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis. Is it necessary for him to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with us? Isn't this too degrading? Moreover, didn't the Heavenly Tao Alliance invite him? As long as he is willing to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he will be one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. You must know that only 7-star war gods and above have the ability to become a protector of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. By sending out such an invitation, it means that the Heavenly Tao Alliance recognizes Purple Marquis as a 7-star war god. Just when everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and his counterattack towards Meng Shan, the spatial sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger and arrived in front of Meng Shan in the blink of an eye. You are Purple Marquis. As Meng Shan cried out in surprise, he calmly made his move, intending to block Duan Lingtian's sword beam. Whoosh! 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 Gusts of cold wind blew past. In the depths of Meng Shan, a wall completely made of ice appeared, blocking in front of Meng Shan. However, as the spatial sword beam flickered, it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind the ice wall, heading straight for Meng Shan. Profound meaning of teleportation? Meng Shan's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he opened his hands wide and threw out an icicle. The icicle was about 10 meters long. When it pierced through the air, it caused the surrounding air to become cold, as if winter had arrived. Chapter 35:52. Whoosh! Whoosh! The icicles, which were more than 10 meters long, fell down like the tip of a glacier. They emitted a bone-chilling aura that was mighty and intimidating. This was Meng Shan's all-out attack. However, even with this attack, it was instantly shattered by Duan Lingtian's spatial sword ray. This was because within the spatial sword ray, other than the profound of the law of space, it also contained a trace of the weapon Dao of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. It was Duan Lingtian's spatial sword Dao. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, a loud explosion sounded out of nowhere. After that, the crowd saw the icicle in Meng Shan's hand shatter into pieces, turning into ice powder that filled the sky. As for the sword beam, it continued forward, sweeping towards Meng Shan. My life is over. Meng Shan's eyes were filled with despair. He no longer had any means to block the spatial sword ray. At the same time, he regretted not taking out his celestial artifact. If he had used his celestial artifact, he would have been able to block the attack. Now, even if he wanted to use his celestial artifact, it was too late. Whoosh! However, just as Meng Shan was in despair, the spatial sword ray flickered and disappeared from between Meng Shan's eyebrows. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Meng Shan, who had survived, was stunned for a moment. Then he bowed and cupped his hands towards Duan Lingtian. I am Meng Shan, one of the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Thank you, Purple Marquis, for showing mercy. Now, Meng Shan was 100% sure that the person in front of him was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. He had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Purple Marquis was a young man who liked to wear purple clothes. He was an expert in the law of space. Everything matched up. The only thing that did not match was Purple Marquis' strength. In the past, the Heavenly Law Alliance had received information that Purple Marquis was only an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, today, when he fought with Purple Marquis, he realized that Purple Marquis was not an ordinary 7-star god of war. Instead, he was one of the best 7-star gods of war. He was a top 7-star god of war. He was far from being a match for him. Purple Marquis. Although the people present had suspected that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis earlier, when Meng Shan admitted that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis after he lost the battle with Duan Lingtian, they could not help but be shocked again. Oh my God! Is he really Purple Marquis? Only Purple Marquis would possess such strength. Even Protector Meng Shan is no match for him. The Heavenly Law Alliances, Purple Marquis. Isn't that then an unnecessary action? Maybe he wants to experience the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test? The world of the strong is not something we can understand. Along with the fact that Duan Tian was the Purple Marquis being confirmed by Meng Shan, the scene became bustling and shocked as expected, and the blue-robed young man that was mocking Duan Tian earlier had an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Then he looked at Duan Tian with fear. He cupped his hands and bowed. With a trembling voice, he said, "Purple Marquis, I really did not know your identity. Please forgive me for offending you." Oh? Before Duan Tian could say anything, Meng Shan's expression changed. He glared at the blue-robed youth and said, "Lad, how dare you be rude to Purple Marquis? Don't you know that as long as Purple Marquis is willing to join our Heavenly Law Alliance, he will be our Heavenly Law Alliance's protector?" "Protector Meng Shan, I did not do it on purpose. I did not know Purple Marquis's identity." The blue-robed youth was so frightened that his face turned pale. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man on the left behind Meng Shan. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood up and said to Meng Shan with a bitter smile, "Protector Meng Shan, this is my clan brother. He just arrived at the Nine Serenities battlefield not long ago. I hope you can forgive him." "Humph." Meng Shan snorted coldly and did not say anything to the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he wanted to give face to the middle-aged man behind him. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw Purple Marquis disregard the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he did not intend to make a fuss about it. Under such circumstances, he decided to do a favor to the subordinate behind him. If Purple Marquis wanted to make a fuss about it, he could only sacrifice the blue-robed youth. "Purple Marquis, why have you come to our Heavenly Tao Alliance?" The current Meng Shan was very enthusiastic to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Duan Tian went straight to the point. Although Meng Shan had already guessed it, when he heard Duan Tian's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Our Heavenly Tao Alliance has already sent you an invitation to become one of our 9 protectors. You can just report your name and come to our Heavenly Tao Alliance. There is no need for you to participate in our Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with them. With your strength, Purple Marquis, participating in our Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test is just a small test. There is no need for you to participate." Meng Shan said, "I did not hear that you sent me an invitation." Duan Tian shook his head and asked, "Can I join the Heavenly Tao Alliance now?" "Of course you can." Without any hesitation, Meng Shan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He then made an inviting gesture and said, "Purple Marquis, please follow me to meet the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance." The invitation was personally issued by the Alliance leader. "Okay." Duan Tian nodded as he stepped into the air and flew in the direction that Meng Shan indicated. At the same time, Meng Shan glanced at the 2 middle-aged men behind him and said faintly, "I will leave them to the 2 of you. The 2 of you will be in charge of the recruitment test this time." "Yes, 7 protectors." The 2 of them replied respectfully and sent off the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors with their gazes as they personally brought the astonishingly powerful Purple Marquis into the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. I really did not expect that Purple Marquis's strength would be so powerful. Even the 7 protectors are no match for him. One of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man and said with a voice transmission, "That's right, he is too powerful. With his strength, I'm afraid that he is not inferior to the 2nd protector." The 2nd protector could not help but sigh with a voice transmission. The group of people who came to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test, including the blue-robed young man, only regained their senses after Duan Tian's figure disappeared from their sight. Even now, they still felt as if they were dreaming. They had actually met the famous Purple Marquis in such a situation. Furthermore, they had also witnessed Purple Marquis's astonishing strength, which was even more powerful than what the rumors said. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, was a 7-star god of war whose strength surpassed that of an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, he was actually not a match for Duan Lingtian, which was truly shocking. On the other side, under Meng Shan's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly entered the Heavenly Dao Alliance's encampment. It was a vast valley surrounded by mountains. There were many buildings in the valley, and there were several figures flitting past in the sky. Seventh Elder. Seventh Elder. Many people brushed past Duan Lingtian and Meng Shan. When they saw Meng Shan, they all bowed to him. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with surprise. This was because Meng Shan was too polite to Duan Lingtian. Purple Marquis, have you not joined any faction in the 9 Serenities battlefield? Meng Shan curiously asked. In fact, this was also a test. He wanted to see if Purple Marquis was a spy sent by one of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's enemies to infiltrate the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Part of the reason why the Heavenly Dao Alliance invited him was because they wanted to see if there was anything wrong with him. It was hard for anyone not to be suspicious of Purple Marquis's sudden appearance in the region where the Heavenly Dao Alliance ruled. I have only been in the 9 Serenities battlefield for less than half a year. Duan Lingtian spoke. Without waiting for Meng Shan's reply, he added, "This is my first time in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The reason why I want to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance is because I recently realized that if I don't join a faction, I won't be able to cultivate peacefully in the 9 Serenities battlefield. So that's how it is." Although Meng Shan had an enlightened expression, he was actually doubting the authenticity of Duan Lingtian's words. After all, no one knew if these words were true or not. Purple Marquis, may I know your name? Meng Shan asked curiously. Currently, most people only knew Purple Marquis was Purple Marquis, but they did not know his name, which Devata realm he was from, which faction he belonged to, and whether he was a sectless cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not plan to conceal his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer Meng Shan's question. Good name. Meng Shan praised before he asked, Brother Duan, which Devata realm are you from? The solitary destructive heaven. Are you a sectless cultivator, or are you from a faction in the solitary destructive heaven? The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian answered Meng Shan's question. When Meng Shan heard Duan Lingtian was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but feel shocked. I only know that the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is a powerful 6-star god of war. However, I've never heard of someone like you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Shan was even more skeptical now. Could it be that Purple Marquis was a spy sent by another faction? How could he be so unprofessional when it came to forging an identity? Everyone knew that apart from the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. However, Purple Marquis was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Could it be that he was a hidden trump card of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Although it was possible, it was highly unlikely. We're here. Before they knew it, Meng Shan had brought Duan Lingtian to a spacious mansion in the corner of the valley. He said respectfully, Leader, Purple Marquis is here to join the Heaven Dao Alliance. The spacious mansion was secluded. The surroundings were filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Duan Lingtian felt relaxed as he stood outside the mansion. He thought to himself, the leader of the Heaven Dao Alliance sure knows how to enjoy life. Naturally, these were Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Purple Marquis? At the same time, a slightly surprised voice sounded from within the mansion at the right time. Literature Hall. Chapter 3553. The League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was one of the 2 8-star war gods of the Heavenly Law Union. He was also the strongest expert in the Heavenly Law Union. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard of him more than once. He knew that his strength was considered strong even among the 8-star war gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lead the Heavenly Law Union to occupy this area and attract countless people to join the Heavenly Law Union. The minimum requirement to enter the Heavenly Law Union was to be a 4-star war god. You are the Purple Marquis? You are so young. Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union more than once, today was the first time he had seen him. He didn't expect him to be a very young man. He was wearing a yellow robe with golden edges. He had a delicate appearance and was holding a glittering golden fan. The fan only had a frame and no fan face. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard that the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was called Shangguan Yunfeng. He was an expert in the 9 regions of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He guarded the Heavenly Law Union and very few people dared to invade it. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there were many regions in the north, south, east, west, and central. Every region was divided into nearly 100 regions. Among them, the central region had the most experts. Some of the powerful factions there even had 9-star war gods overseeing them and intimidating everyone. However, in the East region there were very few 9-star war gods. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even the 9-star war gods who didn't join any factions in the 9 Serenities battlefield wouldn't want to stay in the north, south, east, and west regions. The people in those regions were too weak for them. Even if they killed those people, they wouldn't be interested in the things they could obtain. I am the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union, Shangguan Yunfeng. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and introduced himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's first impression of Shangguan Yunfeng was quite good. When he saw the warm smile on Shangguan Yunfeng's face, a smile appeared on his face as well. He nodded at Shangguan Yunfeng. Duan Lingtian? Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's name. He studied Duan Lingtian intently before he asked, Duan Lingtian, may I know which Devata realm you're from? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, one of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 guardians, Mengshan, spoke first. Alliance leader Purple Marquis said, he came from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. As soon as Mengshan finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Shangguan Yunfeng and said, Alliance leader, everyone knows that the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The last time Meng Luo appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he was only a peak 6-star god of war. In my opinion, this purple-robed Marquis might be a spy planted by another faction in our Heavenly Dao Alliance. Even if he temporarily joins our Heavenly Dao Alliance, we still have to be on guard against him. As Mengshan reached the end of his voice transmission, his tone turned grave. His expression also turned slightly grave. However, when he heard Mengshan's words, Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned. He did not even hear Mengshan's voice transmission clearly. Then, under Mengshan's shocked gaze, Shangguan Yunfeng cupped his hands slightly at Duan Lingtian. His tone was even more respectful at this moment. So it's you, young palace master. Shangguan Yunfeng was rude earlier. Please forgive me, young palace master. Young master? Mengshan was stunned. He looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and asked, Alliance leader, are you mistaken? Duan Lingtian had heard about the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven when he left the 9 Serenities battlefield a few decades ago. However, the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was not even 1,000 years old. However, Purple Marquis was a peak 7-star god of war. A peak 7-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Based on Mengshan's knowledge, even in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses held by the Title Temple, the most outstanding young genius was only a 6-star god of war. Moreover, a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old was rare even in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. The young master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is only a few hundred years old. Mengshan continued to speak. Mengshan continued, but he was interrupted by Shangguan Yunfeng before he could finish. Mengshan, you haven't left the 9th Serenity battlefield recently, right? No. Although Mengshan was puzzled by Mengshan's question, he still shook his head. It had been a few decades since he left the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was during that time that he learned about the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had never accepted a disciple, had a true disciple. It's normal that you don't know about this. Shangguan Yunfeng said, he's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not long ago, during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Since then, his name has spread far and wide in the Devata realms. A hint of admiration could be seen in Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid it won't take long for everyone in the Nine Serenities battlefield to learn about the young master's strength during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. A hint of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not expect Shangguan Yunfeng to know so much. I wonder if Shangguan Yunfeng has anything to do with the Tidal Temple? However, I'm sure not everyone in the Tidal Temple knows that I possess the 5 divine elements. It's impossible for Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, to spread the news so widely. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. In the future, he would just have to be careful when cultivating in the Heaven Tao Alliance. If he felt that something was amiss, he would immediately leave and change his identity. What? Meng Shan was shocked when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. During the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Alliance leader, is it possible that the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is no longer restricted to those below the age of 1,000? Even those who are more than 1,000 years old can participate. Meng Shan subconsciously thought so, because it was truly inconceivable. If the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was still the same, how could there be 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war? In fact, in the past, there was at most 1 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is still the same as before. Only those who are under the age of 1,000 are allowed to participate. The reason there are 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is completely unexpected. As for the other 2 6-star gods of war, one of them is the young master of the Tidal Temple, and the other is from the realms of gods. It was obvious Shangguan Yunfeng knew why Meng Shan was shocked. Meng Shan was dumbstruck when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively, "Young master, you've broken through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, right?" Shangguan Yunfeng was aware that Duan Lingtian had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He was certain Duan Lingtian would have become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor if he had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Shangguan Yunfeng had guessed it, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When he regained his senses, he asked in shock, "Does this mean you're as strong as a top 8-star god of war?" A top 8-star god of war. When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, Meng Shan, who had just recovered, was once again startled. Meng Shan felt that the shock that he had received today was greater than all the previous events combined. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response to Shangguan Yunfeng's question. Shangguan Yunfeng did not press the matter. However, when he saw the mysterious smile on Duan Lingtian's face, he knew the answer to his question. "Young master, do you really plan to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance?" Shangguan Yunfeng asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's potential, it would not take long for him to have the strength of a 9-star god of war. If he was willing to stay in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he might be able to lead the Heavenly Tao Alliance to occupy a place in the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if the current Heavenly Tao Alliance had 2 8-star gods of war, including him, it could only be considered a faction that was not worth mentioning in the central region. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I want to find a place to cultivate. If I cultivate outside, there will often be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb me. Although I can kill them in batches, I am tired of killing them. Therefore, I want to find a faction to join and cultivate in. I don't think there will be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb my cultivation." When Shangguan Yunfeng heard this, he could not help but smile. "Young master, is this your first time entering the Nine Serenities battlefield?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "The Heavenly Tao Alliance welcomes young master to join us." Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and said to Duan Ling Tian, "From today onwards, young master will be the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I, Shangguan Yunfeng, will be the vice alliance master." When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, he actually wanted to give the position of alliance master to Duan Ling Tian. Meng Shan, who was at the side, did not seem to be surprised. He even looked at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation. If the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was changed to this person in front of him, he would definitely be able to go higher and further in the future. "Don't." Duan Ling Tian repeatedly refused. "I joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance only to find a place to cultivate. Of course, if the Heavenly Tao Alliance needs my help, I will not refuse. However, it cannot cross my moral bottom line. As for the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, I am not interested." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he shook his head. Although the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance sounded nice, the responsibility was also great. He was not interested in it at all. Although Shangguan Yunfeng was not surprised that he was rejected, he could not help but smile bitterly. Since that is the case, from today onwards, young master will be the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian became the first Vice Alliance Master in the history of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Chapter 3554. Before Duan Ling Tian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the strongest members were two 8-star gods of war. One of them was the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. As for the other person, he was the Great Guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Below them, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7-star gods of war were ranked from the 2nd Guardian all the way to the 8th Guardian. The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a total of 7 7-star gods of war. In the past, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had invited Duan Ling Tian, who was known as the Purple Marquis, because they had confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had the strength of a 7-star god of war. They wanted to invite him to the Heavenly Tao Alliance to be the 9th Guardian. Now, Duan Ling Tian's identity had been exposed. Furthermore, Shangguan Yunfeng knew a lot about him. Therefore, he did not allow him to be the 9th Guardian. Instead, he gave him the title of Vice Alliance Master. Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything about this. However, Meng Shan, who was beside him, knew that this matter was enough to cause a commotion in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. "Young Palace Master, my residence is not bad. I will give it to you." When making arrangements for Duan Ling Tian, Shangguan Yunfeng planned to give up his residence for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. "There is no need." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "Just give me a secluded place that is rarely visited." Shangguan Yunfeng originally wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. However, when he saw the determination in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he did not say anything else. He personally brought Duan Ling Tian around the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. "Young Palace Master, where do you think is suitable? No matter where you like, no matter if there is already someone there, I can arrange it for you." As the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng had the authority and confidence to do so. If anyone was not willing to give it to him, they could scram. That will do. In the end, Duan Ling Tian chose to cultivate in the northern corner of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It was a desolate valley where not even a blade of grass grew. It was also a place that nobody in the Heavenly Tao Alliance would choose to cultivate. Most of them would choose to cultivate in places that were lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and fragrance of flowers. "Young Palace Master." Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. "Although there is no place in the 9 Serenities battlefield where the heaven and earth spirit energy is denser and thinner, that place is too barren. Why don't we go somewhere with a better view?" "No, that's fine." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, I just want to find a secluded place where no one is around. Alliance leader. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, "In the future, when I am cultivating in the Heavenly Law Alliance, unless there is something that requires my help, I do not wish to be disturbed." Rest assured, young palace master. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded and vowed, "When we go back later, I will list this place as a forbidden area. No one is allowed to come close and disturb your cultivation." Thanks. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shangguan Yunfeng felt flattered. "You're too kind, young palace master. It's my honor to serve you, young palace master." After exchanging soul pearls with Shangguan Yunfeng, Duan Lingtian and Shangguan Yunfeng entered the barren valley to cultivate. The Nine Serenities battlefield was different from other places. In most places, soul pearls were not allowed, let alone soul pearls, celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons. However, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, apart from those who had attained godhood, there were no other restrictions. The Nine Serenities battlefield was like a miniature version of a Devata realm. A Devata realm where there were no gods. Due to the harsh environment, most people who dared to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield were titled Celestial Emperors. Although there were some who were not titled Celestial Emperors, there were not many of them. I didn't expect the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would come to the Nine Serenities battlefield and join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng only regained his senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, "Such a person is bound to become a god in the future. There's no harm in befriending him." Moreover, his master is the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who has attained godhood. No matter what, Shangguan Yunfeng was an 8-star god of war. Although he was a sectless cultivator in the Devata realms, he did not bother to join any forces. He was like a wild crane. He only had a few sectless friends in the Devata realms. He did not have many connections with heaven-grade forces or heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. However, sectless cultivators were still humans, and they had to think about their future. Especially now that he had been stuck at the level of an 8-star war god for tens of thousands of years. If he still didn't break through, he felt that his life was coming to an end. Of course, this was talking about the end of his strength, not the end of his lifespan. He had a lifespan that was as long as heaven and earth. As long as he was not killed, he could live forever. However, there were times when one could not see the light of hope in one's cultivation journey. Moreover, this loneliness would only grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, there were many existences who had not made any progress in their cultivation for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. They would do some risky things in order to find an opportunity to break through. Many of them had died in the process, while some had successfully broken through and reached a higher level. Whether it was the Nine Serenities battlefield or the Purgatory battlefield, it was a way to break through. For this reason, 7-star gods of war, 8-star gods of war, and even 9-star gods of war could be found in the Nine Serenities battlefield. As sectless cultivators in the Devata realms, they did not have to interact with the outside world. However, they also had needs and they also had goals. In order to improve their cultivation and strength, they entered the Nine Serenities battlefield in order to seek an opportunity to break through in an adventurous manner. Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and most of the guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were such people. When the young palace master becomes a god in the future, as long as he's willing to give me some pointers, I might be able to improve. Moreover, the young palace master has mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Shangguan Yunfeng was usually arrogant and aloof. However, he was enthusiastic in front of Duan Lingtian because he felt Duan Lingtian would be able to help him in the future. If Duan Lingtian did not help him, even if a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm appeared in front of him, he would still be indifferent. Moreover, there were many heavenly emperors who were weaker than him. After Shangguan Yunfeng left, he immediately ordered the barren mountain where Duan Lingtian had gone to be turned into a forbidden area in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate. For this reason, he even arranged for some elders and disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to patrol the area. If anyone dared to approach the area, they were to be killed without mercy. Forbidden area? Why is that place in the middle of nowhere suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Shangguan Yunfeng's words caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Law Alliance, as expected of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Naturally, many people were curious about the reason. Initially, that place was fine and no one went there. Why was it suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Could it be that there's a treasure there? Many people speculated inwardly. However, they soon discovered they were wrong. That place was turned into a forbidden area because the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had given it to someone as a place to cultivate. Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis is cultivating there now. Some of the more well-informed people quickly found out that the person cultivating there was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. However, some of them were puzzled. Even if it was Purple Marquis, he shouldn't have such great influence, right? His place of cultivation had actually been turned into a forbidden area by the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and no one was allowed to disturb him? I just received news that Purple Marquis didn't join the Heavenly Tao Alliance as the 9th Elder. Now, Purple Marquis is the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Some of the more well-informed people further inquired about some of the inside story. Immediately, the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance was in an uproar. Deputy leader? The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a deputy leader? The position of the deputy leader is obviously above that of the Great Protector. The Great Protector is an 8-star god of war, so why is Purple Marquis the deputy leader? I can't accept this. Purple Marquis is only a 7-star god of war, so how can he become the deputy leader? Is his strength stronger than the Great Protector? Just as many people were doubting this, more and more news began to spread. Purple Marquis has another identity. He's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's also the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What? He's the Duan Lingtian who won first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Heavens! He came to the 9 Serenities battlefield and joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance? I heard about him when I went out a month ago. He's the first 7-star god of war in the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Most importantly, he's only a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor at that time. I heard about him when I went out 4 months ago. He obtained the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit from the Tidal Temple during the Battle of the Geniuses. Many people said that once he consumes the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, he'll become a 10-direction Celestial Emperor and be as strong as a top 8-star god of war. A top 8-star god of war? Heavens! If that's true, doesn't that mean he's stronger than the Alliance leader? I heard that the Alliance Master intended to give him the position of Alliance Master and let him become the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he rejected it. For this reason, the Alliance leader appointed him as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Every piece of important news shocked everyone in the Heavenly Tao Union, causing their hearts to tremble. After listening to those who had left the 9 Serenities battlefield, they learned that such a peerless genius had appeared in the Devata realm while they were in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Chapter 35-55. The current vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Not only that, but he's also a 7-star god of war who won first place in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. It's hard to imagine a young man who's not even 1,000 years old could achieve such a feat. Has there ever been such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata Realms? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid only the younger generation from the powerful forces in the realms of gods would be able to compete with him at the same age. After Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate were in a state of shock for a long time. As for those who had appeared outside the Heavenly Tao Alliance's monastery gate with Duan Lingtian and successfully passed the recruitment test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, they were shocked when they heard about Purple Marquis, Duan Tian. Duan Tian was unaware of this. Currently, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He hoped he could attain godhood as soon as possible. At the same time, he hoped he could further improve his comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth and the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Duan Tian had been cultivating all this time and did not appear in public at all. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace. From the moment Duan Tian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance until now, apart from those who had successfully joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, only the alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, one of the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Meng Shan, and 2 of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's elders who had joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance during the recruitment last year had seen him. Apart from them, no one else in the Heavenly Tao Alliance had seen Duan Tian. During this half a year, news of Duan Tian joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance spread like wildfire. For a moment, the title of Purple Marquis that Duan Tian had earned previously paled in comparison to the Duan Tian's achievements outside. Of course, the group was still shocked by Duan Tian for a long time. Half a year had passed, and basically everyone in the eastern 9 districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield that the Heavenly Tao Alliance was in knew that Duan Tian had come to the 9 Serenities battlefield as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year. As for the Duan Tian's reputation outside, it was also widely spread by some insiders. In the past, Duan Tian was only slightly famous in the 9 East District because of his title as the Purple Marquis. Now, he had become a celebrity in the 9 East District. He was so famous that he even surpassed the previous strongest expert in the 9 East District, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. The reason Duan Tian was said to be the strongest expert in the 9 East District was because everyone felt that Duan Tian was stronger than Shangguan Yunfeng. After all, Duan Tian was the strongest expert in the 9 East District. Let alone the 9 East District. I'm afraid no one in the eastern districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield is a match for the legendary disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. A top 8-star god of war. Even the strongest 8-star god of war in the eastern district doesn't dare to claim that he's a top 8-star god of war, right? Duan Tian's reputation was not only spread in the 9 East District. Everyone in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield knew about his achievements in the outside world and the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Alliance Master of the Yunqiu Alliance, Yun Luan, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Tian. The Alliance Master of the Shao Alliance, Shao Luoye, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Shao Alliance. As news of Duan Tian's achievements in the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many leaders of various forces in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield came to meet Duan Tian. However, no one knew what they would do after meeting Duan Tian. However, none of them managed to meet Duan Tian. This was because Duan Tian had rejected all of them. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, felt pressured when facing the leaders of various forces in the Eastern District. He did not dare to reject all of them since many of them were stronger than him. For this reason, he brought some of them to Duan Tian's barren mountain to ask for Duan Tian's opinion. However, Duan Tian rejected all of them. In the end, the number of people who came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with Duan Tian dwindled. Alliance Master, most of them came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with the Vice Alliance Master, right? One of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, asked as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. That's obvious. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded. Of course, even if they don't succeed in seducing the Vice Alliance Master, it will still be beneficial to them if they can get acquainted with the young Imperial Empress. While Meng Shan and Shangguan Yunfeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out from the Heavenly Law Alliance's residence. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. It was as if a clap of thunder had resounded out of nowhere. I'm Wulong, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Fantian. I came to the Heavenly Law Alliance today to meet the Vice Alliance Master, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Tian. Of course, if it's possible, I would like to have a duel with him. I want to see if he's as strong as the rumors say. When the voice rang out, Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's expressions changed drastically. Wulong isn't the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the central district of the Nine Serenities battlefield? Why is he here in the eastern district? Based on his aggressive tone, could it be that he is here for the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance? Alliance Master, what should we do? Meng Shan smiled bitterly as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. A few years ago, I heard that the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had the strength of an 8-star god of war. Based on his tone, it's obvious that he wants to challenge the young Imperial Empress. Duan Lingtian was the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, regardless of whether it was Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, or Meng Shan, the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they still addressed Duan Lingtian as Young Palace Master. This was because they knew their status as the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance was not good enough for the Young Palace Master. This is no longer something that we can interfere with, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. What I regret the most now is that I didn't seal the news and let everyone know that the young Imperial Empress is in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Let's go. Follow me to meet the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the central district of the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan along as they headed toward the source of the voice. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Law Alliance's base. At the same time, they saw 2 people standing not far away. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and muscular. Although he was not considered handsome, he was very handsome and masculine. His eyebrows were sword-like, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. Behind him was an old man dressed in a gray robe. The old man was skinny, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. His body was full of vitality, far surpassing most of the young people. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, and the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Meng Shan, greet Alliance Master Wulong. The moment Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan saw the 2 people, they quickly bowed to the young man in the lead. With just a glance, he could tell that this person was Wulong, who was famous in the Nine Serenities battlefield. He was the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, Jiyu, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He was also the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the central district of the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the Nine Serenities battlefield. It was established by the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor. It was said that the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor was already a 9-star god of war, a half-step divine spirit. He was also the first Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. Wulong was his junior brother from the same sect. Ask Duan Lingtian to come out and see me. Wulong hovered in the air as he glanced at Shangguan Yunfeng indifferently. Alliance Master Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. The young Imperial Empress has been in seclusion recently. I'm afraid it's not convenient for her to come out and see you. Why don't I discuss it with her and ask her to visit you in the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance? When Shangguan Yunfeng reached the end of his sentence, a nervous and cautious expression appeared on his face. He was not a match for Wulong. Even if he was, he would not dare to casually make a move against Wulong. Once he made a move, he would definitely provoke the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. After all, the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Wulong narrowed his eyes when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, I'll give you 15 minutes. If I don't see Duan Lingtian by then, I'll annihilate the Heaven Dao Alliance. As for whether I have the ability to do so, you should be very clear about that. When Wulong said this, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng's expression change, but even Meng Shan's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Alliance Master Wulong, please wait for a moment. At this point, Shangguan Yunfeng had no other choice. I'll go look for the young Imperial Empress now. After saying this, he brought Meng Shan back to the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. Along the way, Meng Shan said in a trembling voice, Alliance Master, isn't this Wulong too overbearing? He wants to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance just because of a disagreement. In his eyes, in the eyes of the solitary destructive Heaven Alliance, what is the Heavenly Law Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. The Heavenly Law Alliance was the strongest force in the 9 eastern regions. However, in the eastern regions, it could only be considered as one of the top forces. Such a force was nothing in the central regions. When compared to the solitary destructive Heaven Alliance, which was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it was not even worth mentioning. If the solitary destructive Heaven Alliance wanted to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Young Imperial Empress? When Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan to Duan Lingtian's place of cultivation, they saw a purple figure standing in the sky above the barren mountain, quietly watching them approach. It was Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35-56. Young Palace Master, you know about it? Shangguan Yunfeng asked instinctively when he saw Duan Lingtian had already revealed himself. What's the matter with Duan Lingtian? His voice was loud, so it's hard for me not to know about it. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although he felt more at ease cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance compared to cultivating in the outside world, he could not fully immerse himself in it. Therefore, he left a trace of his consciousness to maintain contact with Huang the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. If Huang discovered something was amiss, she would immediately contact him so he could be on guard. This had always been the case. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian heard someone had announced his identity and his current strength, he knew Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. In fact, Duan Lingtian suspected Duan Lingtian had something to do with the Title Temple. Since Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Heavenly Emperor Jifan Tian, it was highly likely that the Title Temple knew that Duan Lingtian was in the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they had instructed Heavenly Emperor Jifan Tian to send his disciple to test Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long been prepared for someone to attack him. The reason he did not conceal his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield was because he wanted the Title Temple to know he was here so they could send someone to deal with him. Back then, his master Feng Qingyang's clone had been destroyed in the realm where the Title Temple's main palace was located. He had been brooding over this matter ever since. Even though he knew his master's clone would not be harmed, he still could not let it go. Moreover, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Title Temple, Mi Xian, and Yahiko had colluded with each other and forced Duan Lingtian to flee. Duan Lingtian would never forget this. Naturally, with his current strength, he would not be able to deal with the Title Temple in the Devata realms. However, he could do so in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The 9 Serenities battlefield was forbidden to gods. Only those who were not gods were allowed to enter. Under such circumstances, the Title Temple would only send a 9-star god of war or a quasi-god to deal with him. Although the 9-star god of war, who was known as a demigod, was powerful, there was a world of difference between him and a real deity. His master, Feng Qingyang, had told him about this before. In the eyes of a deity, even in the eyes of a lesser deity, if you don't become a god, you're just an ant. Let's go. Before Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan could speak again, Duan Lingtian spoke first. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess why the two of them had chosen this time. It was definitely because the Heavenly Law Alliance was afraid of the other party. On the way, Shangguan Yunfeng introduced the newcomer to Duan Lingtian. After the introduction, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but suspect that his previous guess was wrong. Wulong was the second true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Jifan. He was also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, one of the strongest forces in the central region of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Wherever a peak 8-star god of war appeared, he would go and challenge them. Today, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war. This was because all of the 8-star gods of war he had challenged were no match for him. Ever since news of you joining the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many people have been saying that with your strength, you might not necessarily be weaker than Wulong. Wulong's master is a deity, and so is your master. Shangguan Yunfeng said to Duan Lingtian, based on Wulong's personality, if he hears such rumors, he won't let it go so easily. For this reason, I'm not surprised that he's here. Shangguan Yunfeng's words made Duan Lingtian doubt his previous guess. After all, based on Wulong's voice, he knew Wulong was the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian. However, he did not know what kind of person Wulong was. Therefore, he assumed Wulong had something to do with a titled Celestial Emperor. However, he was certain Wulong's appearance might not have anything to do with the title temple. Even if his appearance has nothing to do with the title temple, since he's here, this battle is inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The strongest person below the 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield? It seems like he's one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. A top 8-star god of war. This is my first time facing such a powerful opponent. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered many powerhouses who were stronger than Wulong, he had never fought with any of them before. Now Wulong was his opponent. Just as well, I'll test my strength. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he thought to himself. Previously, during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he had displayed the strength of a top 7-star god of war without using a celestial weapon. If he used a celestial weapon, no one below the 8-star god of war would be a match for him. At that time, he was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor. However, he was now a 10 directions celestial emperor. Apart from that, since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, his comprehension of the law of space and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth had improved significantly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had no idea how strong he was. However, if he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he was confident he could kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. No matter what, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was still a high-grade divine tool with a soul. It was one of the best divine tools in the world. When he was still weak, the power he could exert was limited. But now, he could exert its power even further. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in his battle with Wulong. It's a pity, I can't use the power of the 5 divine elements for now. Otherwise, I'll be able to kill anyone below the godly stage if I use their power. Unless he has a high-level 5 divine element as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how the 5 divine elements had drained too much of their energy to save him, and how they were now in a deep slumber. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate under Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's guidance. At this very moment, there were already quite a few people standing not too far away from them. They were all members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Alliance leader and the 7 guardians are here. The purple-clad young man standing in front of the Alliance leader and the 7 guardians must be the Purple Marquis. Why are you still calling him Purple Marquis? You should call him Lord Vice Alliance Leader or Young Master. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance who came to watch looked at Duan Lingtian in awe and excitement. They had finally met the elusive Vice Alliance Leader today. That's Wulong, the 2nd Alliance Leader of the Brahma Alliance. He's known as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Is our Vice Alliance Leader a match for him? Don't underestimate Lord Vice Alliance Leader. During the Battle of the Geniuses, Lord Vice Alliance Leader was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor, but he was already as strong as a 7-star god of war without using any celestial weapons. Now, he must have become a 10 directions celestial emperor with the help of the exploding element celestial fruit. Although Wulong is strong, I don't think Lord Vice Alliance Leader will be defeated by him. Wulong must have heard about the young master's achievements and found out he's in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. That's why he came looking for trouble. As expected of the universally acknowledged crazy challenge demon, in the Ninth Serenity battlefield. I finally witnessed it today. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, shifted their gazes between Duanling Tian and Wulong, who was standing nearby. They whispered among themselves endlessly. Duanling Tian. Wulong's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duanling Tian. I've seen your performance in the Battle of the Geniuses in the Floating Image Pearl. You're really strong. You must be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor now, right? So what if I've become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor? Duanling Tian asked calmly as he hovered in the air, facing Wulong. If you haven't become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, I'll turn around and leave. After all, even if I defeat you, it won't be an honorable victory. Wulong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, if you're a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, you won't be able to avoid this battle. Naturally, if you want to avoid this battle, all you have to do is admit defeat in front of everyone in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As he spoke, the corners of Wulong's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face at the right time. Since you came all the way from the Central Region, how can I disappoint you? The group of people from the Heaven Tao Alliance held their breaths as they looked at Duanling Tian to see how he would react. In the end, Duanling Tian finally spoke. His tone was still calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion in his voice. Good. Very good. Wulong grinned. Today I, Wulong, the second true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, will fight with you, the only true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If you can defeat me as an 8-star God of War, you'll be the strongest person under the 9-star God of War in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If you lose, I'll solidify my position as the strongest person under the 9-star God of War in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one will dare to question me anymore. As his voice faded, the light in Wulong's eyes grew increasingly resplendent and raging. At the same time, Wulong's figure flashed as he moved forward like a ghost. At the same time, he stepped into the air and said, Duanling Tian, since you're younger than me, you'll make the first move. Today's battle is a battle of honor. I won't show you any mercy just because you're younger. Show me mercy? Duanling Tian, who had remained calm since the beginning, could not help but laugh when he heard Wulong's words. If you want to show me mercy, you should at least show me mercy. If you want to fight, let's fight. However, I hope you'll be able to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanling Tian's divine travel vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Wulong. His eyes were still as calm as before as he looked down at Wulong. When Duanling Tian heard Shangguan Yunfeng's introduction of Wulong, he did not have a good impression of Wulong. Chapter 35-57. Consequences? What consequences can there be? Wulong chuckled as he raised his head to look at Duanling Tian, who had teleported into the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from his body and intertwined with each other to form a mini thunderstorm. A terrifying aura emanated from the thunderstorm. Wulong stood in the middle of the thunderstorm and was bathed in lightning bolts. He held a lightning bolt in his hand and had a thunderbolt circling his head. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring. It was obvious Wulong was skilled in the law of thunder. As one of the few laws that were an extension of the 5 elemental laws, the law of thunder surpassed the law of thunder. Currently, Wulong's body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He had the domineering law of fire, the indestructible law of metal, and the sharp law of wind. Duanling Tian, today show me your strength. You're widely acknowledged as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Devata realms. I only hope you live up to your reputation, Wulong said in a thunderous voice. At the same time, he made his move. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a gigantic lightning bolt as he charged forward. Boom! Rumble! Thunderous roars echoed out, and in the twinkling of an eye, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members saw a familiar change in color. Thunder and lightning covered the sky and covered the earth, and they were like purple lightning dragons that were rapidly circling the earth. Amidst the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, a gigantic bolt of lightning that resembled a gigantic lightning dragon circled around Duanling Tian. It was so majestic that it covered the clouds and the sun. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. What a terrifying law of thunder! Wulong lives up to his reputation as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Many elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance exclaimed, "Can the Vice Alliance leader be a match for him?" Many people looked at Duanling Tian skeptically. Although the Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had a calm expression on his face and gave off a sense of security, they still did not have high hopes for him. "Alliance Master, do you think young Palace Master can win?" The Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master, Shangguan Yunfeng, didn't only have the 7 protectors, Meng Shan, by his side. At some point in time, a few more old men had appeared. They were the other protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. One of them took the initiative to ask a question, while the others also had looks of anticipation in their eyes. "Hard to say." Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head. "Wulong's strength is well known in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Everyone knows that. Young Palace Master, on the other hand, has only shown the strength of a 7-star god of war in front of others. Of course, that time he didn't use any immortal artifact, yet he displayed the strength of a peak 7-star war god. Furthermore, he was only a 9 Palaces immortal emperor back then. Currently, he should be a 10 Directions celestial emperor. His strength must be even more unfathomable than before. He should be at least a peak 8-star god of war. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm when facing Wulong." Shangguan Yunfeng did not know if Duanling Tian would win, but he could see Duanling Tian's confidence. Although Duanling Tian's words were ambiguous, his heart was filled with hope. He hoped that a miracle would happen and that Duanling Tian would defeat Wulong. If Duanling Tian defeated Wulong, he would become famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only in the 9 Serenities battlefield, but even in the Devata realms, news of Duanling Tian defeating Wulong would spread like wildfire. At that time, he would be even more famous than his master Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "Make your move." At this moment, a deafening voice rang in the air like thunder. In the next moment, everyone saw that a human figure once again appeared from the giant lightning bolt. However, it was a figure that was obviously dozens of times larger than before. It was an enlarged version of Wulong. Wulong stood in the air, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He was like a thunder god that had descended to earth. In his hand was a gigantic saber that was formed purely from lightning. The power of lightning gathered on the saber gave off a terrifying destructive aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Wulong's body was as huge as a mountain as he stood in the air. His aura was domineering. On the other hand, Duanling Tian stood in front of Wulong. At this moment, Duanling Tian seemed to be extremely tiny before Wulong's figure that was like a mountain, and he was like an insignificant ant. "All right," Duanling Tian replied calmly when he heard Wulong's challenge. Subsequently, the space around his body fluctuated, and a gigantic ancient tree appeared in a timely manner. At first, it was just an illusory figure before it finally materialized. It was the pine willow divine tree that Duanling Tian had not used for a long time. When the pine willow divine tree appeared, it was as huge as a mountain. In terms of height, it was not inferior to Wulong. That's the pine willow divine tree? Vice leader, are you saying that the pine willow divine tree has transformed into a human? No, the young leader is a human. That's just his pine willow divine tree avatar. The pine willow divine tree was a famous plant in the Devata realms. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although the pine willow divine tree avatar was not as big as the pine willow divine tree, it was still very close. If a human could form such a pine willow divine tree avatar, their strength would increase significantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duanling Tian, who was in the pine willow divine tree's avatar, swung its branches at Wulong with just a thought. Terrifying sonic booms rang in the air as the branches swept toward Wulong. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Wulong's body was completely exposed to the pine willow divine tree's branches. The pine willow divine tree's branches fell like a carpet, enveloping Wulong like a mobile prison, trying to imprison him within. Humph! Wulong scoffed when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. Then he swung the thunder saber in his hand, and a saber ray that was surrounded by lightning shot out toward the pine willow divine tree's branches. Buzz! The saber ray tore through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Spurt! 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 As for the branches of the pine willow divine tree, they were chopped into pieces by the saber light in the air. Is that all you've got? Wulong said condescendingly with a disdainful expression on his face. However, as soon as Wulong finished speaking, his expression changed again. He saw that the tree branches that had been chopped off by him actually disappeared into thin air after they were chopped off. When they reappeared, they were already in front of him, and like thousands of arrows they shot towards his body. Oh no! Without any hesitation, Wulong's body was surrounded by lightning as he tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack. However, as he had hastily gathered his strength, he did not have enough strength. In just a blink of an eye, the lightning surrounding his body was destroyed by the branches that shot toward him. The branches continued to land on his body. Wah! Even though the hastily mobilized lightning energy had greatly reduced the force, the remaining force of the branch still injured Wulong when it landed on his body, causing him to involuntarily open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Vice Alliance leader is so powerful. He actually managed to injure Wulong. It seems like Vice Alliance leader might really be able to defeat Wulong. Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance's eyes lit up when they saw this. They could not help but look expectant. However, it was obvious that Wulong's injuries were not serious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pale face regained its color. At the same time, he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. You have some skills. I have to admit that I was careless. Now, since you have already made your move, it's my turn now. After Wulong said this in an indifferent tone, he suddenly stretched out his hands horizontally. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Boom! Rumble! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large thundercloud had gathered in the sky and covered the sun. It caused the sky outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's base to become extremely boundless. The crowd's eyes darkened as if a storm was about to descend. Boom! 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 Just as many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were shocked by the scene before them, they saw Wulong move. Thick lightning bolts descended from the thundercloud in the sky and smashed toward Duan Lingtian. This scene was more like the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. Lightning punishment, heavenly tribulation. The lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept through the entire sky as though it was washing the earth, and it enveloped Duan Lingtian within it. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappeared before the crowd's eyes. It was as if he had been completely submerged. This scene caused the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance to hold their breaths. Just a moment ago, they had seen their Heavenly Law Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, Duan Lingtian, ushering in the dawn of victory. However, in the blink of an eye, Wulong made his move. It was as if the God of Thunder controlled the lightning bolts and struck down the heavenly tribulation on Duan Lingtian. The heavenly tribulation was all-pervasive and made people's hearts palpitate. Young Palace Master. At this moment, even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had a grave expression on his face. He knew that although he would not die under this wave of heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be seriously injured and would not be able to display his full strength. This move was enough to defeat him. It should be known that Wulong had not used his celestial artifact yet. Is that all you have? Just when everyone was worried about Duan Lingtian, a voice resonated from the heavenly tribulation. Following that, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes in a timely manner. A young man in a purple robe flew up into the sky. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, but when it came within a few meters of him, it was destroyed and turned into ashes. This was the true annihilation of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Within a few meters of him, the young man in purple robe seemed to be invincible. No matter what kind of power approached him, it would be destroyed without exception. Is this the Tao of control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? The scene in front of him made the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes burn with passion. He had only heard of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He had not even touched the threshold of it. In fact, he had never seen anyone use it before. Now he was witnessing it for the first time. Chapter 3558. Oh my God! What kind of technique is this? Isn't this too terrifying? Currently, Duan Lingtian was bathed in the lightning tribulation, but he was completely unharmed. Even the purple robe on his body did not have any signs of wrinkles. This scene shocked all of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's members present. Even the old man who came with Wulong had a grave expression on his face. Previously, he had a calm expression on his face, but at this moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. You have indeed grasped the Tao of control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. At this moment, even Wulong's expression turned grave. However, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was filled with an awe-inspiring battle intent. His voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. This is what makes it interesting. Next, I will not hold back. Hold back? Wulong's words shocked the group of people from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This Wulong was still holding back? If you have any techniques, feel free to use them. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Wulong calmly. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Humph! Duan Lingtian's calmness was a great provocation to Wulong immediately. He coldly snorted as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly raised both of his arms. The terrifying lightning tribulation began to wreak havoc around his body, and a resplendent purple radiance spread out. At the same time, the lightning tribulation in the sky no longer attacked Duan Lingtian. The lightning tribulation that extended from the lightning tribulation instead fell towards Wulong. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. What was Wulong trying to do? Why is Wulong attacking himself? What is he trying to do? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not see through Wulong's actions. Even the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance present on the scene, including the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, could not see through him. However, when the lightning tribulation fell on Wulong's body, they finally understood. It turned out that Wulong was not torturing himself. When the lightning that filled the sky was still some distance away from Wulong, the lightning storm on Wulong's body suddenly twisted and formed an enormous vortex that sucked in all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. It was as if a giant beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom! Rumble! Every time Wulong swallowed a wave of lightning punishment, the lightning storm on Wulong's body would increase explosively, as if it had become a part of Wulong's power. It had to be known that the lightning punishment from the thunderclouds wasn't Wulong's own power. It was an attack condensed from the fundamental profundity of the lightning laws. It was an attack formed by Wulong using his own comprehension of the lightning laws. It wasn't Wulong's own power. But now they had become a part of Wulong's power. Is this the embryonic form of the devouring Tao? When Duan Lingtian saw Wulong's technique, he realized something. He was shocked. He didn't expect the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Fantian, would be able to touch the threshold of the devouring Tao. It was just that he had not mastered it yet. Of course, there were many people in this world who had touched the threshold of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Some of them had even touched the threshold of each of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. However, none of them had mastered it yet, let alone mastered it completely. How surprising! A rare expression of surprise appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well finally had some changes in them. Duan Lingtian, take this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wulong, who was like a balloon that was constantly inflating, suddenly stopped inflating. His eyes were as big as gongs as he suddenly let out an explosive roar. At the same time, he stepped into the air like a thunder god that had descended, and his fist could smash through everything. Bang! Wulong's body swayed like a ghost. His fist was like a dragon. When he punched, the raging lightning transformed into a lightning dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! When the lightning dragon came into contact with Duan Lingtian's way of control, it was not destroyed by the space energy that Duan Lingtian controlled. In fact, Duan Lingtian felt a strong pressure that almost suffocated him. Although it's only the embryonic form of the devouring Tao, the strength that he has displayed by gathering the power in his body is extraordinary. I didn't expect him to think of such a way to increase his strength before he has mastered the devouring Tao. He's using his body to resist the lightning. Moreover, it's not completely under his control. If he's not careful, he might be devoured by the lightning and die. However, based on his current strength, it's indeed difficult for anyone below the 9-star god of war to be a match for him. Duan Lingtian could see that Wulong's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary 8-star god of war. Naturally, he was not close to the level of a 9-star god of war. After all, there was a huge gap between a peak 8-star god of war and a 9-star god of war. A peak 8-star god of war was known as a quasi-god of war. Before his celestial origin energy transformed, even a powerful titled celestial emperor could only be considered an 8-star god of war. Once the quasi-gods of war showed their strength, even if their comprehension of the law of profundities was not as good as Duan Lingtian and Wulong's, they would still be able to suppress them. Naturally, this was only possible if the weapons in their hands were of similar grades. If Duan Lingtian used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword to wield the prominent devouring Tao weapon, it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat or kill Wulong if he was a quasi-god who did not have a devouring Tao weapon and had comprehended a law of profundities weaker than Duan Lingtian. Just in time, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he faced Wulong's ferocious punch. He placed his left hand on his back and extended his right hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his right hand and transformed into a sword that emitted a mysterious aura. Although it was not as awe-inspiring as Wulong's punch that was as powerful as a lightning dragon, it was still hair-raising. Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian forming the sword in his hand. It's said that apart from grasping the basics of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, young Master Duan Lingtian has also grasped the sword Tao of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, he has mastered the space sword Tao with unlimited potential. As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng thought of this, Duan Lingtian made his move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword horizontally. The entire process seemed as though an ordinary person was casually swinging his sword. There was no technique nor was there any brilliance. It was just a plain and ordinary sword strike that was swung out just like that. Moreover, this sword strike met the thunderous energy of Wulong's punch head-on. The terrifying thunderous energy created a long river in the sky. It was as though a thunderous dragon was flying through the sky. It was also as though a thunderous meteor was streaking across the sky. Its target was Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the simple and unadorned sword met Wulong's mighty punch. In the next instant, the crowd saw Duan Lingtian's ordinary sword strike was drowned out by Wulong's mighty punch. It was as though he was a lone boat that was submerged in the ocean. Just as the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were feeling somewhat disappointed, rip, a crisp tearing sound was clearly transmitted into their ears. In the next instant, they saw the thunderous energy of Wulong's mighty punch suddenly stopped in midair, could not move forward at all. Moreover, it was obvious the energy was still being depleted. Heavens! What's that? At the same time, Many people saw a crack in the sky that had stopped Wu Long's punch. It was like the bloody mouth of a gigantic beast that had opened its mouth and devoured the energy of Wu Long's punch. It's a spatial tear. Heavens! Lord Vice Alliance leader created a spatial tear with just a sword strike? Isn't it said that only God-level powerhouses can create spatial tears in the Devata realms? Moreover, the space in the Nine Serenities battlefield is even more stable than a Devata realm. Ordinary God-level powerhouses might not be able to create a spatial tear. Don't tell me Lord Vice Alliance leader is already a God-level powerhouse. Are you stupid? If the Vice Alliance leader is a God-level powerhouse, how can he enter the Nine Serenities battlefield? The scene before them frightened many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, causing their hearts to tremble. Naturally, some high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Law Alliance also noticed this. The young palace master didn't use brute force to create a spatial tear. Instead, he used his sword Dao that has been fused with the law of space to create a spatial tear. However, even if it's a trick, not many people can do it. Amazing! Truly amazing! I didn't think I'd be able to witness a battle of this level in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. Under the shocked gazes of the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Lingtian's casual swing of his sword had created a spatial tear that devoured Wu Long's energy. At this moment, Wu Long was also staring at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on his face. His eyes gleamed coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, after a few moments, the cold light in Wu Long's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. As expected of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As Wu Long walked in the air towards Duan Lingtian, he withdrew the energy on his body, causing the violent lightning energy to dissipate completely. What's Wu Long doing? Is he admitting defeat? Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were puzzled. Although Wu Long was at a disadvantage, this was not the end of the battle. After all, both of them did not use their weapons. Moreover, they did not know if Wu Long still had any tricks up his sleeve. What's wrong? Are you admitting defeat? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Wu Long, who had retracted his energy and approached him. At this moment, Wu Long had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35-59. Duan Lingtian. Your strength is truly shocking and admirable. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Long had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "You are the strongest 8-star war god that I, Wu Long, have ever encountered. Even the person of the same generation that I admire the most, my senior brother, wasn't as strong as you when he was at the 8-star war god level." Wu Long said, "And then, you admit defeat?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Wu Long calmly. "Now, other than admitting defeat, do I have any other choice?" Wu Long looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. "Why don't you show me the right path?" As Wu Long spoke, Duan Lingtian's raging power began to retract. It was as if a spatial storm had surrounded him and then returned to his body. "You admit defeat?" The conversation between Wu Long and Duan Lingtian entered the ears of the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. At this moment, from the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, to the ordinary Heavenly Dao Alliance's disciples, everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them had an excited expression on their faces. Heavens! The Heavenly Dao Alliance's deputy alliance leader had actually defeated Wu Long. Before today, Wu Long was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the 9-star war god level in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, today, at this very moment, Wu Long was defeated by the Heavenly Dao Alliance's deputy alliance leader. From today onwards, the title of the strongest 9-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield would belong to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's deputy alliance leader, Duan Lingtian. However, just when everyone thought that Wu Long had admitted defeat and Duan Lingtian had retracted his power, it was also the moment when everyone let down their guard. In the depths of Wu Long's eyes, there was a glimmer of a scheme that had succeeded. At the same time, A dark and gloomy long shuttle wrapped in black lightning suddenly shot out from between Wu Long's eyebrows. It flew straight towards Duan Lingtian, aiming straight for between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. This was Wulong's soul-attacking divine weapon, the God-annihilating shuttle. Although it was a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul, it was still a divine artifact. With Wu Long's current strength, it was no weaker than an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Furthermore, it was a divine artifact that could attack one's soul, which made it even more difficult to obtain. Wu Long's attack was extremely sudden and ridiculously fast. In fact, no one would have thought that Wu Long would make a move at such a time. Didn't he concede defeat in disguise just now? Did he still have any sense of shame for suddenly killing someone? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the sudden soul attack from the divine weapon. The scene in front of him was not only unexpected to the others present, but also to him. However, no matter what was said, he had seen a lot along the way, so he still had the most basic sense of vigilance. For this reason, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Wu Long's soul attacking divine weapon, the soul-annihilating shuttle. His celestial origin energy and a strange aura surged out and instantly froze the soul-annihilating shuttle in place. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for those with a high cultivation base to see what was going on. At the same time, the same thought appeared in their minds. The law of time. The law of time was the most effective law in dealing with sneak attacks. For other laws, one would need to accumulate energy to unleash a powerful attack. However, the law of time did not need to do so. With just a thought, one could use one's celestial origin energy and the time elemental profundity to affect the flow of time in a certain place. This was one of the reasons the law of time was widely acknowledged as the strongest law among the four supreme laws. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had stopped Wu Long's attack with just a thought. The law of time. As for Wu Long, his expression changed drastically at this moment, and his pupils shrank rapidly. He did not expect this outcome. He thought he was close enough to Duan Lingtian. No matter how strong his opponent was, as long as he was not a 9-star god of war, he was confident he could kill him with a sneak attack. As for the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance who said he had attacked Duan Lingtian when he admitted defeat, he did not care at all. After all, after killing Duan Lingtian, he did not plan to spare anyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. If he and the old man joined forces, they would not be able to escape from the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have comprehended the law of time. Even if Duan Lingtian had not fused the law of time with other profundities, as long as he could freeze time, he would be able to seize an opportunity. And this moment of opportunity was enough to disrupt his plans. He had originally planned to kill Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack, then kill everyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This way, even if he lost to Duan Lingtian, no one would know. However, he did not expect this to happen. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost at the same time as Wu Long's expression changed, Duan Lingtian's unskilled profundity of the law of time lost its effect and could not continue to block Wu Long's soul attack. The God-annihilating shuttle continued to attack Duan Lingtian's glabella. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately communicated with the sword soul of the 7 treasures exquisite sword, Huang. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from between Duan Lingtian's brows as well. It was a 7-colored ray of light that was dazzling and gorgeous. Just a glance at it was enough to make one lose themselves in it. It was truly mesmerizing. However, as the saying goes, the most beautiful thing could often be the most dangerous thing. This was the case now. Swoosh! As soon as the dazzling 7-colored sword ray appeared, it seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. Even the heavens and the earth seemed to have lost their color. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there was only this 7-colored light left. No! Before the crowd could react, Wu Long, who was targeted by Duan Lingtian's 7 treasures exquisite sword, had a huge change in his expression. He subconsciously let out an anxious cry. The 7 treasures exquisite sword was a high-grade divine artifact. As for high-grade offensive divine artifacts, they had a special characteristic. They could be used as both a material offensive divine artifact and a soul offensive divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than Wulong's. Wulong was using a low-grade divine artifact that did not even have a sword soul. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was using a high-grade divine artifact that had a sword soul. The result was obvious. Poof! Almost at the same time that Wulong screamed, everyone present, including the old man who came with Wulong, felt a chill in their hearts. In the next moment they saw, when Wulong's soul-attack divine artifact was hit by the seven-colored sword ray, not only did its energy dissipate, but it had also been severed into two and was sent flying out of control. At the same time, the seven-colored sword ray that had lost a portion of its brilliance shot into Wulong's glabella. Swoosh! As soon as the seven-colored sword ray entered Wulong's glabella, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from Wulong's glabella. Immediately after, along with a wave of vast majestic aura, a phantom also appeared at the right time. The heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the figure. It was Ji-Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, whom he had met during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Wulong was Ji-Yu's second true disciple. Naturally, Ji-Yu had left a soul mark on Wulong Master. Save me! Wulong cried out anxiously as though he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Duan Lingtian? Ji-Yu stared at Duan Lingtian and was obviously slightly surprised. Heavenly Emperor Ji-Yu. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji-Yu's silhouette and nodded as he greeted him. Today, it's your disciple who tried to kill me first. If you want to plead on his behalf, there's no need for that. I, Duan Lingtian, have never shown mercy to those who try to kill me. Duan Lingtian's tone was firm. He was not afraid of Ji-Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking. I'm willing to pay a price. Ji-Yu frowned when he heard the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. In the end, he did not beat around the bush. It was clear he was willing to pay a price to save his disciple's life. Not interested. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth and Ji-Yu's expression darkened, a seven-colored light rose from Wulong's body. When it expanded to a certain extent, it exploded. As for the phantom of Ji-Yu's soul imprint, it was also blown away. Spiritual imprints were mostly used to send messages so that the person who left the spiritual imprint would be able to sense that the person they left the spiritual imprint on was in danger and rush over to rescue them. However, Wulong was currently in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Ji-Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, could make it in time, he would not be able to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Wulong's body was completely annihilated in the void, as if he had never existed. Not only was his spatial ring destroyed, but his blood had also evaporated. The second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, who was said to be invincible under the nine-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield, had died in an inconspicuous corner in the eastern part of the Nine Serenities battlefield. He's dead? That figure was the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, Lord Ji-Yu. Obviously, it's obvious that the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven left a spiritual imprint on his disciple Wulong. Before Wulong died, the spiritual imprint blocked a blow for him. However, it was obvious that he could not protect Wulong, so he came out to negotiate with the Deputy Alliance leader. The Deputy Alliance leader ignored him and killed Wulong directly. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, including the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was shocked by the scene earlier. They did not expect the Deputy Alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to be so domineering. He did not even give face to Ji-Fan, the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking. Chapter 3560. The people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance did not expect Ji-Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian, to appear. However, they did not expect Ji-Yu to appear. Even Ji-Fan Tian, Ji-Yu, the heavenly monarch of Ji-Fan Tian, had revealed his God spirit imprint and intended to save the life of his disciple, Wu Long, but he still failed. The deputy alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Purple Marquis, was Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, Yu was not an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. How could someone ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking be an ordinary Heavenly Emperor? Isn't the deputy alliance leader afraid that Heavenly Emperor Yu will seek revenge on him? Many people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance asked worriedly. Seek revenge. Some people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance were dismissive of Duan Lingtian's words. Don't forget that our deputy alliance leader's master is also a god. Moreover, he's the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's ranked second on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. That's right, we're both gods, but we don't know who's stronger. Although the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is younger, it's said that he's only 10,000 years old. In other words, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian was already the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian when he was born. That's right. It shouldn't be difficult for such a young god to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian. Some people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance were confident in Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They felt Feng Qingyang's potential was much greater than the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian, and it would not be difficult for him to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian. Naturally, some people thought Feng Qingyang would not be able to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian in a short time. I don't think so. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian has long been a god. It won't be easy for the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to catch up to him. I think so too. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian won't wait until the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifantian leaves the Nine Nether battlefield. While the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were whispering to each other, Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of Jifantian, who was outside the Nine Serenities battlefield and in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of Jifantian, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang, would not give him any face at all. His disciple Wulong was killed right in front of him. One had to know that the legacy disciples that Feng Qingyang accepted were not ordinary, and the legacy disciples that he, Yu, accepted were similarly not ordinary. The status of these two legacy disciples in his eyes was no different from his own sons. Duan Lingtian, originally you and I didn't interfere in each other's business, but since you killed Wulong, the enmity between us can be considered to have been formed. You must die, you must die. After you die, I'll gladly accept your high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. Yu muttered to himself with a gloomy expression and a cold look in his eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a greedy arc based on his words. It was clear he recognized the divine artifact that Duan Lingtian had used to kill his true disciple, Wulong. It was a high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. I really don't know how Duan Lingtian obtained his high-grade divine artifact. Even if Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura Hell back then, it's unlikely he would have obtained such a precious treasure. Moreover, even if he obtained it, he wouldn't have given it to Duan Lingtian. In Yu's opinion, even if Feng Qingyang obtained such a precious treasure, he would have kept it for his own use. As for the thought of obtaining more than two such precious treasures, Yu did not dare to entertain such thoughts. After all, it was unrealistic. If that were the case, he would have to carefully consider what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter Feng Qingyang had that caused him to become enemies with Duan Lingtian. Was it worth it to offend Feng Qingyang? Young Master Long. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the old man who came with Wulong stood in the void outside the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. His expression was extremely unsightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian? The Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint appeared and said that he was willing to pay any price to save young Master Long's life. How dare you kill young Master Long? The old man was considered one of the most senior people in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Jifantian. Before he became a celestial emperor, he was already chosen by the Heavenly Emperor Yu to cultivate him. In the end, he became the strongest person in the heavenly emperor palace of the Jifantian. Of course, that was before the two true disciples of the heavenly emperor Jiyu grew up. When Jiyu's two true disciples grew up, they surpassed him one after another. Since he had been following Wulong since he was a child, he was used to following and protecting Wulong. Even if Wulong was stronger than him, he was still used to following Wulong around and helping Wulong deal with trivial matters. At the same time, he also gave Wulong advice. Although Wulong was talented, he was the kind of person who flaunted his bravado. He needed the old man's guidance. This time, when Wulong came to look for Duan Lingtian, he had advised Wulong that there was no need for him to do so. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had yet to display his strength. Even if there were outsiders who said that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wulong, it was only a minority. Compared to the unknown Duan Lingtian, most people in the Nine Serenities battlefield believed that Wulong was the strongest among the 8 star gods of war. However, Wulong was too conceited. He could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his ears. Therefore he came. Then he died and his Tao vanished. Do you know? Your actions have completely offended the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Jifantian? The old man's voice turned colder as killing intent rose in his eyes. What? You want to kill me to avenge Wulong? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. In the beginning, he had a good impression of Wulong. He did not think that Wulong was as bad as the alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had described him. However, when Wulong suddenly interfered with his plan, it was so sudden that it made his heart tremble. Even if he had gone all out at that time, the most he could do was ensure that he would not die. At that time, it was impossible for him to ensure that he would be unharmed in such a short time. It was even more impossible for him to ensure that he would only be lightly injured. He was certain that he would be severely injured. Fortunately, I comprehended the law of time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was extremely lucky. If he had not comprehended the law of time in the secret chamber in the Azura Hell, he would have died. I was careless. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had been careless. He had made a mistake that he should not have made. He should not have let his guard down. With this lesson, coupled with his experience over the past few hundred years, he secretly remembered that he would never be so careless in the future and put himself in danger. At that moment, death had been too dangerous. It was also because of this that he only had one thought about Wulong. Kill. There was no room for negotiation. Even if Jifantian and Heavenly Emperor Jiyu wanted to negotiate, he would not waver. When the old man heard Duan Lingtian's words, his face immediately darkened. He wanted to avenge Wulong? Was he tired of living? Wulong had long surpassed his strength. If Wulong had been killed by Duan Lingtian, he would not be an exception. Duan Lingtian, you're on your own. After the old man glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, he prepared to leave. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely avenge Wulong. Even if he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, who did not have a few relatives and friends. He treated Wulong as his own son. Now that Wulong was dead, he felt that he had lost most of his spiritual sustenance. Next, he would live to avenge Wulong. Since you're here, don't leave. Although the killing intent in the old man's eyes had disappeared and he did not want to be discovered by Duan Lingtian, he did not know that he had been discovered by the observant Duan Lingtian. Therefore, when he saw that the old man was about to leave, Duan Lingtian spoke at the right time. What? You still want me to stay? Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, the green light on his body raged as he prepared to leave. He had comprehended the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was faster than Wulong, who was stronger than him. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared, there was no way he could escape. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword slashed through the air once again, and a 7-colored sword ray flashed past. After a brief sword whistle, the old man followed in Wulong's footsteps and died. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian looked at all of this indifferently. The current him was no longer the same as when he was in the mundane realm. The current him knew that it was necessary to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Moreover, this old man had previously revealed his killing intent towards him. Although he had intentionally restrained it, sometimes it was too deliberate and had the opposite effect. It was also at that moment that Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him. 2 8-star gods of war died just like that? At this moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance's alliance master, Shangguan Yunfeng, was stunned. Other than Wulong, he also recognized the other person. He was a protector of the Brahma Alliance and was known as the third strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. His strength was second only to the 2 alliance masters of the Brahma Alliance, who were Wulong and his senior brother. The other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance were also looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. Of course, their eyes were burning with passion. There were also a small number of people who were wary of danger even in times of peace. When they thought about the people behind Wulong, their hair stood on end. The Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven could not enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong had a senior brother who was the first alliance master of the Brahma Alliance. The Brahma Alliance's current position in the 9 Serenities battlefield could be attributed to Wulong's senior brother. After all, Wulong's senior brother was a 9-star god of war, one of the strongest powerhouses in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Vice Alliance Master has killed Wulong and Wulong. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest. This time, I'm afraid the Vice Alliance Master will not be the only unlucky one. If the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance is enraged, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be wiped out as well. Chapter 3561. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance stared at Duan Lingtian with fear written all over their faces. What Duan Lingtian had done today was not only shocking, but it also made them realize they could no longer stay in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The leader of the Brahma Alliance was Wulong's senior brother, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan. He was so strong that he had even reached the level of a 9-star war god. Although the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was strong, he was only invincible under the 9-star war god. If he encountered a 9-star war god, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Alliance leader. Duan Lingtian flashed and appeared in front of the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. He looked at him calmly and said, "What are you going to do next?" He had seen the fear on the faces of the people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He also heard the whispers of some people. Because of this, he also knew that the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan was a person who would protect his own. If he knew that Wulong had died here, he would definitely not let it go. He could imagine that he would receive the news very soon. He just needed the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan to send someone into the 9 Serenities battlefield to send a message to him. Young Palace Master, are you confident that you can defeat the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan, the 9-star war god? Shangguan Yunfeng's expression was very solemn. Duan Lingtian's answer to this question was very important, as it would determine the future of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I'm not a match for the 9-star war god now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before his celestial origin energy developed the characteristics of divine power, even if he had a high-grade divine artifact and mastered the law of space, it would still be very difficult for him to defeat the 9-star war god. The gap between divine power and celestial origin energy was too big. Even the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan only had a low-grade divine artifact. With his celestial origin energy that contained the characteristics of divine power, the power he could display was stronger than his high-grade divine artifact. If I can turn my celestial origin energy into divine energy, there's no need for me to fear the strongest true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Jifan. However, I'll definitely lose if I fight him now. If the 5 divine elements had not fallen into a deep slumber, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat or even kill the 9-star god of war with their help, even if the gap between them was not small. But now he couldn't. I understand. Shangguan Yunfeng bitterly smiled. It seems that I can only disband the Heavenly Tao Union. Sorry. Duan Lingtian repeatedly apologized. Young Palace Master, there's no need for that. As Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head, the bitter smile on his face disappeared. Disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance is nothing to us. It's just a change of residence. In this 9th Serenity battlefield, there are as many great powers as there are clouds. With their strength, it's very easy for them to enter the other powers. Shangguan Yunfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Today, it's not just me. If the other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance were to choose between disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance and witnessing the battle between you and Wulong, they would definitely choose the latter." As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng finished speaking, he turned to the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance and said in a loud voice, "Brothers and sisters, due to the threat from the Brahma Alliance, I'm going to disband the Heavenly Law Alliance." Upon hearing Shangguan Yunfeng's words, the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance fell silent. They had already guessed this would happen, so they were not surprised. "Now, the young Imperial Empress is apologizing to me. I said there's no need for that. Do you think the young Imperial Empress needs to apologize?" Shangguan Yunfeng deliberately raised his voice when he said the last sentence. When the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance regained their senses, they all shook their heads in unison. "Of course, there's no need for that. To us, being able to witness the battle between the young Imperial Empress and Wulong with our own eyes is already worth living. To us, disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance is just a change of residence." "That's right. Even if we had to choose now, we would still choose to watch the battle between the young Imperial Empress and Wulong." "Young Imperial Empress, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if we are no longer members of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the future, we will still remember that we once joined a force called the Heavenly Law Alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Our former deputy leader had once killed the second leader of the alliance, Ji Fantian. He was recognized as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. His name was Wulong. Haha, we were once members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Because of you, deputy leader, destroying Wulong today is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life." Although the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance knew that they were going to part ways, they did not feel sad at all. Instead, they felt that it was worth it to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wulong at the cost of disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance. "Young Imperial Empress, did you see that? No one will blame you for this." Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with emotions. Sure enough, those who dared to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield were not simple people. Perhaps these people's strength was not as strong as his, but their temperaments were as firm as a rock. They would not blame the heavens and blame others just because of the waves in front of them. For them, wandering from place to place was a common occurrence. Young Imperial Empress. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Next, if you still want to cultivate peacefully in the 9 Serenities battlefield, you can choose to conceal your identity and hide your true appearance. That way, you can just find a force to join. If you don't want to conceal your identity, there is another way to go. You can join the other forces that are hostile to the Brahma Alliance and have 9-star gods of war. Among those forces, the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance won't be able to touch you. Of course, this second option is also risky. After all, no one can be sure that those who are hostile to the Brahma Alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield will consider the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor and hand you over to the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian and said a lot of things in one breath. "Thank you for the reminder." Duan Lingtian replied to Shangguan Yunfeng through voice transmission. Then he stepped into the air and nodded at the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. "Everyone, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Farewell, Vice Alliance Leader. Farewell, Vice Alliance Leader." Everyone from the Heavenly Tao Alliance bowed and spoke one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe as he left. They only regained their senses one after another after Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. The Vice Alliance leader is not even 700 years old yet. He's not even 700 years old, but he already has such strength. It's really hard to imagine how far he'll grow if he's given another 1,000 years. As long as he can maintain his strength, even the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor won't be able to threaten him in 1,000 years. With such talent, it won't be long before he becomes a 9-star god of war. After Duan Ling Tian left, the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance sighed. They felt that as long as their Vice Alliance leader did not die prematurely, his future would be limitless. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left the Heavenly Law Alliance, the people sent by the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor to the Nine Serenities battlefield relayed the news to Ji Ying, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor. Ji Ying was a slender, ordinary-looking young man dressed in black. He had a pair of vertical eyebrows, and when he glared at others, he was particularly eye-catching. Bang! When Ji Ying received the news, he was cultivating in the Brahma Alliance's cultivation ground. However, due to his emotional state, the celestial origin energy in his body diverted and destroyed his cultivation ground. Ji Ying did not pay attention to the ruined cultivation ground. He hovered in the air and looked to the east with a gloomy expression on his face. Wulong was his only junior brother, He had always treated Wulong as his own younger brother. Now Wulong was dead. He was killed by someone. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance and kill Duan Ling Tian. Alliance leader, what happened? Alliance leader, what happened? The commotion caused by Ji Ying attracted the attention of many high-ranking members of the Brahma Alliance. They looked at Ji Ying with a puzzled expression on their faces. However, all of them behaved respectfully toward Ji Ying. It's nothing. Ji Ying replied indifferently. Then he said bluntly, I'll be going out for a while. You can deal with the matters in the alliance as you see fit. Before anyone could respond, Ji Ying's figure had already disappeared like a ghost. What's going on? What happened? Something's wrong with Lord Alliance leader. While the upper echelons of Brahma Alliance were still puzzled, one of them suddenly exclaimed in shock, Alliance Chief Wulong is dead. What? The high-ranking members of the Brahma Alliance were stunned by this person's words. Not only was Alliance leader Wulong the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, but he was also the second strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. Apart from that, he was accompanied by the third strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. However, Alliance leader Wulong was widely acknowledged as invincible under the 9-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Which 9-star god of war did it? Someone asked instinctively. It's not a 9-star god of war. The high-ranking member of the Brahma Alliance who had just received the news said in a deep voice, The one who killed Alliance leader Wulong and Lord Xiao is Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. He's a peak 8-star god of war. Alliance leader Wulong went to the Heavenly Law Alliance in the Eastern 9 regions to challenge Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the high-ranking member of the Brahma Alliance finished speaking, everyone fell silent. At this moment, they could vaguely guess why Alliance leader Ji Ying was so unusual. I'm afraid, Lord Alliance leader has already received news of Alliance leader Wulong's death. It's obvious. Lord Alliance leader must have gone to the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance must have disbanded by now, right? As for Duan Ling Tian, since he's not a 9-star god of war, it's impossible for him to stay there and wait for Lord Alliance leader to kill him. Duan Ling Tian doesn't know that Alliance leader Wulong is the second true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor, right? Doesn't he know that he has offended the Heavenly Emperor who's ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? Chapter 35-62. In the entire Nine Serenities battlefield, the Brahma Alliance was the only force that had a first Alliance Master and second Alliance Master. The other forces were at most divided into alliance masters and vice-alliance masters. The reason the Brahma alliance was like this was all because of one sentence from Wulong. The alliance master of the Brahma alliance, Jiying, doted on Wulong a lot. If Wulong wanted to do this, he naturally agreed. Just like that, the Brahma alliance had two alliance masters, the first alliance master and the second alliance master. The ordinary disciples of the Brahma alliance might not know about this, but the upper echelons of the Brahma alliance were very clear about it. No matter if it was the seniors of the Brahma alliance or the new upper echelons, they were all in the same circle. They would occasionally talk about this when they were chatting. Duan Lingtian didn't know that Alliance Master Wulong was the second true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor? Faced with the doubts of an elder of the Brahma alliance, another elder of the Brahma alliance shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. If Alliance Master Wulong went to challenge him, he would have reported his name. Even if Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Nine Serenities battlefield and didn't know Alliance Master Wulong's name, the other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance must have heard of him. No matter what, before Duan Lingtian killed Alliance Master Wulong, Alliance Master Wulong was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the Nine-Star God of War in the Nine Serenities battlefield. After the elder of the Brahma alliance spoke, the other upper echelons of the Brahma alliance, who were still in shock, sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, as far as I know, both Alliance Master Wulong and Alliance Master Wulong are the most valued disciples of Lord Heavenly Emperor. They both have Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint on them. Based on my guess, Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint might have appeared before. The elder of the Brahma alliance who made the judgment just now continued. Can't be, right? Even Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint has appeared. That Duan Lingtian still dares to kill Alliance Master Wulong? Isn't he clearly going against Lord Heavenly Emperor? The elders of the Brahma alliance sucked in a breath of cold air. We've just received further news. At this time, the well-informed elder who was also in charge of intelligence in the Brahma alliance spoke again. Before Duan Lingtian killed Alliance Chief Wulong, Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul imprint avatar appeared, and was even willing to pay a price to save Alliance Chief Wulong's life. However, Duan Lingtian rejected him with his actions. Duan Lingtian, destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint with one strike and kill Alliance leader Wulong. As soon as the elder in charge of intelligence finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The higher-ups of the Brahma alliance looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian not only refused the Heavenly Emperor's request for reconciliation, but also destroyed the Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint clone. Although the destruction of the divine soul-marked doppelganger would not affect the main body, such an action was tantamount to provoking the gods. Duan Lingtian is dead meat. How dare he act so recklessly? Even his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, won't be able to save him this time. Does he really think that his master is on par with Lord Heavenly Emperor now that he has ascended to godhood? As the strongest person on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, Lord Heavenly Emperor has long since ascended to godhood. Rumor has it that he has even entered the God King realm. The higher-ups of the Brahma alliance discussed among themselves. It was obvious that they had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a dead man. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He was also unaware that Jiying, the leader of the Brahma alliance, had personally gone to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base in the east to investigate Wulong's death. However, by the time Jiying arrived, the Heavenly Tao Union's encampment was already empty. All of the Heavenly Tao Union's disciples had already left, including the Union Master Shangguan Yunfeng and the Protectors. Even if they joined other forces, they would rarely join them, unless their relationship was really strong. Now that the Heavenly Law Alliance had been disbanded, the original disciples of the Heavenly Law Alliance had either joined various factions or had yet to join a faction. They were all wandering around the Nine Serenities battlefield. Some went to the north, some to the south, and some to the west. Of course, some went to the central region as well. In short, the original Heavenly Tao Alliance had completely disbanded. Even if Jiying wanted to vent her anger on the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, finding a single member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Some people might think the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master and the Protectors were all famous figures in the Eastern region. As long as they didn't leave the Eastern region, people would definitely recognize them. However, even if they did not leave the Eastern region, it was almost impossible for anyone to recognize them. This was because the names they used in the Heavenly Law Alliance were not their real names. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was only one of the many names he used in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Not everyone dared to easily expose their true name and identity while walking in the Ninth Hell battlefield. There were not many people who were as confident as Duan Lingtian, Wulong, and Jiying in the entire Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, there were a few Nine-Star Gods of War who hid their identities in the Nine Serenities battlefield. They even dared to reveal their 5 divine elements in front of others. They hid their identities and were not worried that someone would find them. I didn't expect the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, to personally come. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had changed his name and identity. He personally witnessed the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, coming to a faction in the Eastern region that he had just joined to ask about the Heavenly Law Alliance and Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Although he had guessed that Jiying would personally come, he was still shocked when he saw Jiying with his own eyes. It seems like the rumors are true. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, cares a lot about his junior brother, Wulong. It's not an exaggeration to say that he views Wulong as his reverse scale. Shangguan Yunfeng sighed inwardly. After joining this faction, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng hide his identity and name, but he also hid his cultivation base. I'll stay here for the time being. When I have the strength of an 8-star God of War, I'll leave the Eastern region and head to the Central region. The Central region was the place that everyone in the Nine Serenities battlefield yearned for. However, if one did not have the strength of an 8-star God of War, one would not be able to make a name for himself in the Central region. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see the young Palace Master again in the future. When Shangguan Yunfeng thought of this, he could not help but feel anxious. This time, Duan Lingtian's actions were a huge matter. If he did not break through and become a 9-star God of War, his life would be in danger unless he concealed his identity in the Nine Serenities battlefield. I hope the young Palace Master will listen to my advice and conceal his identity. Shangguan Yunfeng thought to himself. He knew that there were many young geniuses with prominent identities. Due to their strong backgrounds, they would often keep a high profile after doing something that offended others. However, many of them would be killed. He did not wish for Duan Lingtian to be like this kind of person. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Shangguan Yunfeng was thinking. Otherwise, he would have scoffed at him. To him, reputation was important, but it was far less important than his life. His life did not only concern himself. It also concerned his family in the little world in his body and Kerr, who was still waiting for him to rescue her in the world of divine offering. Although he had not concealed his identity when he joined the Heavenly Law Alliance, that was because he had confidence. Even if a 9-star God of War personally came, he was 100% confident that he would be able to escape alive. Previously, when the 5 divine elements were helping him escape, the clear sky divine would have condensed the power of the array and used a leaf from the divine tree of life to inscribe a celestial talisman for him. The function of the celestial talisman was to escape. Even in the Nine Serenities battlefield, he could use the celestial talisman to escape. Outside, even if he encountered a divine spirit, as long as it was not a divine king, he could escape successfully. It was because of this trump card that he dared to reveal his identity in the Heavenly Law Alliance. His original plan was to wait for the Tidal Temple to send someone to be killed so that he could avenge his master. However, he did not expect Wulong, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantion, would come instead. His plan could not keep up with the changes. Naturally, he knew that killing Wulong would offend the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantion. However, he still did it. Wulong wanted to kill him, If he did not dare to kill Wulong, he would not be able to let it go forever even if he forced himself to temporarily forget about it. He would still hold a grudge against Wulong currently. He was trying to break through to the divine spirit realm. If he did not clear his thoughts, he would definitely encounter a bottleneck. At that time, his time to become a divine spirit would be delayed. That was not something he wanted to see. For this reason, even if the divine spirit mark of the heavenly emperor of the Jifantion appeared, he still killed Wulong so that he could clear his thoughts and become a divine spirit as soon as possible. It seems like I won't have a chance to kill the person sent by the Tidal Temple for now. Duan Lingtian thought it would not be easy for the Tidal Temple to send a 9-star god of war to kill him. At most, they would send a few 8-star gods of war to kill him. At that time, he would be able to kill to his heart's content. As long as it was not a 9-star god of war, he would not be afraid even if there were more 8-star gods of war. With his current strength and the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could kill as many 8-star gods of war as there were. An ordinary person with his level of strength might be exhausted. However, he would not. After all, not only did he have 99 heavenly veins, but he also had the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world that was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods to replenish his celestial origin energy. Therefore, he did not have to worry about his celestial origin energy running out. I'll conceal my identity for now. Jiying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, definitely won't let this matter rest. Jiying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Jifantion, the adopted son of the heavenly emperor of the Jifantion, and a 9-star god of war. If Duan Lingtian encountered such a person, he would have to use the life-saving celestial talisman given to him by the world-cleansing divine water. However, he did not intend to use the celestial talisman on Jiying. Chapter 3563. For Duan Lingtian, it was only a matter of time before he died. It was fine if he used the life-saving celestial talisman on the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple. After all, the reason he had exposed his identity was to wait for the Tidal Temple to send someone to kill him. He was betting that as long as the Tidal Temple did not send a 9-star god of war but a group of 8-star god of war to kill him, he would go on a killing spree to avenge his master. However, it was not worth it to use it on Jiying. Therefore, he chose to hide his identity. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian was still wearing a purple robe, it was shrouded in a loose black robe. A black cloak fluttered behind his back even though there was no wind. He wore a bamboo hat on his head that covered his face. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see Duan Lingtian's face clearly. There are 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District. The one closest to me is the Northern Profound Alliance. Duan Lingtian was no longer in the Eastern District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had arrived at the 2nd North District in the Northern District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since the Northern Profound Alliance was the closest to him among the 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District, he decided to join the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance's encampment was different from the Heavenly Law Alliance that Duan Lingtian had joined in the 9 East District. It was located in a glacier. There was a huge luminous pearl suspended in the air through a formation, illuminating the area in the glacier. Naturally, all of this was what Duan Lingtian had heard about. Currently, he was hovering in the air in front of one of the mountains that the Northern Profound Alliance was targeting. Instead of calling it a mountain gate, it would be more accurate to call it a huge cave on the side of a towering glacier. The cave was more than 100 meters wide and tall. At this moment, there were 11 figures standing at the entrance of the huge cave. They were the guards of the Northern Profound Alliance's mountain gate. Among the 11 people, 10 of them were looking around while the remaining one was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the cave with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or resting. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the 10 people who were looking around. Who are you? The 10 people came back to their senses, and their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. One of them frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, The person before him was dressed in a black robe with a black cloak on his back. He also wore a conical bamboo hat on his head, which completely covered his face. It was difficult to see his true appearance, making him appear mysterious and unfathomable. Furthermore, he gave off a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. I just entered the Abyss battlefield and wanted to find a place to stay. That's why I chose the North Profound Alliance. Duan Lingtian lowered his head slightly, allowing the bamboo hat to completely cover his face as he spoke in an indifferent tone. If you want to join our Northern Profound Alliance, you'll have to wait for another half a year. One of the disciples guarding the North Mystery Gate said in a deep voice, "You came early. What if I want to go in now?" Duan Lingtian's tone was still incomparably flat and emotionless. Our Profound North sect will only open our doors to those who are 7-star war gods and above. Another North Mystery Gate disciple said, "Sir, could it be that you are a 7-star war god?" No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. "If you're not, then you should wait for another half a year." The North Mystery Gate disciple continued, "Sir, this is an important place of our Profound North sect. If there's nothing else, then please leave." Another North Mystery Gate disciple spoke in an indifferent tone. "I only said that I'm not a 7-star war god. I didn't say that I'm not an existence above a 7-star war god." Duan Lingtian's figure didn't show any signs of moving. His tone was as calm as before, without any fluctuations. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the pupils of the 10 people of the Profound North sect slightly shrank. If he wasn't a 7-star war god and was in existence above a 7-star war god, then he could only be an 8-star war god or a 9-star war god. A 9-star war god was definitely impossible. 8-star war god? In an instant, the 10 people of the Profound North sect looked at Duan Lingtian with vigilance in their eyes. At the same time, their eyes flickered with uncertainty. "You're an 8-star war god?" At the same time, the person who was sitting cross-legged outside the Profound North sect with his eyes closed was a thin, middle-aged man. It was unknown if he was meditating or cultivating. At this moment, he opened his eyes and a sharp light bloomed. "Bring me to see your alliance chief," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Hiss." The instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 10 Profound North sect disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Since the matter had developed to this point, when they heard the other party's words, they already faintly realized that the other party might really be an 8-star war god. Otherwise, his actions were purely seeking death. "Sir, I'm an elder of the Profound North sect, Qi Jin. Do you really want to see our alliance chief?" The thin, middle-aged man stood up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze became somewhat serious. "You have to think clearly. If you add our alliance chief and you're not an 8-star war god, then you're deceiving our Profound North Alliance. At that time, even if you're a 7-star war god, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death." After saying this, the elder of the Profound North sect, Qi Jin's gaze became somewhat sharp. "Lead the way," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I've already sent a message to the vice chief of the Profound North Alliance, Lord Luofeng." When Qi Jin spoke again, his tone had changed. If the other party was really an 8-star war god, he was nothing in front of him. Once the other party entered the Profound North Alliance, his position would be much higher than his. In the Profound North Alliance, the highest position was the Alliance Chief. Below him was the Vice Chief. Under the Vice Chief was a group of protectors. Under the protectors were the elders. The Profound North Alliance had a total of 2 8-star war gods. They were the Alliance Chief and the Vice Chief. As for the protectors, they were all 7-star war gods. The elders were all 6-star war gods. For example, Qi Jin was a 6-star war god. However, he was one of the top 6-star war gods. Recently, he was in charge of leading people to guard the mountain gate of the Profound North Alliance. Vice Chief, Duan Lingtian frowned. "Does the Vice Chief of the Profound North Alliance have the right to ask me to join the Profound North Alliance?" "Of course. When Duan Lingtian mentioned the vice chief of the Profound North Alliance, Qi Jin's face was filled with respect. Lord Luofeng is the other 8-star war god in the Profound North Alliance other than the Alliance chief. Just as Qi Jin finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past the mountain gate of the Profound North Alliance. Then, a tall figure appeared at the right time. It was a young man in a gray robe. The young man was tall and handsome. Although he wasn't exactly handsome, he gave off a resolute aura. As soon as he appeared, Qi Jin, the elder of the Profound North Alliance, brought along more than 10 disciples of the Profound North Alliance and bowed to him. Lord Luofeng. Luofeng nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a black robe, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat. Sir, I heard from Elder Qi Jin that you want to join the Profound North Alliance and that you are an 8-star war god? Make your move. In response to Luofeng's question, Duan Lingtian only gave him one reply. Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance narrowed their eyes at the same time. Why was this black-robed man so direct? Their vice chief, Lord Luofeng, had just arrived and he wanted Lord Luofeng to make his move? Sir. Just as Luofeng was about to say something, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. At the same time, Luofeng's eyes narrowed and he stopped himself. His face turned serious. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move much, but his body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the black cloak on his back seemed to have a life of its own. It left his back and unwrapped itself from his body. Then it flew out with a whoosh. Its speed became faster and faster as it flew toward Luofeng. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the black cloak seemed to have turned into a bolt of black lightning or a black blade radiance. It let out a cry like the cry of a phoenix as it flew toward Luofeng. Wherever it passed, the space shook violently and twisted violently. The aura of the law of space was released, causing Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance to turn pale. Back off! As Qi Jin retreated, the other 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance also retreated. However, it was still a little too late. The black cloak broke through the air, bringing with it a wave of air. With a bang, it hit a few disciples of the Profound North Alliance who were slower to react and sent them flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. A few of them were injured by the impact. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Luofeng, the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, finally made his move when Duan Lingtian made his move. The khaki-colored energy swept out and transformed into gigantic khaki-colored pillars in front of him. Then, a wall of yellow energy appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A series of incomparably complex talisman shadows also began to ripple around the walls, wrapping around them, giving off a feeling of invincibility. If one looked closely at Luofeng's robe, one would find that it was slightly tilted down by an invisible force. Obviously, Luofeng was an expert in the law of earth. Lord Luofeng is defending himself. He's an expert in the law of earth. Even the leader won't be able to break through his defense in a short time. Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance stared at the scene in front of them, as if they were afraid to miss a single detail. Buzz! And at this moment, the black cloak flew closer and landed on the defensive wall created by Luofeng with an incomparably sharp aura. Qi! 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 The numerous talisman phantoms around the wall shook and swayed in unison. Chapter 3564. Swoosh! Under the horrified gazes of the elders and the 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance, the spinning black cloak transformed into a huge blade of light that instantly annihilated all of the talisman phantoms around the defensive wall that the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luofeng, had created. It should be noted that the defense profundity had been combined with other profundities from the law of earth. The defense profundity was destroyed just like that. On the other hand, the energy from the black cloak was barely depleted. Buzz! After destroying the talisman puppets formed by the defense profundity, the black cloak continued to move forward. In just a blink of an eye, the defensive barrier shattered with a loud explosion. Luo Feng's defensive barrier was destroyed once again. Boom! Rumble! Another series of explosions rang in the air. The khaki pillars behind Luo Feng's defensive barrier shattered as well. With this, Luo Feng's defensive barrier was completely destroyed. That's a divine artifact? At this moment, Luo Feng finally regained his senses. He knew the black cloak that was shrouded in spatial energy was a divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to destroy his defensive barrier so easily. Bell, come. Luo Feng's heart sank. With just a thought, an exquisite bell appeared in his hand before he tossed it into the air. As the black cloak followed him like a shadow, the small bell instantly transformed into a huge bell, enveloping Luo Feng within. Outside the huge bell, an illusion of a stone golem appeared, blocking the black cloak. Lord Luo Feng is using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although this was not Qi Jin's first time seeing Luo Feng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone the disciples from the Northern Profound Alliance, it was his first time seeing Luo Feng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I've long heard that Lord Luo Feng's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit. It's almost as powerful as a divine artifact. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really lives up to its name. Qi Jin thought to himself. Qi Jin's eyes lit up as he watched the scene unfold before him. However, isn't the black-robed man a little too strong? Based on his current strength, he's definitely stronger than an 8-star god of war. However, he used his immortal artifact right from the start. Now that Lord Luo Feng has also taken out his immortal artifact, he should not be a match for him. Almost as soon as Qi Jin had this thought, the spinning black cloak had already destroyed the stone man illusion on the giant bell. Then, it hit the giant bell and made an ear-piercing sound. Then, under the watchful eyes of Qi Jin and the others, the black cloak disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Luo Feng's voice rang in their ears. Thank you for your mercy. At this moment, under their astonished gazes, the giant bell disappeared. Luo Feng took it back and put it away. Looking at Luo Feng's current outfit, Qi Feng and the rest were slightly shocked. Not only was Luo Feng's robes not as neat as before, but there were also holes all over his robes. They were holes that looked like they had been cut by 1,000 knives. Luo Feng's skin was completely revealed, and it was as good as new, without the slightest injury. The person who made this move clearly had great control over his strength. Hiss! 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 Without exception, Qi Jin and the others inhaled sharply when they regained their senses. When they looked at the black-robed man again, an expression of fear and dread appeared on their faces. The black-robed man had easily defeated Luo Feng even after Luo Feng had taken out his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Did this mean the black-robed man was stronger than the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance? Can I join the Northern Profound Alliance now? Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and said impatiently. Although Luo Feng was strong, he was skilled in the law of earth, and his defense was so strong that not many people below the level of a 9-star god of war could break through his defense. However, Duan Ling Tian was different. Not only had he comprehended the law of space, but he could also ignore the defense of the law of earth. Moreover, he had a divine artifact. Naturally, the divine artifact was not limited to the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Ling Tian had returned to his back, the black cloak he was wearing was still a divine artifact. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had obtained many divine artifacts in the ruins of the realms of gods, including the black cloak on his back. It was a mediocre divine artifact without an artifact soul. However, even without an artifact soul, its might was still not something that an immortal artifact could compare to in his hands. Of course, Luo Feng hurriedly replied. Although he felt it was strange for such a powerhouse to join the Northern Profound Alliance, since the black-robed man had proven his strength, the Northern Profound Alliance could not possibly reject him. To put it bluntly, although the Northern Profound Alliance was strong in the 2nd North District, it was nothing compared to a true powerhouse. Let alone a 9-star god of war, even a peak 8-star god of war was strong enough to defeat the Northern Profound Alliance. If something like that were to happen, the only ones who would survive would be him and the alliance leader. Under the respectful gaze of Qi Jin and the 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Lingtian entered the mountain gate of the Northern Profound Alliance under Luo Feng's guidance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Qi Jin and the others' eyes. I didn't expect him to be so strong. One of the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance said with lingering fear. When he first arrived, I even had the thought of attacking him. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't attack him. Otherwise, I would have died in vain. He defeated Lord Luofeng so easily. I'm afraid he's no weaker than our alliance leader. If such a person really joins our Northern Dark Alliance, our strength will rise to a whole new level. Perhaps, we'll be able to defeat the other 2 superpowers in the Second North District. The Northern Profound Alliance was one of the 3 most powerful superpowers in the Second North District. In the past, the 3 superpowers were on par with each other in terms of strength. That was why they formed a tripartite situation in the Second North District. But now, with such a powerful person joining the Northern Profound Alliance, the other 2 superpowers would have a hard time against them unless they joined forces. Once the other 2 superpowers joined forces, the Northern Profound Alliance would become the most powerful superpower in the Second North District, even if they couldn't devour them. Maybe the arrival of that powerful person can really help the Northern Profound Alliance reach the top of the Second North District. While the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance were looking forward to the bright future of the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Lingtian was led by Luofeng into the base of the Northern Profound Alliance. The base within the glacier was completely empty. There wasn't even a single pillar in sight. The reason why the glacier didn't collapse was because there was an array within the base that held the glacier in place. The array was so miraculous that it could make islands float in the air, not to mention a glacier. How should I address you? Luofeng couldn't help but ask after bringing Duan Lingtian into the base. Li Feng. Duan Lingtian replied. Li was the surname of his mother, Li Ro. As for Feng, it was the name of his father, Duan Ruffing. Li Feng. Duan Lingtian had used this name before when he was in the mundane plane. So it's Mr. Li Feng. Luofeng smiled. I wonder where Mr. Li Feng is from? In the past, I've never heard of Mr. Li Feng in the Western region. In Luofeng's opinion, with the strength of the person in front of him, if he was from the Western region, he would have been famous long ago. Only those who were active in the central region of the geo-battlefield, such as the 8-star god of war, wouldn't be known. I just entered the geo-battlefield not long ago, and this is my first time here. Duan Lingtian said calmly. It's normal that you don't know me. Just entered the geo-battlefield not long ago? Your first time in the geo-battlefield? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Mr. Li Feng, you don't want to join the Northern Dark Alliance just to find a place to stay and cultivate, right? Do you think I would want to join the Northern Dark Alliance if it wasn't for this reason? Duan Lingtian asked. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Luo Feng heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. It seemed that the Northern Dark Alliance had found a treasure this time. Without any hesitation, he sent a message to the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, informing him of the news about Duan Lingtian and Li Feng. The leader of the Northern Dark Alliance was a middle-aged man in a white robe with golden edges. He had a dignified face, but when he came out to greet Duan Lingtian, he was all smiles. Mr. Li Feng, I'm the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, Luo Yiming. On behalf of the Northern Dark Alliance, I welcome you to join us. Luo Feng was Luo Yiming's cousin. Luo Yiming naturally wouldn't doubt his cousin's words. Because of this, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength and background, he was not only relieved, but also felt that the Northern Dark Alliance had found a treasure. As the saying goes, one just sits at home and luck comes from the sky. Perhaps, with Mr. Li Feng's addition, the Northern Dark Alliance could completely break the balance of power in the Second North District and suppress the other 2 factions. Mr. Li Feng, the leader, is my cousin. Luo Feng saw Duan Lingtian's figure pause when Luo Yiming introduced himself. Luo Feng seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and explained with a smile. Of course, Not many people in the Northern Dark Alliance know about this. Mr. Li Feng, those people you saw in front of the mountain gate didn't know that the leader and I are cousins. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian nodded. 2 8-star gods of war. Impressive. No matter how impressive he is, he's not as good as you, Mr. Li Feng. Luo Feng said with a bitter smile. He still trembled with fear when he thought about the strength of the person in front of him, especially the last move just now. If the opponent wanted to kill him, he would have died without a doubt. Chapter 35-65. There were many people with the same surname. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, if the 2 people with the highest status in the same force had the same surname, the probability of coincidence was not high. In fact, it could even be said to be very small. Because of this, when Duan Ling Tian heard the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance introduce himself as Luo Yiming, he thought of Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, who had brought him here. He couldn't help but be stunned. After Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, learned about Duan Ling Tian's strength from Luo Feng, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. He even personally led the way and arranged a place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. Mr. Li Feng, from today onward, you'll be the supreme guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance. After arranging a place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate, Luo Yiming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression and said, "Before today, the Northern Dark Alliance didn't have a supreme guardian." Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He didn't care about these empty titles. Previously, when he was in the Eastern 9 regions, he had rejected Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, when he wanted to pass the position of leader to him. "Leader Luo, I'm cultivating in the Northern Dark Alliance, and you've helped me a lot. In the future, if the Northern Dark Alliance needs my help, you can let me know at any time. As long as it's within my power and doesn't cross my bottom line, I won't reject you." Before Luo Yiming left, Duan Ling Tian gave Luo Yiming a promise. At the same time, he gave Luo Yiming his soul pearl so that he could contact him at any time. When Luo Yiming heard Duan Ling Tian's promise, he took Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl and handed over his own soul pearl. His eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard that. Previously, when his cousin Luo Feng mentioned Duan Ling Tian's power, he knew that Duan Ling Tian's power was even greater than his. At the beginning, he only wanted to worship this person. Even if he didn't order him to do anything, if someone came looking for trouble in the future, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't just stand by and watch. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to give him such a promise. This also meant that the Northern Dark Alliance could ask him to help them. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. Unless it's something that requires you to do personally, the Northern Profound Alliance won't trouble you. Grand Guardian, from now on, you can cultivate in the Northern Profound Alliance with peace of mind. Although the person in front of him had made a promise, Luo Yiming did not dare to let the other party make a move easily. Therefore, by saying such comforting words, he not only expressed his unwillingness to take advantage of the situation, but also gave the other party a sense of confidence. "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied and flew back to the residence that Luo Yiming, the alliance leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, had arranged for him. It was a spacious mansion located at a corner of the Northern Dark Alliance's territory. It was very secluded and very few people came near it. This was a good place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. After watching Duan Ling Tian leave, Luo Yiming finally left. Before he left, he sent a message to his cousin Luo Feng. "From today onwards, Mr. Li Feng will be the supreme guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance. Also, tell those who witnessed the battle between you and Duan Ling Tian to keep quiet about the news that Duan Ling Tian has a divine weapon. Don't spread the news." After Luo Feng received the message, he started to get busy. Not long after, the entire Northern Dark Alliance was shocked. There was a supreme guardian in the Northern Dark Alliance all of a sudden. One had to know that even though the Northern Profound Alliance had quite a few protectors, their positions were all beneath the Alliance head and Vice Alliance head. Yet, with the addition of a Supreme Protector, the Northern Profound Alliance had decided to treat the Supreme Protector with the utmost respect. Didn't this mean that there would be 2 alliance leaders in the Northern Dark Alliance? Who is this person? How can he be the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance? His position is higher than the Vice Leader. The Vice Leader is an 8-star war god. Is he qualified? He wants to be on the same level as our alliance leader. Is he worthy of such treatment? After the news spread throughout the Northern Dark Alliance, the members of the Northern Dark Alliance began to question whether the first Supreme Guardian in the history of the Northern Dark Alliance had the ability to accept his current position in the Northern Dark Alliance. However, as the members of the Northern Dark Alliance who witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo Feng spoke, more people in the Northern Dark Alliance were shocked by what they said. He broke Vice Leader Luo Feng's defense with 1 strike? He defeated Luo Feng within a few breaths. Even the alliance leader might not be as powerful as him. Who is this person wearing a bamboo hat, a black robe, and a black cloak? After learning about Duan Lingtian's power, the members of the Northern Dark Alliance no longer dared to doubt the power of their new Supreme Guardian. However, they were more shocked than anything else. They had never thought that this person would be so powerful. They had never expected such a person to appear in the Northern Dark Alliance. To be able to defeat Lord Luo Feng in such a short period of time. I'm afraid he's stronger than our alliance leader. Many people thought so too. For a long time to come, the hottest topic in the Northern Profound Alliance revolved around the first Supreme Enforcer in the history of the Northern Profound Alliance. They never seemed to get tired of talking about him. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't know about any of this. Now, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He wanted to reach the threshold of becoming a god as soon as possible. By then, he would be able to go anywhere in the 9 remoteness battlefield. Duan Lingtian, the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the Eastern 9 regions, Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Soul clan, possessed the body of Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple. He had entered the 9 remoteness battlefield before Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Dao Alliance. However, the first thing he did after entering the 9 remoteness battlefield was to find a force to join. Compared to Duan Lingtian, who was clueless when he first entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had already learned a thing or two about the 9 Serenities battlefield. Therefore, as soon as he entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, he immediately went to the forces he belonged to. Shi Tian Alliance in the Western 5 regions. Currently, Mi Xian had sealed his soul to maintain it at the level of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. However, since his soul had yet to fully integrate with his body, he could not fully utilize the profundities he had comprehended through his soul. Today was the first time Mi Xian came out of seclusion after joining Shi Tian Alliance. As soon as he came out, he heard about what had happened in the Eastern 9 regions of the 9 remoteness battlefield. Duan Lingtian is also in the 9 remoteness battlefield? Tang Sanpao, or to be more precise, Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. His younger brother, Yahiko, was killed by Duan Lingtian. That Wu Hongqing should have sent me a message. Mi Xian took a deep breath and thought about Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. With Wu Hongqing's intelligence network, Wu Hongqing must have learned about Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian made a name for himself in the 9 remoteness battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian was in the 9 remoteness battlefield, so Wu Hongqing must have taken pity on him. However, since I'm in seclusion, I've blocked all messages. I'll leave the 9 remoteness battlefield and see if he has any plans to deal with Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian committed suicide and killed Wu Long, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan, the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 remoteness battlefield, he must have gone into hiding. Since Duan Lingtian has gone into hiding, it won't be easy for Wu Hongqing to find him. With this thought in mind, Mi Xian left Shi Tian Alliance and the 9 remoteness battlefield and returned to the independent realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple was located. Why did you only come out now? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly when he saw Mi Xian. After all, he had already sent a message to Mi Xian. Before entering the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had left a soul orb with Qin Lai. Qin Lai purposely had someone bring the soul orb into the Nine Serenities battlefield to contact Mi Xian. However, because the connection was one way, he did not know if Mi Xian had received the message. However, as the days passed and Mi Xian still did not come out, he knew Mi Xian had not received the message. Now that Mi Xian had shown up, it was not difficult for him to guess Mi Xian must have heard about Duan Lingtian being in the Nine Remoteness battlefield. That was why Mi Xian had come out to look for him. I've been cultivating in seclusion. Apart from being vigilant for sneak attacks, I've also blocked out all communications that might affect my cultivation, Mi Xian said indifferently. Mi Xian said indifferently, "You must have sent someone to contact me because of Duan Lingtian, right?" "Yes." Wu Hongqing nodded. The heavenly emperor of Ji-Fan's true disciple was killed by Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't let the matter rest, right? Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing meaningfully before he said, "I'm sure you don't want Duan Lingtian to die in the hands of the heavenly emperor of Ji-Fan. Are you saying you're willing?" Wu Hongqing smiled disdainfully. "I'm not the only one who wants the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body. You want them as well. Enough." Mi Xian waved his hand and said, "Let's get down to business. What do you plan to do about this? It's obvious Duan Lingtian has gone into hiding. He might even have left the Nine Remoteness battlefield." "I don't think he has left the Nine Remoteness battlefield." Wu Hongqing's eyes flashed as he said, "Duan Lingtian isn't someone who's content with the status quo. He's able to achieve what he has in just a few hundred years. His appearance in the Nine Remoteness battlefield means he doesn't want to hide in a mundane realm. He wants to cultivate and gain experience in the Ninth Serenity battlefield. He wants to improve his strength and even become a god in the shortest amount of time possible. In a mundane realm, the process will take a long time. Therefore, I'm certain he's still in the Nine Remoteness battlefield. I'm not the only one. Even the heavenly emperor of Ji-Fan, Ji-Yu, feels the same way." Mi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. "Have you contacted the heavenly emperor of Ji-Fan?" Chapter 3566. When Mi Xian was still the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, he spent most of his time in the Netherworld and rarely came to the Devata realms. Even so, he still knew about the people who were ranked at the top of the Heavenly Emperor ranking in the Devata realms. The Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He knew about the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven. That being said, even if he didn't know about the Ji-Fantion Heavenly Emperor, he could still learn about the Ji-Fantion Heavenly Emperor and his ranking on the Heavenly Monarch ranking from the Title Temple's young master, Tang Sanpao. "Yes." Wu Hongqing nodded in response to Mi Xian's question. "I took the initiative to look for him." "You took the initiative to look for him?" Mi Xian frowned. "You didn't say anything about Duan Lingtian possessing the 5 divine elements, right?" "No." Wu Hongqing shook his head. "I only looked for him to tell him that the Title Temple is willing to work with him to deal with Duan Lingtian. However, I want him alive. At the very least, Duan Lingtian has to stay in the Title Temple's main hall for a period of time, so we can get him to hand over his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Ji-Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, has long heard about the Title Temple's desire for the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For this reason, I promised to share with him the comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth that we obtained from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he also made a request. He wants the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession." Wu Hongqing mentioned Duan Lingtian's divine weapon. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had used a divine weapon to defeat Wu Long, who had also used a divine weapon. He wants Duan Lingtian's divine weapon. It seems like the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession is extraordinary. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing meaningfully and asked, "What do you think?" "Definitely not ordinary." Wu Hongqing nodded in agreement. That Ji-Yu is a person who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Since he is interested in the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's hands, It means that the divine weapon is definitely not ordinary. But, so what if it's not an ordinary divine weapon? Could it be that its value was comparable to the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body? That's the 5 divine elements in their higher forms. Even if we can only obtain one of them, even if we have no hope of becoming an absolute expert in the future, we still have hope of becoming an emperor god or even an ultimate god. It was obvious that Wu Hongqing was willing to give up Duan Lingtian's extraordinary divine weapon in order to obtain the 5 divine elements. That's true. Mi Xian agreed with Wu Hongqing's decision. How is your strength now? Wu Hongqing asked as he looked at Mi Xian with anticipation in his eyes. When Mi Xian heard Wu Hongqing's question, he said indifferently, although I haven't fully merged with the 5 divine elements, I have the foundation of a god king. The celestial origin energy in my body now has the characteristics of divine power. Even if I can't fully utilize the profundities of the laws I've comprehended, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard Mi Xian's words. He was more concerned about the fact that Mi Xian had the strength of a 9-star god of war. Mi Xian, the title temple will fully cooperate with you to capture Duan Lingtian alive. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he learned that Mi Xian had the strength of a 9-star god of war. Of course, if you can't capture him alive, you can kill him and take the 5 divine elements in his body. If GU's people don't know about your actions, you can also take the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. If you're interested, you can keep it for yourself. The title temple will first send a group of 8-star gods of war to cooperate with you. As for 9-star gods of war, we've already gathered them in the various sub-halls. After some time, a sub-hall master with the strength of a 9-star god of war will join you. Wu Hongqing had already made preparations before Mi Xian had come out. Next, I'll be heading to the Brahma Alliance established by the disciples of Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian. Mi Xian asked. That's right. Wu Hongqing nodded. I've already reached an agreement with the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian. I'll send at least one 9-star god of war to cooperate with his disciple, Ji Ying, to find Duan Lingtian and capture him. Initially, I thought if you can't unleash the strength of a 9-star god of war, you'll have to send a sub-hall master with the strength of a 9-star god of war. Since you've already entered the title temple, I'll let you go. Similar to how some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms possessed the strength of a 9-star god of war, there were a few sub-hall masters in the title temple who possessed the strength of a 9-star god of war as well. Naturally, there were not many sub-hall masters. Moreover, most of them had their own matters to attend to and might not be free. Under such circumstances, even if the main hall of the title temple wanted them to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, they might not be free. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken the risk of waiting for the title temple to send a large number of 8-star gods of war to kill him. It was difficult for the main hall of the title temple to summon 9-star gods of war, but it was easy for the main hall to summon 8-star gods of war. Just the title temple's sub-palaces alone had many 8-star gods of war. There were many 8-star gods of war in the main hall of the title temple as well. You'll work with Ji Yu's disciple Ji Ying. The main hall of the title temple will send another 9-star god of war to assist you. Based on Ji Yu's words, it seems like he'll try to recruit another 9-star god of war. With 4 9-star gods of war working together, they're almost invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It shouldn't be difficult for them to find Duan Lingtian. Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, had a glint in his eyes. Flames of greed could be seen burning in his eyes, and he could no longer control his greed. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, was in cahoots with Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian. The two of them planned to send 4 9-star gods of war to search for him in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Currently, he was using the alias of Li Feng and had entered the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District to cultivate. The Northern Profound Alliance was only one of the 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District. However, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were clear about this. With the addition of the elusive Grand Guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance's strength had surpassed the other two forces in one fell swoop. If the Northern Profound Alliance wants to, we can easily destroy the other two forces. That's for sure. After all, the Northern Profound Alliance has 3 8-star gods of war. Moreover, the third 8-star god of war is stronger than the Vice Alliance leader. I wonder when the Alliance leader and the Grand Guardian will make their move to destroy the other two forces. In the Jiuyu battlefield, the formation of a force was not only to provide shelter, but also to provide a platform for cooperation. In the Jiuyu battlefield, the unaffiliated people relied on their own strength to survive. On the other hand, those who had the backing of a force would move in groups. The various spoils of war that they plundered would also be divided equally. For example, in the Northern Profound Alliance, a group of ordinary 6-star gods of war working together could kill a top 6-star god of war. It was the same for 5-star gods of war and 4-star gods of war. The stronger a force was, the more people would join it. As a result, it would become stronger. In the Second North District, not only the Northern Profound Alliance, but the other two forces also wanted to be the strongest force. They realized that they had reached a bottleneck today. If they wanted to go further, they only had one choice: destroy the other two forces. Because of this, when Duan Lingtian, using the alias of Li Feng, joined the Northern Profound Alliance and became the Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance hoped that the Northern Profound Alliance would make a move to destroy the other two forces one by one and become the strongest force in the Second North District. Once the Northern Profound Alliance became the strongest force in the Second North District, the Northern Profound Alliance would have the final say in the area. Under such circumstances, the Northern Profound Alliance would naturally gain more benefits. However, they realized that the mysterious Supreme Guardian seemed to have disappeared without a trace after joining the Northern Profound Alliance. During this period of time, many Grand Guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance came to the Deputy Alliance leader Luofeng to ask about this matter. Lord Luofeng, now that the Northern Profound Alliance has the Grand Guardian, are we not going to attack the other two forces? And Luofeng only had one answer to these questions. Everything will be decided by the Alliance leader and the Grand Guardian. His answer was equivalent to not answering. Under such circumstances, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance could only wait. No one dared to ask the Alliance leader this question rashly. As for the Supreme Protector, he was elusive. Not to mention asking questions, even if they wanted to see him, it would be difficult. Brother. Luofeng found Luo Yiming. Shouldn't you say something? Everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance is waiting for an answer from you. Now that the Grand Guardian has joined the Northern Profound Alliance, are we going to attack the other two forces? Luo Yiming shook his head. If I wanted to say something, I would have said it long ago. It's just that it's not convenient for me to say it. Although the Grand Guardian has joined the Northern Profound Alliance, how long has it been since he joined? What if he has a bad impression of the Northern Profound Alliance and leaves because of this? What should we do? For this kind of thing, we should at least wait until the Grand Guardian has a certain level of affection for the Northern Profound Alliance before we ask for his help. You and I both know that we can't dictate what the Supreme Protector wants to do. Luofeng nodded to show that he understood Luo Yiming's words. However, there is another possibility. The other two forces must have known that the Grand Guardian is an 8-star god of war by now. Will they choose to strike first and attack the Northern Profound Alliance together? As he finished speaking, a hint of worry could be seen between Luofeng's brows. Strike first? Luo Yiming smiled. That's exactly what I want. Ha! Luofeng was stunned. Why? Isn't this a disaster for the Northern Profound Alliance? Chapter 3567. Disaster. Hearing Luofeng's words, Luo Yiming smiled faintly. That might not be the case. Luo Yiming's words made Luofeng even more confused. Brother, can you be clearer? Don't keep me in suspense. Luofeng's tone became a little impatient as he spoke. Haha. Luo Yiming laughed. Brother Feng, If the two superpowers really join forces and attack us, you will naturally understand what I mean. Luo Yiming's tone was extremely calm. It was as if the two superpowers joining forces was nothing in his eyes. His confidence wasn't without reason. A few days ago, the new Supreme Guardian of the Northern Shan Alliance had something to ask him, and he had suggested a spar. When the two of them fought, he realized that there was not much difference between him and his cousin Luo Feng in front of the Supreme Guardian. Even he couldn't hold on for long before he was defeated. The Supreme Guardian's strength also confirmed his suspicions. He was definitely a top 8-star god of war. Moreover, he was one of the top 8-star gods of war. Whether it was him or his cousin, they were the only two 8-star gods of war in the Northern Shan Alliance, but they were not top 8-star gods of war. The other two superpowers did not have any top 8-star gods of war either. The strongest 8-star gods of war in the two superpowers were on par with him, and the other was slightly stronger than him. However, the difference was not huge. In the two northern regions, there were three superpowers. They were Northern Shan Alliance, Qiu Yun Alliance, and Hashan Alliance. A Supreme Guardian suddenly appeared in the Northern Shan Alliance, and he was stronger than the deputy leader, Luo Feng, and not weaker than the leader, Luo Yiming. The Qiu Yun Alliance and Hashan Alliance naturally received this news after some time. After receiving the news, although they appeared calm on the surface, there was an undercurrent surging behind their backs. After a few probing, the people of the Qiu Yun Alliance and Hashan Alliance, or more accurately, the 8-star gods of Qiu Yun Alliance and Hashan Alliance, finally gathered together. In the spacious main hall of the Hashan Alliance's base, there was no one sitting on the main seat. However, there were two people sitting on each side of the main seat, facing each other. Alliance Master Yuan. The one who spoke now was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a curly beard. He wore a loose gray robe and had fierce eyebrows. His pair of copper gongs seemed to be constantly glaring, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. I think it's time for you to let go of the grudges between our two alliances and temporarily put aside your prejudices against me and the Qiu Yun Alliance to work with us. Don't tell me you want to wait until the Northern Profound Alliance makes a move on both our alliances one by one and then regret it after they defeat us one by one. The middle-aged man with a curly beard who spoke was the vice leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Tai Ming. Tai Ming was also an 8-star war god. His strength was on par with Luo Feng, the deputy chief of the Northern Profound Alliance. The two of them had fought several years ago and were evenly matched. Now Tai Ming was talking to an old man. This old man was wearing a dark green robe. He had a head full of white hair and straight white eyebrows. He looked dignified without being angry. His face was like that of a man who had just entered middle age. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was the alliance master of the Hishan Alliance, Yuan Fu. This time, the alliance master of the Qiu Yun Alliance was one of the two people who came to the Hishan Alliance. Therefore, although Yuan Fu was the alliance master of the Hishan Alliance, he did not arrogantly sit at the head of the table. Instead, he sat beside the alliance master of the Qiu Yun Alliance. Vice Alliance Master Tai, are you sure that the Northern Profound Alliance will make a move on us? Beside Yuan Fu sat a young man. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would be hard to find in a crowd. At this moment, he looked at the Vice Alliance Master of the Qiu Yun Alliance and shook his head as he spoke. He was the Vice Alliance Master of the Hishan Alliance, Qi Kuan. Vice Alliance Master Qi. Tai Ming looked at Qi Kuan and his eyes flashed. Are you and the Hishan Alliance really going to gamble? If so, our Alliance Master and I can leave the Hishan Alliance now. This time, we came to the Hishan Alliance to seek cooperation. I don't believe that you didn't think of this. We took the initiative to come to the Hishan Alliance to give you a way out. If you don't want to, we won't force you. At most, we'll go our separate ways. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Ming raised his hand and slammed the table beside him. He stood up and looked like he was about to leave. Vice Alliance Master Tai, don't be rash. Qi Kuan also stood up. Just as Tai Ming said, the Hishan Alliance actually wanted to cooperate with the Qiu Yun Alliance. However, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. After all, they were enemies in the past and there was a lot of resentment between them. Today, if the He-Shan alliance really left, the Qiu-Yun alliance would still have to go. The reason why they didn't agree to it was because they wanted to put on airs. Now that Tai Ming was using force, they naturally didn't dare to go against him. Alliance Master Yuan, give us an answer. Sitting beside Tai Ming, the middle-aged man who had been silently resting with his eyes closed finally opened his eyes at this moment. His emotionless gaze landed on the leader of the He-Shan alliance, Yuan Fu. The middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar and looked harmless. He was the alliance master of the Qiu-Yun alliance, Shimin Jiangchen. It's already so late. Isn't this pointless? Shimin Jiangchen asked indifferently. Alliance Master Shimin, you jest. Yuan Fu, the expressionless alliance master of the He-Shan alliance, squeezed out a smile and said, "We are willing to cooperate with the Qiu-Yun alliance on this matter." Tai Ming only sat down after Yuan Fu spoke. "You should have done this long ago." Yuan Fu continued to look at Shimin Jiangchen and said, "Alliance Master Shimin, since you're here to seek cooperation, you must have your own plans. What do you plan to do next?" Shimin Jiangchen's eyes flashed coldly in response to Yuan Fu's question. "Our two alliances will come out in full force and point our swords at the North Profound Alliance. The sooner the better." At the center of the Nine Serenities battlefield, Brahma Alliance's base. "I'm looking for Jiying." The young man who led the dozen or so people who came from afar stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base and looked indifferently at the patrolling members of the Brahma Alliance. "Jiying?" The members of the Brahma Alliance didn't react at first. Took a while for one of them to react. "Jing, I think. That's the Alliance Master's name." "Sir, you are?" Knowing that the young man was looking for their Alliance Master and that he wasn't an ordinary person, the members of the Brahma Alliance didn't dare to be negligent and asked carefully. "Mi Xian." The young man who led the group spoke again. His tone was as calm as before. He was none other than Mi Xian, who had entered the Nine Serenities battlefield not long ago. To be more precise, he was Mi Xian, who had possessed Tang Sanpeo's body and taken over Tang Sanpeo's body. "So you're Lord Mi Xian." The eyes of the members of the Brahma Alliance lit up when they heard Mi Xian's self-introduction. Then they respectfully welcomed Mi Xian inside. "The Alliance Master has ordered us to bring you to him directly when Lord Mi Xian arrives." Before Mi Xian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Title Temple, had contacted the Brahma Alliance's Heavenly Emperor, Jiyu, and asked him to inform his disciple, Jiying, that the Title Temple would send people to the Nine Serenities battlefield to settle down in the Nine Serenities battlefield and search for Duanling Tian with the Brahma Alliance. Jiyu had immediately sent people to the Nine Serenities battlefield to inform Jiying of this matter. After Jiying learned of this matter, she immediately gave the order. Therefore, the patrolling members of the Brahma Alliance knew that an important person named Mi Xian would be coming to the Nine Serenities battlefield in the near future. This was because their alliance master had invited this person as his guest. One had to know that not everyone could receive such treatment. Amen. When Mi Xian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield with the leader of the Brahma Alliance, there were 12 people following closely behind him. Half of the 12 people were 8 star gods of war nurtured by the Title Temple's main hall, and the other half were 8 star gods of war from the Title Temple's branch halls. They had followed Mi Xian into the Nine Serenities battlefield. They only had one mission. They had to listen to Mi Xian's orders and assist the Brahma Alliance in searching for Duanling Tian. They had to capture Duanling Tian alive. "You're Mi Xian from the Title Temple? I've been waiting for a long time." The Brahma Alliance's leader, Jiying, received Mi Xian in a vast valley. The surroundings were empty, and the 12 people behind Mi Xian were blocked outside. "Our Alliance Master has something to say to Lord Mi Xian in private. It's not convenient for you to enter." Jiying stood in the sky above the vast valley. His body was as straight as a javelin. Although there were no energy fluctuations around him, he gave off an extremely sharp aura. As for Mi Xian, he had also arrived in front of Jiying and stood facing her. "Mi Xian?" Jiying asked. "Yes." Mi Xian was indifferent to Jiying. Although Jiying was a 9-star god of war, Jiying was nothing in his eyes. If his soul was not sealed, he would still be a god king. In the eyes of a god king, ordinary gods were nothing, let alone a titled celestial emperor who had yet to become a god. I heard from my master that you're a 9-star god of war? Jiying asked bluntly. Sort of. Mi Xian frowned. Sort of. Jiying frowned slightly. This isn't just, sort of. If you're not a 9-star god of war, you're not qualified to work with me. Since when did the title temple start spouting nonsense? Jiying's expression darkened slightly when he heard Mi Xian's words. I'm not qualified to work with you? Mi Xian sneered. Brat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I won't teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven? Mi Xian was usually on equal footing with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple. Even if Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, was here, Mi Xian would still treat Wu Hongqing with the same respect. However, Mi Xian was merely Jiyu's disciple. How could Mi Xian say he was not qualified to work with Jiyu? You'll have to have the ability to teach you a lesson first. Jiying was taken aback when he heard Mi Xian's words. Then, a sneer appeared on his face. As Jiying's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene became completely solemn. The intense smell of gunpowder instantly spread out. Chapter 3568. Impudent. Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and shouted in response to Jiying's provocation. In the next moment, a gray energy spread out from his body. Since you're looking for a beating, I, Mi Xian, will fulfill your wish. We don't know who's looking for a beating. As the first true disciple of Jiyu, Ji Fantian's heavenly emperor, Jiying was extremely confident in his own strength. Even if the person in front of him was really a 9-star god of war, he was not afraid. Moreover, the person in front of him had only said that he was a 9-star god of war. The word considered had many meanings. It could be that he had barely reached the level, or he could be bragging, or he could be stronger than a 9-star god of war. However, the 9 Serenities battlefield could only accommodate 9-star gods of war at most. Those stronger than 9-star gods of war were gods. Gods of war were unable to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield or even stay there. Humph! Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly in the face of the confident Jiying. Then a figure shot out from his body. It was another Mi Xian, but this Mi Xian's eyes were blood-red. Clearly, this was Mi Xian's clone. To be precise, it was a death clone. Death clone was one of the many profundities of the law of death. Facing Mi Xian's sudden attack, Jiying, who had been waiting for a long time, also made his move. Whoosh! Jiying's figure flickered, and a green light wreaked havoc around him. Then, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and swiftly drifted past, dodging Mi Xian's death clone. The entire process was extremely easy. Buzz, 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 buzz. When Jiying dodged Mi Xian's preemptive attack, he also made his move. Wind blades condensed in the air as though they had appeared out of thin air. Then, a tornado suddenly appeared and enveloped Mi Xian. In an instant, Mi Xian's figure was swallowed by the tornado. Everyone, our alliance master is only sparring with Lord Mi Xian. He won't harm Lord Mi Xian's life. At the same time, the Brahma Alliance's upper echelon who had stopped the 12 8-star gods of war, who had come with Mi Xian from the title temple, looked at Jiying and Mi Xian, who had suddenly exchanged blows, and spoke to the 12 8-star gods of war from the title temple. However, his words were obviously in vain. This was because the 12 8-star war gods from the title temple didn't do anything from the beginning to the end, until Mi Xian's figure was annihilated by the tornado of wind blades that filled the sky. They simply watched indifferently from afar. Mi Xian? In fact, they were not familiar with this person. However, the main hall master had ordered them to obey Mi Xian's orders, so they had no choice but to obey. However, at their level, how could they easily submit to a person? Now that they finally had the chance to witness Mi Xian's strength and see if he had the ability to lead them, They were more than happy to see him succeed. How could they possibly stop this from happening? The leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, is the #1 true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantion. I've long heard that he has become a 9-star war god. To be able to see him in action today makes this trip worth it. An 8-star god of war from the Tidal Temple side. Indeed, the other person nodded in agreement. Soon after, the 12 8-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple began to whisper among themselves. They were not worried about Mi Xian at all, unlike the high-ranking officials from the Brahma Alliance who were standing nearby. Fortunately, these 12 people did not attend the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Otherwise, they would have recognized Mi Xian as the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao. Although these 12 people were from the Tidal Temple, they were not palace masters and did not attend the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Brahma Alliance were rendered speechless by the reaction of the people from the Tidal Temple. The person who is fighting with our alliance master is your leader. Can't you show even the slightest bit of concern for him? At the same time, Mi Xian, who had been swept into the tornado by the wind blades, quickly appeared before Ji Ying and the onlookers. At the same time, the raging tornado was forcibly shattered and annihilated. Is that all you've got? Mi Xian appeared, his body untainted by a speck of dust. His eyes were incomparably indifferent. If this is all you've got, then I'm a little disappointed. Ji Ying's expression changed slightly. Although he had not used his full strength earlier, he had still used some of his strength. However, he did not expect he would not be able to hurt Mi Xian at all. At this moment, he was certain Mi Xian was not weak at all. He was certain Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war. At this moment, Ji Ying cursed Mi Xian for saying he was a 9-star god of war. His expression was solemn as he made his move. He did not intend to hold back anymore. Even if he could not defeat Mi Xian, he could at least tie with Mi Xian. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly humiliated today. After all, he was the one who had provoked Mi Xian first. He was the one who had provoked Mi Xian first, and Mi Xian had defeated him. I'll defeat you with one move. Just as Ji Ying was about to unleash her full power, Mi Xian's words rang in her ears. Ji Ying was stunned for a moment, and the onlookers, whether they were from the Brahma Alliance or the Tidal Temple, felt their scalps go numb. Their first thought was that Mi Xian was too arrogant. They could not deny that Mi Xian's performance had stunned them. They were certain that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war. However, as a 5-star god of war, it was impossible for him to defeat Ji Ying with one move. Arrogant! Ji Ying shouted coldly. Then, a blue wind wreaked havoc around him, making him look like a wind god who could control all the wind energy in the world. He could destroy the sky with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a stomp. Before Ji Ying moved, Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You will know in a breath's time whether I'm arrogant or not." As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. The ray of light shot through the sky like a shooting star and arrived in front of Ji Ying in the blink of an eye. Even Ji Ying's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity could not stop Mi Xian. That's a soul attack? The crowd's eyes widened in shock when they saw this. Soul attacks were rare even for people at their level. This was because celestial origin energy was more compatible with the profundities of laws than the soul. Therefore, unless one specialized in cultivating the soul, most people would not study soul attacks. For this reason, they were shocked when they saw Mi Xian using a soul attack. It won't be easy to defeat a 9-star god of war with a soul attack, right? They could not help but think to themselves. Although a soul attack could catch one's opponent off guard, it was impossible to defeat a person of similar strength unless it was cast through a soul attack divine weapon. Soul attack. Ji Ying smiled disdainfully when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. Mi Xian was not the only one who knew how to use soul attacks. In fact, one of the divine weapons he possessed was a soul attack divine weapon. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost as soon as Ji Ying's eyes focused, 2 torch-like beams of light howled out from the depths of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they converged into one and met Mi Xian's fierce soul attack head-on. Although Jiying was proficient in soul attacks, to him it was just a sneak attack that caught him off guard. Normally, he would rather use his celestial origin energy. However, the smile on Jiying's face froze. Before Mi Xian's soul attack could make contact with Jiying's soul attack, it dissipated as though an explosion had occurred. Then, strands of soul attack enveloped Jiying. Jiying's soul attack had only destroyed a portion of Mi Xian's soul attack. In the next moment, Mi Xian's soul attack entered Jiying's body. Just as Jiying was about to activate his soul energy to defend himself, he discovered that the strands of Mi Xian's soul attack that had entered his body had begun to move rhythmically. These fluctuations did not have the power to harm his soul, but they still caused his soul to tremble. He felt his head grow heavy, and he could not help but be distracted. At this moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. Under the shocked gazes of the high-ranking officials of the Brahma Alliance and the people of the Tidal Temple, Mi Xian's undead clone attacked again. With a single punch, he sent Jiying flying. Jiying's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wind elemental profundity dissipated as well. Barf! Jiying spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue to regain his senses. He barely managed to stop himself from flying. When he looked at Mi Xian again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Who are you? Jiying found it hard to believe that someone could use soul attacks to this extent. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even if he were to attack again, he would still be hit, unless he had a divine artifact to protect his soul. However, what he did not know was that although his opponent's soul was sealed, it did not change the fact that it was the soul of a god king. Moreover, this soul belonged to the dead spirit clan from the netherworld. It was a living being in the form of a soul. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Mi Xian. The shock in their eyes did not diminish even after a long time. This was an outcome that no one had expected. This was especially true for the 12 eight-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple. They were relieved that they did not provoke Mi Xian even though they had doubts about his strength. Otherwise, they would have suffered a terrible fate. What a joke! Even Jiying, the #1 true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, who had the strength of a 9-star god of war, had been defeated by him. If not for him holding back, just that punch just now was likely enough to kill Jiying. Chapter 35-69. Now, Jiying was standing in the void, looking a little wretched. He was looking at Mi Xian with a grave expression. Who are you? Jiying did not expect the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple to be so terrifying. His soul attack was so powerful that no one below the god realm would be able to match it. Even a 9-star god of war would not be able to withstand Jiying's soul attack if he did not have a soul defensive divine weapon. It would be easy for someone like Jiying to kill him. Jiying's heart was filled with complicated emotions. It was a good thing that the Tidal Temple had sent such a person to the 9 Serenities battlefield to assist him in searching for Duanling Tian. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw how domineering the Tidal Temple was. He felt as though he was being overshadowed by the Tidal Temple. Jiying seemed to have forgotten all about this. He was the one who wanted to test the person in front of him, not the other way around. Someone you can't afford to offend. In response to Jiying's question, Mi Xian only gave her this one response. Although this response made Jiying furious, he didn't dare to act out. He was deeply afraid that the other party would really kill him in a fit of anger. Others might be wary of him because he was the first true disciple and adopted son of the heavenly emperor. But the person in front of him was from the Tidal Temple's main hall. His background was even stronger than Jiying's. As for the people in the surroundings, they were silent. When the upper echelons of Brahma Alliance looked at Mi Xian, their eyes were filled with shock and wariness. They couldn't be any more wary. As for the people from the Tidal Temple, they still had lingering fears. At the same time, they were no longer dissatisfied or doubtful that the main hall master had ordered them to listen to the person in front of them. This was a world where the strong were respected. They were completely convinced by Mi Xian's strength, and they were willing to follow him wherever he went. Do you have any leads on Duan Lingtian? Mi Xian asked as he glanced at Ji Ying. Ji Ying was startled at first, but then he recovered and shook his head. Ever since that Duan Lingtian killed my junior brother, the Heavenly Dao Union he was in disbanded, and he has completely disappeared. Recently, our Brahma Alliance has captured a few people who were previously in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, but even after torturing them to death, they still couldn't reveal the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian. It's obvious that they really don't know where Duan Lingtian is. So far, nothing. At the mention of the death of her junior brother, whom she regarded as her own brother, Ji Ying's hands involuntarily clenched into fists as her body began to tremble slightly. Are any of the Heavenly Dao Union's upper echelons among them? Mi Xian asked again. No. Ji Ying shook her head. The reason we were able to capture those people was because they boasted to the outside world that they were from the Heavenly Dao Union and had personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and my junior brother Wulong. They're just ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Dao Union. After the Heavenly Dao Union disbanded, the members of the Heavenly Dao Union, including the Union Master, had all gone their separate ways in fear of an ordinary disciple. Those with some brains naturally wouldn't easily reveal that they were from the Heavenly Dao Union. However, there were also those who liked to boast. If they felt that they could guarantee their own safety, they would still boast to an appropriate extent. As such, there were naturally people who were unlucky. Continue investigating, Ji Ying said in a deep voice. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension are truly exceptional. He's not even 700 years old, yet he already has such accomplishments. If he becomes a 9-star war god, even you won't be his match unless I personally act. If he has just become a 9-star war god, he won't be my match. When Ji Ying said this, she was clearly a little angry. She felt that Ji Ying was looking down on her. Facing Ji Ying's anger, Mi Xian only glanced at her indifferently and didn't respond to the topic. Next, arrange a secluded residence for me in your Brahma Alliance. Currently, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the God King of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, had sealed his soul and entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was also unaware that Mi Xian had possessed the body of his old acquaintance, Tang Sanpao. He was currently cultivating in the Northern Profound Alliance's 2nd North District. He was also comprehending the law of space, the space sword Dao, and the Dao of control, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world that originated from the ruins of a realm of gods provided him with the best cultivation environment. Moreover, there was no one to disturb him in the Northern Profound Alliance. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved rapidly. Everything was calm and peaceful. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance who had hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy the other 2 major forces in the 2nd North District after joining the Northern Profound Alliance had gradually given up on the idea as time passed. The new Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was clearly a Buddha-like person. However, they no longer had any hopes for him. On this day, the Northern Profound Alliance that was as peaceful as ever was shocked when a shrill cry rang from outside the Northern Profound Alliance's base. At the same time, figures rushed in from outside in a panic. As they ran in, they shouted in panic, "The people from the He-Shan Alliance are here. The people from the Autumn Clouds Alliance are here as well. The vice leader of the He-Shan Alliance, Qi Kuan, is here personally. He even brought many guardians with him." When the people from outside the Northern Profound Alliance's base rushed in, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were instantly alarmed. Many people had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Very soon, their ominous premonition came true. The alliance leader of the Autumn Clouds Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen, is outside the Eastern Mountain Gate with a group of people. The alliance leader of the He-Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu, is outside the Southern Mountain Gate. The leader outside the Northern Mountain Gate is Tai Ming, the alliance leader of the Autumn Clouds Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance's base that was originally peaceful was suddenly besieged on all sides in just a dozen breaths. What should we do? What should we do? The He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance are planning to strike first and destroy the Northern Profound Alliance. Why didn't the Grand Guardian join forces with the two alliance leaders earlier to destroy the He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance? I hate it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come back so early. I went out for a few months and only came back yesterday. I'm so unlucky. I just came back, and I'm already in such a mess. I hope that the He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance will give us a chance to join them. Do you think they would dare to use someone who can join them in a crisis? But the situation is different in the abysmal battlefield. Who doesn't want to find a big tree to rely on? While many members of the Northern Profound Alliance were panicking, the two alliance leaders and vice leaders of the He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance led their men into the Northern Profound Alliance's base. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was killed. Even if they begged for mercy, they couldn't escape death. Shimin Jiangchen, Yuan Fu, what are you doing? Finally, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, arrived. Luo Yiming's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were so angry that they seemed like they could spit fire. Luo Feng, the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, followed behind Luo Yiming. His face was as dark as it could get. Alliance leader, vice leader. Seeing Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appear, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance who were still fearful of danger gathered around them. It was as if they were only safe by Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's side. Who? At the same time Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appeared, a group of figures appeared. They were the protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance. Each of them was a 7-star war god. There were a total of 11 of them. Alliance leader, Lord Luo Feng. After a while, the guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance stood behind Luo Yiming and Luo Feng. They glared at the members of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance. Of course, although they looked strong on the surface, if one looked closely, they could see a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. Some of them were even trembling slightly. The He-Shan League and the Qiu Yun League had joined forces to attack the North Profound League. The thing that they didn't want to see the most had happened. In fact, when the Supreme Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance arrived, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance hoped that the Northern Profound Alliance would be able to take down the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance one by one. When the Supreme Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance had not made a move for a long time, they felt a sense of crisis. Although the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were old rivals, would they put aside their old grudges and join forces to deal with the Northern Profound Alliance? At that time, they weren't sure what the answer was. But now, the answer was obvious. Yes. Luo Yiming, do you still need to ask? The end of the Northern Profound Alliance has arrived. The He-Shan Alliance's leader, Yuan Fu, stared at Luo Yiming and said with a fake smile, Shimin Jiangchen, is that what you think as well? Luo Yiming asked in a low voice as he looked at the alliance's leader, Shimin Jiangchen. Shimin Jiangchen didn't say anything, but the cold gaze he gave Luo Yiming was enough to say it all. Good, very good. Luo Yiming was so angry that he laughed. The Northern Profound Alliance hasn't even come to ask for help, and you've already come knocking on our door. It seems like all of you want to destroy the Northern Profound Alliance. Yuan Fu said calmly, Luo Yiming, if you want to blame someone, blame the Northern Profound Alliance for having another 8-star god of war. You should know that the balance between the three alliances can't be broken. Although the members of the Northern Profound Alliance had already guessed this, their expressions still turned ugly when they heard Yuan Fu say it himself. It's because of the Supreme Guardian. The Supreme Guardian joined the Northern Profound Alliance, but he didn't do anything. Now he's dragging the Northern Profound Alliance down. This Supreme Protector is too incompetent. We shouldn't have let him join the Northern Profound Alliance. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance were whispering to each other. Even the Supreme Guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance had similar thoughts, but they couldn't say it out loud because of their different identities. Chapter 3570. Shut up! Luo Yiming shouted with an ugly expression. The group of people from the Northern Xian Alliance immediately shut their mouths and kept quiet out of fear. Luo Yiming's cold gaze swept across the people who were whispering. When he spoke again, his tone was incomparably cold. Whether or not the Supreme Protector is competent and whether or not the Northern Xian Alliance should let the Supreme Protector join is not something you can talk about. If you are unhappy, you can leave the Northern Xian Alliance anytime. The Northern Xian Alliance doesn't need people like you. When Luo Yiming said that, the group of people who were whispering immediately lowered their heads. If it was any other time, they might have considered leaving the Northern Profound Alliance after hearing Luo Yiming's words. However, the Heishan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance were clearly planning to kill everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance, regardless of whether they wanted to leave or not. Just a moment ago, many people were shouting that as long as they didn't kill him, they could leave the Northern Xian Alliance and even join the Heishan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance. However, those people were all killed without exception. At this point in time, they knew that their survival depended on their alliance leader. If their alliance leader abandoned them, they would be killed by the Heishan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance before they could even leave the North Profound Alliance's encampment. How domineering! The alliance leader of the Heishan Alliance, Yuan Fu, laughed and looked at Luo Yiming mockingly. Luo Yiming, actually, they are right. The calamity that befell the Northern Profound Alliance today is all because of that Supreme Protector of your Northern Profound Alliance. Are you still going to protect that Supreme Protector of your Northern Profound Alliance? Yuan Fu's face was filled with mockery. Oh right, where is your Supreme Protector? Is he so scared that he peed his pants under his bed? Yuan Fu's mocking smile became even more radiant. However, the group of people from the Heishan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yuan Fu's words. What the alliance leader said might be possible. I wonder what an 8-star war god looks like when he pees his pants. He must be as pitiful as an ordinary person. Haha. Maybe even more pitiful. At this moment, no matter if it was the Heishan Alliance or the Qiu Yun Alliance, they were all very pleased. Yuan Fu, do you really want to meet the Supreme Protector of our Northern Profound Alliance? Luo Yiming looked at Yuan Fu. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. I do want to see it. Yuan Fu nodded. Your North Profound Alliance, Heishan Alliance, and Alliance Chief Shimon's Autumn Clouds Alliance have been at odds with each other for many years. Now that your North Profound Alliance has fallen, I have to meet the culprit. Alliance Master Shimon, what do you think? Yuan Fu looked at Shimon Jiangchen and asked with a smile. I want to meet him. Shimon Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold arc as killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was the Supreme Protector of the North Xian Alliance that made him feel threatened. In the end, he had no choice but to put down his pride and seek cooperation with the Heishan Alliance. It was the first time in his life that he had been in such a predicament. This embarrassment was also brewing in the depths of his heart, and it turned into a deep-seated hatred for the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance. Alliance Master Shimon, according to our agreement, I will let you kill him. Yuan Fu said with a bright smile. Thank you. Shimon Jiangchen repeatedly expressed his thanks. Brother. At this moment Luo Feng, who was standing behind Luo Yiming, was a little anxious. He transmitted his voice. Are you still going to keep us in suspense? What method do you have to deal with the current situation? Only Luo Feng himself knew how anxious he was right now. Before the Heishan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance came here, he had mentioned this to his cousin. However, his cousin said that he couldn't wait for the Heishan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance to come here and kill them. Why did his cousin say that? Why did his cousin keep him in suspense? Originally, as time passed, he was no longer curious about this matter. However, when faced with such a situation, he couldn't help but recall his cousin Luo Yiming's confidence. Who wants to kill me? Before Luo Yiming could respond to Luo Feng, a voice suddenly rang out in front of Luo Yiming. At the same time, under everyone's gaze, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Yiming. This person was wearing a loose black robe, a black cloak, and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered. His entire body was shrouded in a disguise. His face and figure couldn't be seen clearly, making him seem mysterious. He's the Supreme Protector. Because some of the members of the Northern Profound Alliance had seen this person before and had even described him, many of them guessed that he was the mysterious Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. Supreme Protector. While the crowd was guessing the identity of the person in front of them, Luo Yiming bowed to Duan Lingtian. I had no choice but to disturb Supreme Protector today. I hope Supreme Protector can forgive me. Luo Yiming's attitude was very humble. Could even be said that he was extremely humble. The people from the North Shan Alliance were shocked by the news. Even the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, was stunned. At this moment, a crazy thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that his cousin's confidence came from the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance? However, although this Supreme Protector's strength was strong, perhaps even stronger than his cousin, it was still unrealistic for him to join forces with him and his cousin to deal with the 4 8-star war gods from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance. Even if the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was a peak 8-star god of war and his cousin was close to a peak 8-star god of war, their opponents had 2 peak 8-star gods of war and 2 peak 8-star gods of war who were on par with the Supreme Protector. 3 against 4, there was no way they could win. Perhaps, my cousin's confidence comes from the divine artifact in the Supreme Protector's possession. However, the divine artifact isn't much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Luo Feng's heart was filled with doubt. The Alliance leader is so respectful to the Supreme Protector. The people of the Northern Profound Alliance were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The leader of the He-Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Luo Yiming, do you think that by acting like this, we will feel that his strength is far greater than yours and will feel fear? Unless he's a 9-star god of war or a peak 8-star god of war like the former second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, or the former vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Duan Lingtian, the former vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, or the former vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Upon hearing Yuan Fu's words, the people from the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance who were looking at the cloaked man calmed down. He's dreaming if he thinks he can scare us. The Alliance leader of the He-Shan Alliance can see through the Alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. However, since the Alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance is using such a move, it seems like they're really afraid. The bewilderment in the eyes of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance disappeared. Instead, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was as if they couldn't wait to kill everyone in the North Profound Alliance and turn their base into a bloodbath. You want to kill me? The voice that came out of nowhere sounded again. This time, everyone heard it clearly. It was the voice of the cloaked man. And now, his blurry face was facing the direction of the Qiu Yun Alliance's alliance leader, Shimin Jiangchen. So what if I am? Shimin Jiangchen's face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, a person like you who hides his head and tail will definitely die. Is that so? Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a black robe, a black cloak, and a conical bamboo hat, spoke indifferently. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood with a whoosh. Careful, Yuan Fu warned in alarm. As for Shimin Jiangchen, when he saw Duan Lingtian disappear, a mocking smile appeared on his face. When you appeared just now, I knew you were proficient in the law of space. I've already prepared for teleportation. Practically at the same time that Duan Lingtian appeared before Shimin Jiangchen, the energy that had long since been accumulating and waiting to be unleashed gushed out from Shimin Jiangchen's body. It was like a torrent bursting out of a dam, and its momentum was vast, as if it could crush everything. If it was any other 8-star war god, even a peak 8-star war god, hastily teleporting in front of Shimin Jiangchen, facing Shimin Jiangchen's attack at the same time, not to mention taking the initiative to gain the upper hand, they would definitely be battered and exhausted. However, Duan Lingtian wasn't any other 8-star war god. His strength might not have reached the level of a 9-star war god, but it was infinitely close. Most importantly, he had grasped the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, as well as the Tao of sort of the four Taos of heaven and earth. It wasn't as simple as comprehending the laws to a certain degree. The Tao of control. Almost at the same time that Shimin Jiangxin's power erupted, the space before Duan Lingtian fell under his control, causing Shimin Jiangxin's power to be completely suppressed and annihilated. At the same time, the black cloak on Duan Lingtian's back whistled out. It was almost straightened, and it carried a hint of sword intent. It was like a broadsword that tore through the sky, and it brought along a dazzling and gorgeous red color. If one looked closely, they would see that it was blood. Lord Alliance Master. The Autumn Clouds Alliance's Vice Alliance Master Tai Ming immediately let out a terrified cry. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the Autumn Clouds Alliance's Alliance Master Shimin Jiangchen, one of the three giants of the northern second region of the Nine Serenities battlefield, had his head flying into the sky. Then, his body was crushed into a bloody mist by the devastating spatial energy. Shimin Jiangchen, who had been alive a moment ago and had declared that he would kill the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme protector, had died just like that. The entire place was deathly silent. Chapter 3571. Whoosh! Waves of coldness hit the faces of the people from the Heishan Alliance and the Chou Yun Alliance. It was the blood mist that fell from the sky. It was cold to the touch, but the hearts of the people from the Heishan Alliance and the Chou Yun Alliance were even colder. The leader of the Chou Yun Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen, an existence close to the peak of the eight-star war god realm, died just like that. Just now, they didn't even have time to react. Could be said that Shimin Jiangchen was instantly killed by the enemy. As for the people from the Northern Profound Alliance, except for the alliance leader Luo Yiming, who was smiling as if he wasn't surprised by this, the others, including the Vice Alliance leader Luo Feng, were dumbfounded. Their supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was actually this powerful? Some of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance thought of their doubts and complaints about the supreme protector and felt their faces burning, as if they had just been slapped in the face. Now, the people from the Heishan Alliance and the Chou Yun Alliance looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. Heavens! This supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was able to instantly kill the alliance leader of the Chou Yun Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen. How could the other three eight-star war gods of their alliance be his match? At this moment, they were all in despair. In fact, they weren't the only ones in despair. Even the alliance leader Yuan Fu, the vice alliance leader Qi Kuan, and the vice alliance leader Tai Ming of the Chou Yun Alliance were in despair. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Just now, when the supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance made his move, they couldn't clearly see what happened in front of them because of the black cloak. However, the attack that the black cloak displayed before instantly killing Shimin Jiangchen had already frightened them. They felt that even if they were in his place, they would have died without a doubt. Alliance leader, what should we do now? Qi Kuan asked Yuan Fu through voice transmission. Right now, he regretted following the Northern Profound Alliance. He seemed to have completely forgotten. This time, killing the Northern Profound Alliance was something he had been insisting on recently. Lord Li Feng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuan Fu, the leader of the Heishan Alliance, cupped his hands toward Duan Lingtian and said respectfully, "We are only targeting the Northern Profound Alliance this time, not you. If Master Li Feng is willing to stay out of today's matter, then when the Northern Profound Alliance is wiped out by the Mountain Alliance and the Chou Yun Alliance, the wealth of the Northern Profound Alliance will belong to Master Li Feng. Consider it our gift to Master Li Feng." Not only was Yuan Fu humble, but he was also tempting Duan Lingtian with the wealth of the entire Northern Profound Alliance. Right now, Yuan Fu, the leader of the Heishan Alliance, was filled with regret. If God gave him a second chance, even if the Chou Yun Alliance held a knife to his neck, he would never join forces with them to attack the Northern Profound Alliance. What a joke! Just the person in front of him was enough to wipe out the Mountain Alliance and the Chou Yun Alliance. He didn't even need the two eight-star war gods of the Northern Profound Alliance to do it. Upon hearing Yuan Fu's words, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance turned pale immediately. They looked at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette anxiously, afraid that their supreme guardian would be tempted by the offer. Only Luo Yiming and Luo Feng knew that Duan Ling Tian wasn't that kind of person because they had spent a lot of time with Duan Ling Tian. Furthermore, someone of Duan Ling Tian's level wouldn't be interested in their wealth. However, Luo Yiming decided to step forward and promise their Grand Guardian that after destroying the Mountain Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance, they would give him all the wealth of the two alliances. Grand. Luo Yiming had just opened his mouth and spat out a syllable when he shut his mouth tightly again. This was because the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Shen Alliance made a move the moment Yuan Fu finished speaking. Buzz! It was still the same black cloak. It swept out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Yuan Fu didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to make a move and his head was chopped off. Then, a mist of blood fell from the sky. Yuan Fu, the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance, followed in the footsteps of the alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen. Lord Alliance Leader. Qi Kuan's expression changed and he looked miserable. If it was before, he would be happy that the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance died because it meant that he would be the new alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance. But now he couldn't feel happy at all. This was because the death of this alliance leader was a death knell for him. Run. Qi Kuan and the vice alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance looked at each other and both of them sent a message to each other at the same time. After sending the message, they ran in two different directions. Vice alliance leader? As for the other members of the Heishan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, they had never thought that their vice alliance masters would abandon them. Their expressions immediately changed, and at the same time, they released their energy, wanting to escape as well. However, accompanied by two soft but ear-piercing sounds, they saw that their two vice alliance leaders were also cut into pieces like watermelons by the black cloak that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They followed in the footsteps of their two alliance leaders. In the blink of an eye, the 4 8-star gods of war from the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were all dead. All of this happened in the span of 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, 4 8-star gods of war were killed. Now, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at the black figure floating in the air with reverence. Even the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, was no exception. You should be able to deal with the rest, right? Duan Ling Tian put on the black cloak behind him again, and it fluttered even though there was no wind. He turned around and asked the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming. Grand Guardian, leave the rest to me. Luo Yiming quickly nodded and replied, this time, we'll have to trouble you to help the Northern Profound Alliance. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then teleported, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Coming and going without a trace was nothing more than this. As for the members of the Heishan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, they didn't dare to run away after the death of their alliance leader and vice alliance leader. Now that they saw the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance leaving, they started to flee. However, without an 8-star god of war to lead them, they were no different from a mob to the Northern Profound Alliance who had 2 8-star gods of war. In addition, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were already full of anger. Now that their Grand Guardian had boosted their morale, they were all full of vigor. In the end, none of the members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were able to escape. I plan to give all the spoils of war today to the Grand Guardian. Does anyone have any objections? After resolving this crisis, the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance stood in the air and looked around as he asked in a serious tone. He felt that the Grand Guardian didn't care about these spoils of war. However, some things couldn't be avoided just because the Grand Guardian didn't care about them. It was one thing to give them to the Grand Guardian and be rejected. It was another thing to not give them to the Grand Guardian. They couldn't be compared. No. Luo Feng was the first to shake his head. No. Alliance leader, if it wasn't for the Grand Guardian, we would have ended up like them. All the spoils of war should be given to the Grand Guardian. No one in the Northern Profound Alliance had any objections to Luo Yiming's words. They all felt that it was only right. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance were in high spirits. The members of the Mountain Alliance and Choyun Alliance were the backbone of the Mountain Alliance and Choyun Alliance. As for the remaining members of the Mountain Alliance and Choyun Alliance, even if they didn't make a move, they would have scattered the moment they heard the news. From today onwards, the Northern Profound Alliance would dominate the 2nd North District. I didn't expect the Grand Guardian to appear in the Northern Profound Alliance. Based on the Grand Guardian's strength, he is definitely a top 8-star god of war. A member of the Northern Profound Alliance exclaimed. A top 8-star god of war? Even an ordinary top 8-star god of war wouldn't be able to turn the situation around today. After all, the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance, Yuan Fu, and the alliance leader of the Choyun Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen, are both close to the top 8-star god of war. The Grand Guardian is definitely one of the top 8-star gods of war. He might even be on par with the former 2nd Alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, and the short-lived Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Lingtian. I think so too. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the Northern Profound Alliance's change in attitude towards him. Today, he was awakened in the middle of cultivation. The alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, had sent him a message that forced him to come out of his seclusion. After all, if he didn't make a move today, the entire Northern Profound Alliance would be annihilated. At that time, he would be the only one left. He would have to find another faction to stay in. This was something he couldn't allow. Even if he didn't consider this, he could not just stand by and do nothing because of the promise he made to Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. For this reason, he made a move. After making a move, he returned to his cultivation. After all, his celestial origin energy was on the verge of transforming into divine energy. He had a feeling it wouldn't take long for his celestial origin energy to develop the divine energy's characteristics. At that time, he would become a 9-star god of war. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 9 Serenities battlefield. As long as he was in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he would not be afraid of Ji-ing, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, or the people from the Tidal Temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods is supposed to be absorbed by the gods to cultivate. I don't feel anything special after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but my celestial origin energy is already showing signs of transforming. This is amazing. Duan Lingtian, naturally, decided to strike while the iron was hot. He wanted to temper his celestial origin energy to the point where it would develop the divine energy's characteristics. This was the most crucial step before one could become a god. Only after this step could one be considered a demigod. Chapter 3572. The 2nd North District didn't have a strong presence among the many districts in the north. After all, it was only one of the many districts in the north. However, recently, the 2nd North District had become famous because of something that happened in the 2nd North District. One of the 3 superpowers, the Northern Shan Alliance, had destroyed the other 2 superpowers, the Hishan Alliance and the Choyun Alliance. Since then, the Northern Shan Alliance had become the most powerful force in the 2nd North District. Although there were many superpowers in the North District that were the most powerful in their respective districts. However, most of the superpowers in their respective districts were either stronger from the start or they had defeated their opponents. It was rare to see a superpower like the Northern Shan Alliance that had defeated 2 superpowers who were on par with them. Didn't the Northern Shan Alliance only have 2 8-star gods of war? I know that the Hishan Alliance and the Choyun Alliance each have 2 8-star gods of war. How could they not destroy the Northern Shan Alliance when they worked together? Moreover, they were destroyed by the Northern Shan Alliance. When the news of the 2nd North District spread to the other districts in the north, many people felt that it was unbelievable. However, as time passed, more and more accurate news spread from the 2nd North District. Only then did they realize that this seemingly impossible matter was indeed true. The Northern Shan Alliance destroyed the Hishan Alliance and the Choyun Alliance not long ago. The Northern Xian Alliance's Grand Guardian killed the alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance and the alliance leader of the He Shan Alliance. Even the two vice-alliance leaders of the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance were killed by him while they were running away. When the news spread, the entire North District was shocked. The alliance leaders of the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance were famous in the North District. They were very close to becoming 8-star gods of war. Even such people were killed in seconds. Even a top 8-star god of war wouldn't be able to do this. Could the Northern Xian Alliance's Grand Guardian be a 9-star god of war? If he's a 9-star god of war, then everything can be explained. I heard that the Northern Xian Alliance's Grand Guardian isn't a 9-star god of war. Moreover, why would a 9-star god of war stay in the North District? Even in the Central Region, a 9-star god of war is a top figure. When they found out that the Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was only an 8-star war god, many people were shocked. So far, among the 8-star gods of war that have appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield, other than the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, I'm afraid that only the former number 19-star god of war and the current number 19-star god of war have this kind of ability. That's right. This Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance is comparable to the former second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, and the short-lived vice-leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Duan Lingtian. Do you know the name of the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance? I heard that his name is Li Feng. Just like this, the name Li Feng rose to fame in the northern part of the 9th Serenity battlefield like a comet. Practically all the people in the northern part of the 9th Serenity battlefield knew this name as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation all the time. In fact, after the name Li Feng was promoted in the north, it was no surprise that the people in the other parts of the 9 Serenities battlefield had more or less heard about the existence of such a person in the north. This included the Brahma Alliance as well. Naturally, by the time the news reached the Brahma Alliance, more than half a year had passed since Li Feng, the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, killed the 4 8-star war gods in one strike. During this time, the atmosphere in the Brahma Alliance was tense. This was because everyone in the Brahma Alliance had been busy searching for the whereabouts of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian. Anyone who could find any useful clues would be rewarded generously by the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven. More than half a year ago, the Tidal Temple had sent a Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. Then, the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was sent by the Tidal Temple. The Supreme Guardian of the Tidal Temple was the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He was of the same generation as Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Moreover, he was Wu Hongqing's junior brother. The two of them had known each other since they were young and had grown up together in the Tidal Temple. However, Wu Hongqing's talent had become even more outstanding, and he was now a god king. On the other hand, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was stuck at the demigod realm. He was unable to take the final step to become a god. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was called Yu Chaochuan. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary face. He looked harmless, but he was a powerful 9-star war god. Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, had asked Yu Chaochuan to help Mi Xian because of their close relationship and Mi Xian's special identity. After all, Mi Xian looked exactly like the former young Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao. Lord Mi Xian. Although Yu Chaochuan and Mi Xian lived very close to each other in Brahma Alliance, this was the second time Yu Chaochuan had come to find Mi Xian. The first time he had come to find Mi Xian was when he had just arrived. Before he came in, he had learned from his good friend Wu Hongqing that Mi Xian was a god king. Although the person in front of him still looked like the former young Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao, he was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the dead spirit race. Most importantly, he was a god king. This was a god king expert. Although Yu Chaochuan was a 9-star war god, he was nothing in front of a god king. That was why he had maintained a humble attitude when he saw Mi Xian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It might not be easy for Mi Xian to kill him in the Nine Serenities battlefield, but what about outside? He couldn't stay in the Nine Serenities battlefield forever. Outside the Nine Serenities battlefield, an expert like Mi Xian could turn him to dust with a snap of his fingers. Is there something you need? Mi Xian glanced at Yu Chaochuan indifferently. He put on a very haughty attitude. A mere 9-star war god was like an ant in his eyes. There was no need for him to be polite. Lord Mi Xian, a grand enforcer named Li Feng, has appeared in the Northern Profound Alliance of the 2nd Northern District. Although he's only an 8-star war god, he has the strength to instantly kill someone close to a peak 8-star war god. Yu Chaochuan said bluntly. So what? Mi Xian asked again. His tone was slightly impatient. Even a 9-star war god was nothing in his eyes, let alone an 8-star war god who was weaker than a 9-star war god. He's Mi Xian's man. Yu Chaochuan wasn't annoyed by Mi Xian's impatience. He continued patiently. Li Feng wears a black robe, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat. Ordinary people can't see his true appearance. It seems like he's intentionally hiding his appearance and identity. In addition, he's skilled in the laws of space. When Yu Chaochuan said those words, Mi Xian hadn't reacted yet. When he heard Yu Chaochuan's last sentence, his originally unconcerned expression instantly tensed up and his pupils contracted. You mean, this Li Feng might be Duan Lingtian? Mi Xian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, as the former patriarch of the dead spirit race, he was smarter than most people. Precisely. Yu Chaochuan nodded. Does that Jiying know about this? Mi Xian asked. He does. Yu Chaochuan nodded again. Alliance Lord Jiying was the one who told me about this and told me to tell Lord Mi Xian. Ever since Jiying had been defeated by Mi Xian, he hadn't sought him out. Even now, half a year later, he hadn't personally come to find Mi Xian. Even though he'd learned of some suspicious clues, it was clear that he wasn't very willing to see Mi Xian. Humph, he sure is arrogant. I can't believe he didn't come to tell me about this himself. Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He snorted and left with a whoosh, vanishing from Yu Chaochuan's sight in the blink of an eye. However, the direction Mi Xian was heading surprised Yu Chaochuan. That doesn't seem to be the direction of the north? The Brahma Alliance was located in the center of the Nine Serenities battlefield, so the north was naturally to the north of the Brahma Alliance. However, Mi Xian was heading in the southeast direction. Yu Chaochuan was momentarily stunned. Only then did Yu Chaochuan remember that he'd come from that direction as well. That was where the Alliance Lord of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, cultivated. This Lord Mi Xian isn't going to cause trouble for Jiying, is he? Yu Chaochuan's heart shook. He didn't dare hesitate and immediately followed Mi Xian. When he arrived, he saw Mi Xian's figure drifting away again, heading north in the direction of the northern region. On the other side, the Alliance Lord of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, was standing where he was. He had one hand on his shoulder that was completely sunken in. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Alliance Lord Jiying, Yu Chaochuan was slightly taken aback. Was this Lord Mi Xian's doing? Was it because Jiying hadn't personally told him that the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian, Li Feng, might be the Duan Lingtian in the 2nd North District? Humph! Jiying snorted coldly as he glanced at Yu Chaochuan coldly. The people from the Tidal Temple are really short-tempered. Last time Mi Xian injured me. I was the one who provoked him, so I'll admit it. This time he came to my door and injured me for no reason. I won't let this matter rest. I'll tell my master about this and have him demand an explanation from the Tidal Temple. Jiying's expression turned even paler as he spoke. Jiying originally thought that Yu Chaochuan would apologize to him on Mi Xian's behalf and beg him not to make a big deal out of this. However, he didn't expect Yu Chaochuan to nod. Alliance Leader Jiying, I support you on this matter. You're on the side of reason and not family. Look for the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven? Would that work? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Chapter 3573. Whenever Yu Chaochuan thought about what Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Title Temple, had told him before he came to the Nine Serenities battlefield, he couldn't help but think that he had to be extremely careful when facing Lord Mixien. What a joke! Lord Mixien was a bona fide mid-level god king. Even if he temporarily occupied Tang Sanpeo's body, his celestial core power only had the basic characteristics of divine power and had not completely transformed into divine power. He only had the physical attack of a 9-star god of war. However, once he left the Nine Serenities battlefield, his soul attack would be at the level of a divine king. Moreover, it was the kind of soul attack that a middle divine king who specialized in soul attacks used. Even an ordinary lower divine king would find it hard to block it. Although the heavenly emperor of the Jifan celestial sect had ascended to godhood, he might not even be a god king. Would he dare to provoke Mixien? What a joke! For this reason, Yu Chaochuan only took Ji Ying's threat as a joke. Right now, Ji Ying only thought that Yu Chaochuan was deliberately being sarcastic. She was so angry that her expression changed slightly. I will immediately send someone out of the Nine Serenities battlefield to report this matter to my master. Do as you wish. Yu Chaochuan shrugged and turned to leave. He couldn't help but roll his eyes as he turned around. Did this Ji Ying really think that she and her master were important? In front of Lord Mixien, even his master would have to bow. I hope Lord Mixien will be able to gain something from his trip to the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd Northern District. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance is really Duanling Tian, I'll be able to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and report back to my sect. The 9th Serenity battlefield was considered a decent training ground for 9-star gods of war. Many 9-star gods of war had also reached the threshold of becoming gods in this place. However, this was only true for ordinary 9-star gods of war. Yu Chaochuan was no ordinary 9-star god of war. He didn't even remember how long he had stayed in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Because he had stayed here for so long, he couldn't help but want to leave as soon as possible. Now, to Yu Chaochuan, the Nine Serenities battlefield was not a path to godhood, but an obstacle to godhood. If it was not for his old friend Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Title Temple, looking for him, he would not have entered the Nine Serenities battlefield. After Yu Chaochuan left, Ji Ying's expression naturally became even uglier. Leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and inform my master about this. Tell him to seek an explanation from the Title Temple's hall master. Actually, in the beginning, Ji Ying indeed wanted to scare Yu Chaochuan, but Yu Chaochuan's attitude made him even angrier, to the extent that he really sent a message to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and inform Jifan Tian and Heavenly Emperor Jiyu of this matter. Although Ji Ying and his master were separated by the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Devata realm, they still had a special connection. It was also because of this that he found out about Wu Long's death not long after. Although he had Wu Long's soul orb in his storage ring, it would still take some time to discover it. Mixien? It did not take long for Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Jifan Tian, to receive news from the Nine Serenities battlefield. Initially, he thought his first true disciple, who was also his adopted son, had brought him good news about the Duanling Tian. Jiyu knew very well what kind of person his disciple was. He was capable of handling most matters on his own. Since Jiyu had informed him of this matter, it was clear Jiyu was very important to him. Ying is on the verge of becoming a god. If I don't let this matter rest, his path to becoming a god will be obstructed. Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Jifan Tian, left the Jifan Tian's heaven and earth mansion. He went to the Title Temple's branch in the Jifan Tian and was teleported to the Title Temple's main hall. With Jiyu's status, he could go to the independent realm where the main hall of the Title Temple was located to meet Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Title Temple. Hall Master Wu, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Jiyu suppressed his anger and told Wu Hongqing everything that had happened. That Mixien from the Title Temple is too presumptuous. He hit my disciple just because he wanted to. Is he not putting me, Jiyu, in his eyes? Jiyu suppressed his anger in front of Wu Hongqing because although he had become a god a long time ago, He was only a higher god and had yet to break through to the God King stage. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, was already a lesser God King. If they fought, Ji Yu would not be a match for Wu Hongqing. Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not dare to kill Ji Yu since Ji Yu had connections in the realms of gods. Even as the hall master of the title temple, he had to be wary of Ji Yu. Ji Yu were old friends. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly in the face of Ji Yu's accusation. Since we're old friends, I'll send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven after he comes out. The title temple won't interfere no matter what you do to him. What do you think? Ji Yu had thought about many things on his way here. He was certain a 9-star god of war like Mi Xian had a high status in the eyes of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple. Even if he came here to seek justice, he would most likely return empty-handed. The only reason he came here was to seek justice for his disciple, Ji Ying. However, he did not expect Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, would not only not protect Mi Xian, but he would even send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven. Hall Master Wu, what do you mean by that? Ji Yu frowned. He had lived for many years, naturally he could tell something was amiss. However, he could not figure out why Wu Hongqing would do this. Nothing. Wu Hongqing shook his head. Ji Yu, aren't you looking for trouble with Mi Xian? After he comes out of the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll send him to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven for you to deal with. What? Do I have to teach you how to deal with him? As Wu Hongqing spoke, he, who had stopped shaking his head, continued shaking his head. Humph. Ji Yu snorted coldly. Hall Master Wu, although I don't know what you're trying to do. If you're trying to scare me by retreating in order to advance, I'm afraid your efforts are destined to be in vain. Since the title temple dares to send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven, I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. I only hope the title temple won't go back on its word. Otherwise, I'll personally take him away. As soon as Ji Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left before Wu Hongqing could say anything. Wu Hongqing was left behind with a stunned expression on his face. I'm trying to advance by retreating? Wu Hongqing felt as though he had been wronged. However, when he thought of what Ji Yu said before he left, Wu Hongqing's eyes subconsciously narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Ji Yu, this time you're too smart for your own good. Even I don't dare to provoke Mi Xian. You're a greater deity. Your courage is commendable. After Ji Yu returned to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven, he sent a message to his true disciple and adopted son, Ji Ying. Ying, I've helped you with the matter you asked me to do. I've made a trip to the title temple, and the hall master of the title temple has personally agreed to let Mi Xian come to our Ji Fantian and beg for forgiveness after he leaves the 9 Serenities battlefield. He's also at my mercy. At that time, you can leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and join in the fun. Let's see how the arrogant Mi Xian cowers in front of your master. These were Ji Yu's exact words. Ji Ying's eyes lit up when he heard Ji Yu's words. At the same time, he felt relieved. Mi Xian, when you come to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven to beg for forgiveness, I'll leave the 9 Serenities battlefield for you and return to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven to see how embarrassed you are. I hope you'll still be as arrogant as you were when you attacked me. As she muttered to herself, a cold glint flashed across Ji Ying's eyes. It was as if she was about to devour someone. Naturally, Mi Xian was unaware that Ji Ying had sent someone to inform Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian heaven of the Ji Fantian heaven. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. The heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian heaven? What was that? Mi Xian was currently making his way to the north from the central region. Soon, he arrived at the 2nd North District. Do you know where the Northern Profound Alliance is? If you don't, you can die now. When Mi Xian saw a figure, he stepped forward and grabbed him, his face expressionless. As for the person who was grabbed by him, he felt the terrifying power coming from his hand and thought of the threatening words he said. Immediately, his expression changed greatly, and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. "Milord, I know, I can lead the way for my lord. The Northern Profound Alliance was currently a powerful force in the Second North District. It was second to none in the Second North District. For such a force, anyone who had stayed in the Second North District for a period of time would know where it was based. Even if they had not been there, they would have heard of it. Let's go. Mi Xian loosened his grip on the man, who quickly led the way to the Northern Dark Alliance's base. My lord, the Northern Dark Alliance's base is within this glacier. Said that it's completely hollowed out. May I go now? As he spoke, he looked at Mi Xian apprehensively. Scram! Mi Xian waved his hand impatiently. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Northern Profound Alliance's mountain gate. As for the person leading the way, he heaved a sigh of relief and left as if he was fleeing. Mi Xian was stopped at the entrance of the Northern Dark Alliance's encampment. Who are you? What business do you have with the Northern Profound Alliance? A Northern Profound Alliance disciple guarding the entrance asked in a low voice as he watched Mi Xian approach. Chapter 3574. Swoosh! Swoosh! Mi Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light as soon as the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple finished speaking. Then, a short-lived beam of light shot out from his eyes and entered the disciple's glabella in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the disciple of the North Xian Alliance, who was brimming with energy a moment ago, fell to the ground with a heavy thud, sending ice shards flying everywhere. The remaining disciples of the North Xian Alliance were shocked by what they saw. Even the North Profound Alliance's elder, who had been sitting idly by the side and hadn't looked at Mi Xian, couldn't help but look at him in shock. Such a swift and fierce soul attack was truly shocking. Even the elder of the North Xian Alliance was unable to react in time to save the disciple of the North Xian Alliance. Who are you? Why have you come to the Northern Profound Alliance and killed our disciples? The elder of the North Xian Alliance stepped forward and sent a message to his superior, one of the guardians of the North Xian Alliance, to inform him of what had happened. I'll be right there. The person who received the message was Qi Zhongyu, the sixth guardian of the North Xian Alliance. He was a handsome young man in a green robe and was playing chess with a middle-aged man. Qi Zhongyu's expression changed and the middle-aged man who was sitting opposite him was shocked. Sixth guardian. What's wrong with you? Fourth guardian. Someone killed our disciples at the southern gate of the North Xian Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Zhongyu left like a gust of wind. What? The middle-aged man stood up immediately and his expression changed. Who is it? How dare he kill our disciples at the southern gate of the North Xian Alliance? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with anger. He soared into the air and followed closely behind Qi Zhongyu. After a while, the two of them appeared at the southern gate of the North Xian Alliance. Fourth guardian, sixth guardian. The elder of the North Xian Alliance and the disciples of the North Xian Alliance bowed respectfully when they saw the two of them. At the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement. The guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance were all seven-star gods of war. Fourth protector, sixth protector. He's the one who killed the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance. The elder of the North Profound Alliance said with a mournful expression. At this moment, Qi Zhongyu and the other two who had just rushed out saw the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple lying on the ground. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but his eyes were not only dull, but there was also a hint of black light in them. This was usually the sign of a person who had been killed by a soul attack. This person specializes in soul attacks. In the next moment, Qi Zhongyu and Zhang Xian turned their gazes to the young man standing not too far away. Very good, two more people have come. Seeing two more people appear, Mi Xian grinned and said, You guys, do any of you know where that Grand Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance is? Who are you? Why did you kill the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance? Qi Zhongyu looked at Mi Xian with a gloomy face and asked coldly, ignoring Mi Xian's question. How dare you kill a disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance? Don't even think about leaving today. The middle-aged man who came out with Qi Zhongyu, the fourth protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, Qiu Fu, stared at Mi Xian with a murderous look. Humph! Mi Xian responded with a cold snort and a slap. Bang! Mi Xian's slap caused a violent energy to explode in the air. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Qiu Fu and landed on his body before he could react. In the next moment, Qiu Fu's entire body turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist swept across the sky and slapped Qi Zhongyu's face, the elder of the Northern Profound Alliance, and the other disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance. They felt cold and stiff, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet to their heads. At this moment, they felt as though they had lost control of their bodies. All they could hear was the sound of their hearts beating faster and faster. Heavens! The fourth protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, a top 7-star god of war, was killed by this person with a slap? In the entire Northern Profound Alliance, only the Alliance Leader, the Vice Alliance Leader, and the mysterious Supreme Guardian had the ability to do so. Does anyone know where the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance is? Mi Xian asked again. His originally calm gaze turned sharp, as though he was about to devour someone. I know. Under Mi Xian's sharp gaze, one of the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance felt as though he was about to suffocate. Under the immense pressure on his mind and body, he couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly spoke. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the 6 protectors and the elders of the Northern Profound Alliance changed. This guy is going to betray the Supreme Protector? Is he courting death? Very well. Mi Xian nodded in satisfaction as soon as the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance finished speaking. Then he raised his hand and his palm shook a few times in the air. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. Along with the deafening sound, blood splattered everywhere. Other than the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who said that he knew where the Supreme Protector was, the rest, including the 6th Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, were all dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was lucky enough to survive was completely dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, his legs gave way and he collapsed on the ground, leaving behind a pool of blood. Lead the way. Mi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance in disdain. Yes, my lord. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance was still trembling in fear when he heard Mi Xian's order. He stood up like a frightened bird, afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the 4th Protector and the 6th Protector if he didn't listen to Mi Xian's order. This person is here to cause trouble for the Supreme Protector. He knows how powerful the Supreme Protector is, but he still came to find the Supreme Protector. Is he a 9-star god of war? The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way was shocked when he thought of this. He believed that at this moment not just the 2nd North District but the entire northern part of the 9th Serenity Battlefield, or even more than half of the 9th Serenity Battlefield, knew how powerful the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was. Under such circumstances, the person who dared to find trouble with the Supreme Protector was either a brainless fool or a fearless person. This person didn't seem to be the former, but the latter. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance led Mi Xian all the way into the Northern Profound Alliance's base. Along the way, there were people who wanted to stop them. However, when they heard the voice transmission from the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple, they stopped in their tracks and watched them leave. Some of them even went to inform the Alliance Leader and Vice Alliance Leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way told everyone the same thing. The person behind me just killed the 4th Protector and the 6th Protector. He's here to cause trouble for the Supreme Protector. He's suspected to be a 9-star god of war. After hearing this short sentence, no one dared to step forward. You're kind. You even know how to warn them. Mi Xian sneered as he followed behind the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance. Although the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance had been transmitting his voice, Mi Xian was not blind. Naturally, he could see that many people wanted to step forward. However, after a while, they looked at him suspiciously and didn't dare to step forward. No one would believe that the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way didn't send a warning to those people. My lord, the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance smiled bitterly. There's no need to involve small fries like us in a fight between big shots like you. It's not easy for us to reach our current cultivation base. Don't worry. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't touch them. Mi Xian said calmly. As long as the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance isn't the person I'm looking for, I won't make things difficult for him. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance thanked Mi Xian profusely. Although Duan Lingtian was the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, not many people dared to approach the place where he cultivated. However, there were still many people who knew where he cultivated. In the Northern Profound Alliance, as long as they weren't particularly uninformed, almost everyone knew where Duan Lingtian cultivated. Of course, they didn't know that the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was Duan Lingtian. They only thought that the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was Li Feng, one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. My lord, it's right in front. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance led Mi Xian to the place where Duan Lingtian cultivated and pointed at the building in front of them. Scram. Mi Xian glanced at the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance hurriedly fled. Mi Xian's consciousness swept out in an instant, enveloping the surrounding area. In order to prevent his target from escaping, he didn't even spare the underground. Since Mi Xian had only caused a commotion outside the mountain gate and not within the Northern Profound Alliance's base, Duan Lingtian didn't notice Mi Xian's arrival even though he wasn't concentrating on his cultivation. He only reacted when Mi Xian's divine sense enveloped the area. Who's there? The sudden surge of divine sense gave Duan Lingtian a sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't recall where he had sensed this divine sense before. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. This was because the other party's divine sense had also enveloped him. It was as though he had nowhere to hide. At the same time, an indifferent voice came from outside. Should I call you Li Feng or Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he felt that it was even more familiar. After thinking for a while, he recalled someone. Tang Sanpao. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his cultivation place and stepped into the air, he was greeted by a familiar voice. It's him. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the person hovering in the air. It was none other than Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Title Temple, whom he had met during the Battle of Geniuses in the Devata realms. Chapter 3575. During the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, although Tang Sanpao did not intentionally get close to Duan Lingtian, from the moment his identity was exposed, it was destined that he and Duan Lingtian would never cross paths. Since then, Duan Lingtian had never seen Tang Sanpao again. However, from the moment the palace master of the Title Temple joined forces with the Dead Spirit clan to possess him, Duan Lingtian knew he was destined to be enemies with the Title Temple. As the young master of the Title Temple, Tang Sanpao was destined to be his enemy as well. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to see Duan Lingtian. He did not expect to see Tang Sanpao in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian no longer bothered to conceal his identity since he knew Tang Sanpao had discovered his identity with his divine consciousness. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's attitude, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Perhaps, as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized him, the other members of the Title Temple in the Nine Serenities battlefield must have received a message and learned of Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao calmly and said indifferently, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for coming here alone?" It can be said that the title temple and I will fight to the death. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, an icy cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to know the original owner of this body that I've possessed. Tang Sanpao has long been reduced to ashes. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind. He recalled the divine consciousness that gave him a sense of familiarity when it probed him earlier. In the next moment, a figure appeared in his mind at the right time. Why, you're Mi Xian? Duan Lingtian recalled Mi Xian, a god king from the dead spirit clan. His divine consciousness was similar to the divine consciousness that had probed him earlier. The only difference was that it was not as vast and powerful as the divine consciousness that probed him in the past. Duan Lingtian naturally understood this. After all, the Abyss Serenity battlefield forbade the bodies and souls of gods from entering. I didn't expect Tang Sanpao's body to be possessed by Mi Xian. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. You're smart. Mi Xian said indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. Mi Xian, I'm not surprised that you entered the Nine Serenities battlefield using Tang Sanpao's body. However, your soul shouldn't be strong enough for you to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Naturally, through Mi Xian's divine consciousness that was comparable to a 10 Directions celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian could not be certain. Humph! Mi Xian snorted coldly. The Dead Spirit Clan is a living being in the form of souls. We're skilled in soul attacks. It's easy for us to seal souls. Mi Xian's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicion. As expected, Mi Xian had used a secret technique to suppress his soul to the level of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. That was why he was not rejected by the Nine Serenities battlefield. In the history of the Nine Serenities battlefield, there was no lack of such people. However, even if such people entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, their souls would be suppressed by the Nine Serenities battlefield and would be reduced to ashes. The Nine Serenities battlefield was formed when the realms of the gods collided. This power was beyond imagination. Even deities would not be able to withstand its power, let alone ordinary celestials. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield where Duan Lingtian and Mi Xian were facing off. They stared at them from afar. The two people in the lead were none other than Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were surprised. Although Duan Lingtian was dressed in a black robe and had a black bamboo hat on his back, he had removed the bamboo hat from his head, revealing his true appearance. Supreme Guardian is so young. Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that. Luo Yiming nodded. The others also looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Was this the true appearance of the Northern Profound Alliance's Supreme Guardian? This is the person who killed two of our great guardians and came looking for trouble with the Supreme Guardian? Luo Yiming and Luo Feng shifted their gazes from Duan Lingtian to Mi Xian. They were both furious and fearful. They knew this person was not someone to be trifled with. How could someone who dared to provoke the Supreme Elder of the Northern Profound Alliance be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your performance in the Nine Serenities battlefield is shocking. Currently, no one among the 9 star gods of war is a match for you in the Nine Serenities battlefield. You must be very proud of this, right? Mi Xian said unhurriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Based on his attitude, it was clear he did not intend to make a move on Duan Lingtian. To him, Duan Lingtian was already a sitting duck. Duan Lingtian? However, when the group of people from the Northern Profound Alliance heard how Mi Xian addressed Duan Lingtian, from the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, to the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, and the ordinary disciples, they were stunned. Wasn't the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance Li Feng? How did he become Duan Lingtian? What was going on? Duan Lingtian, isn't he the one who killed the second alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long in the 9 Eastern region? He's not only the vice alliance leader of the disbanded Brahma Alliance, but he's also the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Supreme Guardian is Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Li Feng is just his alias? It's said that Duan Lingtian is skilled in the law of space. Our Supreme Guardian is also skilled in the law of space. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was shocked when they learned that their Supreme Guardian, Li Feng, was the same person as the famous Duan Lingtian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No wonder the Supreme Guardian is so strong. Many people say he's as strong as Wu Long and Duan Lingtian. It turns out that he's the Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect our Supreme Guardian to be the same person as the Duan Lingtian. Even Luo Yiming and Luo Feng felt as though they were in a dream as the elders and protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance discussed the matter fervently. Mi Xian, you don't have the strength of a god king here. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you show up in front of me? Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Mi Xian's mockery. You should know that you can't break the soul seal in the 9 Serenities battlefield. God King. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance were stunned. They did not know what the 2 words meant. On the other hand, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at Mi Xian's back again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. This person is a god king? In the Devata realms, even a lesser god was considered an extraordinary figure. Not to mention the godly king powerhouses who were superior to lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. The person in front of them was a god king? Based on what the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had said, the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had entered the Netherworld battlefield by sealing himself. Thus, he was unable to display his full strength in the Netherworld battlefield. Once he displayed strength surpassing that of an immortal, he would be suppressed by the Netherworld battlefield. Their clans were also heaven-grade forces. In the ancient records of their clans, it was recorded that a god sealed his cultivation base and soul to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to kill others. However, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield because he unleashed his strength. Instead of killing his enemy, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield. This incident made them realize that even a god could only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if he can only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'm afraid the Supreme Guardian is no match for him, right? Luo Feng muttered to himself as he stood next to Luo Yiming. Since we know this, I'm sure the Supreme Guardian knows this as well. However, based on his expression, it's obvious he's not afraid of Mi Xian. Luo Yiming studied Duan Lingtian for a moment before he came to this conclusion. At the same time, Mi Xian scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, if I need the strength of a god king to kill someone like you who hasn't even become a 9-star god of war, then I would have lived my life in vain. Even if I can't unleash strength that exceeds my realm in the 9 Serenities battlefield, do you think I would come looking for you alone if I didn't even have the strength of a 9-star god of war? The disdain on Mi Xian's face deepened when he finished speaking. 9-star god of war. Although the people from the Northern Profound Alliance had long suspected that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war, they were still shocked when they heard it from Mi Xian's mouth. At the same time, their hearts sank. They were deeply surprised that their identity as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance had been exposed. However, this did not mean that they no longer regarded him as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. If not for this Supreme Guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance would have been destroyed long ago when the other 2 major forces in the 2nd North District had joined forces to kill their way to the 9-star god of war. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to this Supreme Guardian today. 9-star god of war? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. That's great. Ever since I became a 9-star god of war, I haven't fought with anyone. This time, I'll use you as a whetstone. Chapter 3576. I just hope you won't be so angry that you'll break the seal on your own. At that time, I won't even have to do anything. The 9 Serenities battlefield will kill you for me. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, everyone was instantly shocked. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked. The Supreme Guardian has become a 9-star god of war? Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, was shocked. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was really Duan Ling Tian, it meant he was not even 700 years old yet. A 9-star god of war who was not even 700 years old? What did this mean? This meant he could become a god before he turned 1,000 years old. In the realms of gods, there were many young geniuses who could become gods before they turned 1,000 years old. However, in the Devata realms, no one had ever done it before. Based on what he had heard, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had ascended from the mundane realm to the Devata realms. He had never heard of anyone who had become a 6-star god of war before they turned 1,000 years old, let alone becoming a god. A 9-star god of war. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. They had been shocked by the identity of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, but now they were only shocked by the fact that the Supreme Guardian was a 9-star war god. The Supreme Guardian has become a 9-star god of war? Heavens! Previously, when the Supreme Guardian killed 4 8-star gods of war, I had a feeling he would soon become a 9-star god of war. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's a pity the Supreme Guardian will have to leave the Northern Profound Alliance after today. Now that his identity has been exposed, he won't be able to stay in the Northern Profound Alliance. Moreover, the Northern Profound Alliance might even be disbanded. Disbanded? That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Don't forget that the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the 9 East region was disbanded because he killed Wulong. That's because Wulong died in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's hands. That's why the Brahma Alliance decided to vent their anger on the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance didn't know the true identity of the Supreme Protector, so we didn't offend the Brahma Alliance. Do you think a force like the Brahma Alliance will reason with you? The members of the Northern Profound Alliance whispered among themselves as they felt a sense of danger. Some of them even felt that the North Dark Alliance was about to be disbanded. You've already become a 9-star war god? When he heard Duan Ling Tian say that he had already become a 9-star war god, even Mi Xian's expression turned grave. Although he tried to ease it, Duan Ling Tian saw it clearly. Duan Ling Tian, even if you've become a 9-star war god, you're still too naive if you want to use Mi Xian, as a stepping stone. Mi Xian sneered and said disdainfully, even if I can't use the profundities I've comprehended with this body, it's still easy for me to deal with you. As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, he made his move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The void trembled as cracks appeared in the void. 9-dimensional profundities shot toward Duan Ling Tian like shadows. Mi Xian had comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In the past, he could only rely on his soul energy to activate the law of space. Now, he could activate the law of space with his demigod cultivation base. A demigod and a 9-star war god had the celestial origin energy of divine energy. When he activated the law of space, it felt as though the void would shatter. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9-dimensional profundities shot toward Duan Ling Tian at the same time. This 9-star war god is also skilled in the law of space? Many people from the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked by the scene before them. They knew that the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was proficient in the law of space. However, they didn't expect that the opponent of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was also proficient in the law of space. Moreover, his opponent was a 9-star war god. Retreat! When the 9-dimensional profundities shot out, a violent energy swept out and slammed into the void, causing it to tremble. Terrifying energy shot out in all directions, injuring some of the Northern Profound Alliance's disciples who were closer to them. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance panicked. Only the Alliance leader, Luo Yiming, and the Vice Alliance leader, Luo Feng, did not retreat. The law of space? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of Mi Xian's attack. Just as well. Let me see how strong the law of space is with my celestial origin energy that has the divine energy. As soon as he finished laughing, 9 spatial tears appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Then 9-dimensional profundities shot out. 9-dimensional profundities against another 9-dimensional profundities. In the first clash, both of them did not use their fused profundities. It was just a duel of profundities. When the two collided in the void, it did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, it was as though their powers had cancelled each other out. This was one of the special characteristics of the law of space. When two equally matched spatial powers fought in the void, everything would return to deathly stillness. Tang Sanpeo's body has also cultivated to the level of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. After the first clash, Duan Lingtian realized that Tang Sanpeo's body was a genuine 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, Mi Xian's celestial origin energy had also given birth to the characteristics of the divine energy, so it did not belong to him. Duan Lingtian, let's see how strong you are now. Mi Xian sneered after the first wave of attacks was destroyed. Then, in a flash, he appeared next to Duan Lingtian and struck with his palm. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying spatial storm wreaked havoc where Duan Lingtian was standing, causing the void to tremble as though it would crack open at any moment. Duan Lingtian's figure was completely shredded into pieces. To be more precise, it was an afterimage that was destroyed. Duan Lingtian had already teleported to the sky as soon as Mi Xian had used the teleportation profundity. As soon as Mi Xian struck with his palm, tens of thousands of sword rays condensed from space energy shot out. Swoosh! 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 A rain of swords fell from the sky. The sword Dao formed from space energy flashed and disappeared in the void, reappearing above Mi Xian's head in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian had not only used space energy, but he had also used the space sword Dao. This time, it was clearly too late for Mi Xian to teleport. Space sword Dao? It's indeed extraordinary. Mi Xian's voice rang in the air. It seemed as though he was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's technique at all. In just a blink of an eye, he raised both of his hands above his head as violent space energy surged out of his palms. Several intents of the rules of space merged with one another and formed a barrier above him. It shrouded the sky and the sun, as if it were able to isolate the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 Thousands of spatial sword lights fell like a rain of swords, landing on the violent spatial force surging from Mi Xian's hands and colliding with it, producing deafening booms. The sword rays continued to fall as if there was no end to them. The space energy above Mi Xian's head gradually diminished after a while. It was clearly unable to withstand Duan Lingtian's attack. Damn it! Mi Xian's expression was slightly ugly. If not for the fact that this body has yet to completely merge with my soul and can't fully display my comprehension of the law of space, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a match for me even if he used the space sword Dao. Right now, the power of the law of space I can display is only half of the power of the law of space my soul has comprehended. It's on par with Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He's using the space sword Dao to completely suppress me in terms of profundities. If I want to defeat him now, I can only rely on soul attacks. With a thought, a 7-foot-long spear suddenly appeared in Mi Xian's hands. With a shake of the spear, the thousands of sword rays blocking Duan Lingtian's attack were no longer so easily defeated by the space energy surging from his hands. The spear in Mi Xian's hands was pitch black and surrounded by strands of blood-red light. It gave off an evil feeling. Now that it was in Mi Xian's hands, it seemed to strengthen the power he displayed. He completely blocked Duan Lingtian's attack and was no longer as passive as before. A divine weapon? When Duan Lingtian saw the 7-foot-long spear in Mi Xian's hand, he recognized it as a divine weapon with just a glance. He wasn't surprised that Mi Xian had a spirit weapon. Do you think you're the only one with a divine weapon? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips, and then with a thought, a sword flashing with rainbow light appeared around him. It was none other than the high-quality divine weapon in his hands, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The moment the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared, the sword rain in the sky became even more powerful. Mi Xian's momentary advantage not only vanished, but he was also being routed even faster. Mi Xian's expression didn't change, as if he had expected all of this. The moment the sword rays intensified, Mi Xian teleported away with his spear, completely avoiding the sword rain. He appeared in the air not far from Duan Lingtian and coldly stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's time to end this. Mi Xian no longer had any thoughts of leaving Duan Lingtian alive. He was prepared to use the soul attack he was most skilled at, destroying Duan Lingtian's soul in one blow and killing Duan Lingtian. The current situation did not permit him to capture Duan Lingtian alive. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was this strong, no matter how conceited he was, he wouldn't have come alone. Before coming, he had believed that Duan Lingtian was only a peak 8-star war god. Chapter 3577. Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had a Devata artifact. Based on Wu Hongqing's analysis, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, must have obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, to become a god and a lesser god king in just a few hundred years. There was no doubt the fortuitous encounter contained a Devata artifact. After all, the fortuitous encounter had to have been left behind by a god king. Naturally, such a powerhouse would have left behind more than one Devata artifact. It was not surprising that Feng Qingyang had given one to his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had taken out a Devata artifact to suppress his defenses. However, he did not continue to defend himself. After all, he knew he would be the unlucky one if he continued to defend himself. Duan Lingtian's strength with the help of the Devata artifact had far surpassed his strength with the help of the Devata artifact. In fact, they were not even on the same level. There was no point in continuing to defend himself. For this reason, Mi Xian decided to use the soul attack he was best at to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. The only difference was that he would not be able to use his divine weapon to cast his soul attack. However, in his opinion, even if he could not use his divine weapon to cast his soul attack, he would still be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you today. In the future, I'll make sure your master, Feng Qingyang, is buried with you, Mi Xian said indifferently. At the same time, a ray of flowing light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a golden ray of light that was surrounded by a grayish energy, causing the space to shake wherever it passed. You've lived a good life since you're able to die under my soul attack. Although Mi Xian's soul was only at the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor, with his comprehension of the law of space, there were only a handful of demigods in heaven and earth who could withstand his attack even without the help of a divine artifact. As for those people, without exception, they were all people who had external forces to rely on. It was either a soul attack divine artifact or a soul defense divine artifact. Whoosh! The soul attack wrapped in spatial energy flew towards Duan Lingtian as the rain of swords continued to chase after Mi Xian. Right now, Mi Xian wasn't even in the mood to defend against Duan Lingtian's sword rain. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, the rain of swords would naturally disappear. Die! Right now, Mi Xian was looking at Duan Lingtian like he was looking at a dead man. In all the Devata realms and the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian did not think there was anyone who was not a god who could withstand his soul attack. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die. Soul attack. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. However, there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. "I've been waiting for a long time." A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. In the next moment, a 7-colored light suddenly shone in his eyes. At the same time, the 7-colored light swords that had been revolving around him instantly merged into his body and reappeared. This time, they appeared within the 7-colored light swords that had been shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's 7-colored soul attack that had merged with the law of space and the space sword Dao shot toward Mi Xian's soul attack that was not far away. From afar, it looked like 2 comets colliding in the starry sky. Finally, the 2 attacks collided. In the next moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion. After all, it was only a soul attack, and there was still a big difference between it and a material attack. The 2 attacks converged, and after a moment of entanglement, a sword with 7-colored flowing light appeared, and the 2 soul forces disappeared without a trace. They exhausted each other. A high-grade divine artifact? Before the members of the Northern Profound Alliance could react, Mi Xian's voice rang out. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, Duan Lingtian had used this sword to suppress him with a physical attack. Then, he used this sword to unleash a soul attack that was evenly matched with his. Only a high-grade divine artifact or above could unleash a physical attack and a soul attack at the same time. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword was a high-grade divine artifact. After the initial shock, greed appeared in Mi Xian's eyes. If he could obtain such a high-grade divine artifact, his strength would rise by more than a level. In the next moment, Mi Xian seemed to think of something and his expression changed. "No! Pucci! Pucci! Pucci!" After Mi Xian's soul attack failed, the rain of swords landed on his defenseless body. In the blink of an eye, Mi Xian's body was riddled with holes. Whoosh! As his body was riddled with holes, a soul leaped out. It was Mi Xian's soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled violently in the void. "Duan Lingtian, from now on, we will fight to the death." Mi Xian's tone was filled with extreme anger and unwillingness. He had spent a lot of effort to merge with Tang Sanpeo's body. He had even used the dead spirit race's ability to completely possess a physical body. Although he could possess another person's body in the future, he would not be able to accept everything about that person. He could only possess the other person's body. Fight to the death? You'll have to live until then. Duan Lingtian sneered and said, "Huang destroy him." Swoosh! Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared outside the 7-colored light sword that was suspended in the air. The beautiful figure was a young woman who wore clothes that were intertwined with 7-colored lights, and she was especially eye-catching. The moment she appeared, the Northern Shen Alliance members' attention was drawn to her. Artifact soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled when he saw the scene before him. It was clear that he was far more agitated than before. It was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. Even in the realms of gods, a divine artifact of this grade would be considered a top-tier treasure. "Yes, master." The woman Duan Lingtian summoned was the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword's sword soul, Huang. After replying to Duan Lingtian's order, Huang charged toward Mi Xian's soul with her sword in hand. A dazzling 7-colored sword ray streaked across the sky in an unstoppable manner. It was as though it could destroy and annihilate everything. Under the watchful eyes of the Northern Shen Alliance members, Mi Xian's soul trembled as though it would be destroyed in the next instant. "Duan Lingtian, you don't have the strength to kill me." At this critical moment, Mi Xian's soul clasped his hands together. Instantly, His body emitted waves of mist and dark green flames that burned on his body. In the next instant, as the dark green flames burned and the mist covered the surrounding area, there was a flash of blood and Mi Xian's soul completely disappeared. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Er's sword missed Mi Xian. As expected of the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian managed to escape from me even though he sealed his soul at the level of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. When Mi Xian's soul disappeared without a trace, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to kill Mi Xian today. Although Duan Lingtian had acted decisively, he was not confident he could kill Mi Xian. After all, Mi Xian was a god king. Even if Mi Xian's soul was sealed, it would not be easy to kill him. Although I don't know if you willingly allowed yourself to be possessed by Mi Xian, at least I've avenged you. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Mi Xian's battered body. To be more precise, it was Tang Sanpao's body. Naturally, he was speaking to Tang Sanpao inwardly. Meanwhile, the members of the Northern Shen Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. A 9-star god of war. A 9-star god of war who had a high-grade divine artifact and a divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. A 9-star god of war who had nearly killed another 9-star god of war and caused his soul to escape from his body. How could such a person be the supreme guardian of the Northern Shen Alliance? Alliance leader Luo. After Mi Xian escaped, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 Orifices exquisite sword and looked at Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Shen Alliance. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Now it's time for me to leave. There's no need for the Northern Shen Alliance to disband like the Heavenly Dao Alliance. After all, you didn't know my identity in the past. Moreover, the Brahma Alliance won't have a chance to vent their anger on you. After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Luo Yiming's reply. He teleported and disappeared from the sight of the North Dark Alliance's members. He left. Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Shen Alliance, was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's sudden departure. However, the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. I thought the Supreme Guardian would lead the Northern Shen Alliance to the Central Region. I didn't expect him to leave. You're too naive. So what if the Supreme Guardian helps the Northern Shen Alliance to secure a place in the Central Region? It's easy to secure a place, but it's difficult to protect it. With the Supreme Guardian's talent, it won't take long for him to become a true god. At that time, he'll have no choice but to leave the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, the powers that didn't make a move on the Northern Shen Alliance because they were afraid of the Supreme Guardian will continue to watch the Northern Shen Alliance grow. Judging from the Supreme Guardian's words, he's not going to cause trouble for the Brahma Alliance, right? That's possible. Ever since the death of the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, the Brahma Alliance has been chasing the Supreme Guardian all over the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if the Supreme Guardian shows himself now, the Brahma Alliance won't be able to do anything to him. Chapter 3578. Previously, when Wulong, the second guardian of the Brahma Alliance, came to challenge him, Duan Lingtian did not think the Brahma Alliance was involved. After all, it was a personal challenge. In fact, even when Wulong had challenged him, he hadn't thought of killing him. It was only when Wulong tried to kill him that he decided to kill Wulong. He knew that killing Wulong would offend the Brahma Alliance and the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahmaji Heavenly Palace. However, he still did it to clear his mind. If he showed mercy to Wulong because he was afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heavenly Clan, no matter how hard he tried to comfort himself, it would leave a trace of resentment in his heart. And just this trace of indignation was enough to make it difficult for him to continue on the path of cultivation. If I hadn't killed Wulong back then, I wouldn't have been able to enter the demigod realm. Even now, Duan Lingtian didn't regret killing Wulong. If he hadn't killed Wulong, his path of cultivation wouldn't have been so smooth. He wouldn't have been able to break through to the demigod realm and become a 9-star war god. The Brahma Alliance. While he was in seclusion, he wasn't completely dead. Occasionally, he would come out of seclusion, and it wasn't hard for him to overhear some members of the North Profound Alliance talking about how the Brahma Alliance was searching for him. The Brahma Alliance had even set up a bounty for him. Anyone who could provide him with clues would be rewarded handsomely. Those who killed him could bring his corpse to the Brahma Alliance and claim the bounty as well. I'll deliver the bounty myself. I hope the Brahma Alliance won't disappoint me. After leaving the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Lingtian headed south. He was originally in the north, and the central region was to the south. After crossing the central region, he would reach the south. However, his current target wasn't the south, but the central region. To be more precise, the Brahma Alliance was his target. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian flickered as he teleported. Every time he teleported, he would cross a great distance and arrive at the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance is? After entering the central district, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of a middle-aged man. He asked with a smile on his face. However, the middle-aged man was a little annoyed that Duan Lingtian had blocked his way. I don't know. Thank you. Duan Lingtian didn't ask the middle-aged man any more questions. With a teleport, he disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight and reaction range. The middle-aged man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He's so strong? Even if it was the space law's teleportation profundity, only those who were far stronger than him could come and go without a trace. It was precisely because of this that he realized how terrifying Chun Shi was at this moment, and he felt a wave of lingering fear and relief in his heart. At this time, Duan Lingtian asked a few more people for directions, but without exception, he was rejected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how rash he was to block their path. Therefore, after finding his next target, he didn't stop him. Instead, he flew side by side with him. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance's base is? Now, Duan Lingtian's target was also a young man. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary face, but his eyes were extremely sharp and his chiseled face showed some determination. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, his expression changed with a whoosh. In his opinion, since this purple-clothed young man was able to approach him so silently, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him. Don't be nervous. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the young man who hurriedly distanced himself from him. If I wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still be alive? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young man's expression eased. The Brahma Alliance's base is in the Chunibu district. Chunibu district? Duan Lingtian was startled. Then which district are we in right now? Chunibu district. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian in puzzlement. This purple-clad young man with frightening strength didn't know which district he was in right now. How do I get to the Chunibu district? Duan Lingtian asked the young man again. Hearing this, the young man pointed to the southeast. If you go in this direction and cross the Chunibu district, you'll reach the Chunibu district. The Brahma Alliance is the strongest force in the Chunibu district. When you get there, you can ask anyone to find the Brahma Alliance's base. But why are you going to the Brahma Alliance's base? Recently, the Brahma Alliance has no plans to recruit new people. After saying this, the young man kindly reminded Duan Lingtian. Since the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong, was killed, the Brahma Alliance cancelled their original recruitment plan and has been postponing it. Even now, they haven't said when they will recruit new people. I don't plan to join the Brahma Alliance. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, his eyes subconsciously narrowed into slits. I asked for the location of the Brahma Alliance's base because I want to find trouble with them. Thanks. In the end, before the young man could react, Duan Lingtian had already disappeared in front of his eyes. It was only now that the young man came back to his senses. Find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Him? Are you kidding me? But looking at him, he seems a little familiar? Thinking back to the purple-clad young man's appearance, the young man only felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. It wasn't until a dozen breaths later that the young man racked his brain and remembered why he felt that he was familiar. He looks exactly the same as the Duan Lingtian that the Brahma Alliance is looking for. It's just that the real person is more charming than the portrait. At this moment, the young man finally remembered. The reason he felt that the purple-clad young man was familiar was because he had seen his portrait. He said he's going to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Does he have the confidence to deal with the Brahma Alliance? Isn't he just an 8-star god of war? No matter how powerful and heaven-defying an 8-star god of war is, it's impossible for him to contend with the number 1 leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying. Jiying is a famous 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. His strength is incomparable. Could it be that he has become a 9-star god of war during this period of time? The more the young man thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian hide in the beginning and appear directly to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Let's go and join in the fun. After guessing the identity of the other party, the young man didn't hesitate and immediately walked in the direction that Duan Lingtian had left in. Of course, he didn't know which direction Duan Lingtian had left in. However, he knew that Duan Lingtian had definitely gone in the direction he had pointed out. If I can personally witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, I can say that my life has not been in vain. As the young man sped along, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Brahma Alliance's base was located in the Chinibyu district. As the strongest force in the Chinibyu district, the Brahma Alliance's base was located in the center of the Chinibyu district. It was surrounded by many cities. In the Brahma Alliance's base, both Jiying and Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war from the Title Temple, were waiting for Mi Xian's return. They were curious. Was the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian Li Feng in the 2nd North District Duan Lingtian? However, they waited patiently. Before Mi Xian could return, an unexpected guest appeared. Jiying. A calm but penetrating voice resounded in the Brahma Alliance's base. Didn't the Brahma Alliance say that you're looking for me, Duan Lingtian? Now that I, Duan Lingtian, am here, aren't you going to show your gratitude? Duan Lingtian stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was extremely penetrating. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the Brahma Alliance's base heard it. The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance standing in front of the Brahma Alliance's base frowned. They wanted to ask the person in front of them about his identity and why he was approaching the Brahma Alliance. However, before they could open their mouths, the other party's next words shocked them. He's Duan Lingtian? Heavens! He's Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The Duan Lingtian who killed the former leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong Alliance? He actually came to the Brahma Alliance? Moreover, he even asked the Lord Alliance Master to come out? Is he tired of living? Hasn't he been hiding all this time? Why did he come out now? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. If this person was really Duan Lingtian, there was only one possibility. Duan Lingtian was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance. He was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance's leader. Has he become a 9-star war god? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. Even the people in the Brahma Alliance's base were thinking the same thing. As long as this person wasn't an imposter, it meant that he had become a 9-star war god. Duan Lingtian. Even Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star war god from the Title Temple, had a solemn expression on his face. It seems like the supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District isn't Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has personally come to the Brahma Alliance's base, and it seems like he's already a 9-star war god. Yu Chaochuan naturally didn't think that Mi Xian would be defeated by the current Duan Lingtian. He thought that Mi Xian was still investigating the identity of the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian, which was why he hadn't returned yet. But now, the Duan Lingtian they had been searching for all this time had delivered himself to their doorstep. Now that Jiying should be coming towards me, right? Almost as soon as Yu Chaochuan thought this, Jiying's voice came from outside. Our goal is Duan Lingtian. Since he's here, why don't we go and meet him together? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Jiying was usually so arrogant. Wasn't he looking for him because he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Duan Lingtian? Chapter 3579. Almost no one in the Brahma Alliance thought Duan Lingtian was here to seek his death. What a joke! If he was not strong enough, why would Duan Lingtian come to them? Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with his hands clasped on his back. His expression was calm and emotionless. As time passed, more and more figures walked out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. There were also people approaching from other directions. They stood at a distance and stared at the purple figure from afar. He's Duan Lingtian? It's one thing for him to look young. But is he really not even 700 years old? This news has been verified by many sources. Do you think it's fake? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the onlookers. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the young genius who had recently won the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses and displayed his strength as a 7-star god of war. Not long ago, he had killed the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wu Long, who was also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance. After that, he replaced Wu Long and became the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since then, the Brahma Heaven Alliance had gone to great lengths to search for Duan Lingtian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, their efforts were to no avail. Today, Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian with a calm expression on his face. It seems like this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has broken through and become a 9-star god of war. At this moment, most of the onlookers had rushed over after receiving news of Duan Lingtian's arrival. Most of the onlookers were familiar with the people from the Brahma Alliance. After receiving news of Duan Lingtian's arrival, they had also sent messages to their friends. Therefore, more and more people gathered to watch the show. It seems like Duan Lingtian didn't come with good intentions. I wonder who's stronger between him and the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. Jiying? The number of onlookers is still increasing. I wonder if the other 9-star gods of war from the central region will come to watch the show as well. I think so. However, that's only if they make it here in time. A group of people stood in the distance, watching Duan Lingtian while whispering to each other. The number of onlookers was still increasing. It's the second guardian of the Heavenly Chu Alliance, Qin Zhini. He actually came as well. As an old man in a gray robe approached, many people's attention fell on him. The Heavenly Chu Alliance was also a famous force in the central region. Its strength wasn't any weaker than the Brahma Alliance. If one were to say that the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District, then the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District. In that case, the Heavenly Chu Alliance would be the strongest in the 3 Middle Districts. The leader of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance was also a 9-star god of war. As for the second protector of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Zhini was an 8-star war god. Moreover, he had been famous in the central region for a long time. Thus, when he arrived, many people recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. Guardian Qin, are you here to join in the fun as well? Guardian Qin, there will definitely be a battle today. Do you think the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, or this Duan Lingtian will win? Many people who had met Qin Zhini before or knew him took the initiative to greet him. Every one of them was very enthusiastic. Some people couldn't help but ask Qin Zhini what he thought of today's matter. It's hard to say. Let's just watch. Qin Zhini smiled faintly. After Qin Zhini, a few other famous 8-star war gods in the central region also arrived. They also attracted a lot of attention. Of course, those who could make it in time were those who were nearby and had received the news. There were still many people who were on their way because they were far away. As for those who were further away, they chose to give up and come personally. However, all of them were waiting for the news. Many people were curious about the outcome of today's battle. On one side was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian. On the other side was the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Ji Ying. Since Duan Ling Tian dares to come, it means that he's confident. As long as Ji Ying accepts the challenge, he'll most likely lose. Many people thought so. He's still not coming out? As more and more people gathered around, they realized that the alliance leader, Ji Ying, hadn't come out even though a lot of people from the Brahma Alliance had come out. Is alliance leader Ji Ying afraid? If he doesn't come out today, not only will he and the Brahma Heaven Alliance be disgraced, but his master, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, will also be disgraced. Who knows what's going on? Many people could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw that the alliance master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Ji Ying, had yet to show himself. Of course, their voices were very soft since there were many people from the Brahma Heaven Alliance present. It seems like I'm not too late. Suddenly, a loud voice rang from the horizon, attracting everyone's attention except for Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's gaze, a sturdy old man wearing a loose green robe descended from the clouds. His expression was determined, and there was a blood-red diamond-shaped mark between his brows. He was holding a sheathed saber in his left hand. The old man's messy white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look wild and unruly. Could he be Swordsman Chu? As soon as the old man appeared, some people's eyes flickered, and they frowned slightly. Some people who reacted quickly could not help but exclaim softly, "Swordsman Chu?" Immediately, the gazes that fell on the old man changed again. Swordsman Chu did not belong to any faction. No one knew if he had any background outside the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, he was a lone cultivator in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The reason Swordsman Chu was famous in the central region was because he was a 9-star god of war. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. While many people were still guessing the old man's identity, the second guardian of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Zhini, stepped forward and took the initiative to greet the old man. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. The 8-star gods of war followed Qin Zhini's lead and bowed respectfully to the old man. In an instant, the old man's identity was confirmed. He was the 9-star god of war, Swordsman Chu. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, only Swordsman Chu could make a group of 8-star gods of war bow down to him. Swordsman Chu nodded indifferently in the face of everyone's greetings. You don't have to worry about me. I'm only here because I happen to be nearby. I heard that there's a show here, so I came to join in the fun. As Swordsman Chu spoke, his gaze fell on the purple figure not far away. This is the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian? That's him, Senior Swordsman Chu. Qin Zhini replied respectfully. He looks talented. Swordsman Chu nodded. I just don't know if he's reckless or if he's really strong. Alliance Master Ji Ying has come out. The gazes that had gathered on Bladesman Chu immediately shifted to the entrance of the Brahma Alliance's encampment as a cry of surprise rang out. At that place, 2 people were walking through the air while being escorted by over 10 people. It's Alliance Master Ji Ying. He's finally come out. Everyone's gaze fell on one of the 2 people in the lead. They recognized this person as the Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Ji Ying. Who's that beside Alliance Master Ji Ying? Is he an expert the Brahma Heaven Alliance recently recruited? When the crowd recognized Ji Ying, they instinctively shifted their gazes to the person beside Ji Ying. The fact that this person was walking side by side with Ji Ying was enough to prove that he was not a simple person. In the past, only Ji Ying's junior brother, Wu Long, who was the second alliance master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, received such treatment. Many people were curious about the identity of the person beside Jiying. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! Am I seeing things? Isn't the person beside Alliance Master Jiying the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heavens Subhall, Yu Chaochuan? Hasn't he not entered the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time? Why is he here again? What? Are you saying that the person beside Alliance Master Jiying is the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heavens Subhall, Yu Chaochuan? Yu Chaochuan? He's a veteran 9-star god of war. Why is he with Alliance Master Jiying? Don't tell me Jiying asked him to help her deal with Duanling Tian? I'm afraid Jiying doesn't have that much influence. In my opinion, the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven must have asked the Title Temple for help. That's why the Title Temple sent Hall Master Yu Chaochuan here. If he's really here to help Jiying deal with Duanling Tian, not only did Duanling Tian fail, but he's also in danger. When they found out the person standing next to the leader of the Brahma Alliance was Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war and the palace master of the Title Temple's 10,000 Beast Heavens Vice Palace, many people looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. The Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heavens Subhall? Duanling Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, turned to look at Yu Chaochuan when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. A sneer appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "The Title Temple is not slow at all. Not only is Mi Xian here, but a 9-star god of war is here as well. Let's see who's stronger between him and Mi Xian." Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. With just a thought, he disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the entrance of the Brahma Heaven Alliance's estate. He stood in front of Jiying and Yu Chaochuan. "You're Duanling Tian?" Although Jiying had seen Duanling Tian's portrait before, this was his first time seeing Duanling Tian in person. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in his heart when he saw the calmness in Duanling Tian's eyes. In the end, he clenched his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Swordsman Chu, who was standing nearby. "Senior Swordsman Chu, I would like you to join forces with me and Palace Master Yu to deal with Duanling Tian. After this, I'll ask my foster father to personally return the favor." Jiying would never do anything that he was not confident in. Although he felt Duanling Tian might be bluffing for him to be so calm at this moment, he still found a helper and made a promise that Duanling Tian could not refuse. Bladesman Chu's eyes lit up when he heard Jiying's voice transmission. A greedy expression appeared on his face. Chapter 3580. Swordsman Chu was a 9-star god of war who had made a name for himself in the Nine Serenities battlefield a long time ago. Similar to Yu Chaochuan, the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven Subpalace of the Title Temple, he was also a veteran 9-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Whether it was Yu Chaochuan or Swordsman Chu, as long as they disappeared from the Nine Serenities battlefield, people would start to speculate. Could it be that they had already attained godhood? Generally speaking, those who had attained godhood were not allowed to appear in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, in recent years, Swordsman Chu rarely went missing. He was quite active in the Nine Serenities battlefield, so many people knew about him. As for Yu Chaochuan, he had not appeared in the Nine Serenities battlefield for many years. Many people thought he had already attained godhood. Who knew he would appear in the Nine Serenities battlefield again? I thought Yu Chaochuan had already attained godhood and left the Nine Serenities battlefield forever. I didn't expect he still hasn't attained godhood. How old is he? If he hasn't attained godhood, it seems like he has no hope of attaining godhood. Even if he has no hope of attaining godhood, as the Nine Serenities war god, he's still strong enough to stand at the top of the Devata realms. Yu Chaochuan's appearance caused quite a commotion when he was recognized. When the crowd saw Duanling Tian standing opposite Yu Chaochuan and Jiying, the atmosphere turned solemn. Among the three people standing before them, Two of them had made a name for themselves in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Yu Chaochuan and Ji Ying. The other person had not been in the Nine Serenities war for long, but no one could ignore his presence. Duan Lingtian. Do you think Yu Chaochuan will make a move today? Many people's eyes flashed with uncertainty. That depends on why Yu Chaochuan is here. If he's here by coincidence, he might not help Ji Ying. After all, if he helps Ji Ying deal with Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven won't let him go. If he's here to help Ji Ying deal with Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely make a move. However, based on Duan Lingtian's appearance, it seems like he's not afraid of them at all. Perhaps he is deliberately mystifying, or perhaps he doesn't know how terrifying Yu Chaochuan, this veteran 9-star war god, is. Right now, the group of onlookers were all very curious as to why Yu Chaochuan would appear here. At that moment, the Tidal Temple's 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Vice Hall Master, Yu Chaochuan, was frowning slightly. He seemed to have encountered some sort of problem. Yu Chaochuan had sent a message to Mi Xian the moment the Alliance Chief of Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, had gone to find him and told him that Duan Lingtian had come to visit him. However, Mi Xian hadn't responded. Lord Mi Xian. Yu Chaochuan couldn't help but send a second message. If you receive my message, please reply me. Duan Lingtian has already come to visit. He is in Brahma Alliance, you can come back directly. However, Yu Chaochuan still did not receive Mi Xian's message. Although Yu Chaochuan felt this to be a bit strange, he was not surprised. With Mi Xian's personality, he might not even bother to reply to his message. He might be on his way back. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have thought that. It wasn't that Mi Xian didn't want to reply to him, but that he couldn't. Mi Xian's body had been destroyed, and he had only managed to escape with his soul using a secret technique. He was currently recuperating his soul in a secluded area of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Although he had received Yu Chaochuan's message, he couldn't reply. This was because Yu Chaochuan's soul orb was still in the spatial ring of his original body. They're finished. Mi Xian had fought Duan Lingtian before, so he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength very well. After learning that Duan Lingtian had joined the Brahma Alliance, he knew it was impossible for Yu Chaochuan or Ji Ying to be a match for Duan Lingtian, even if they joined forces. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's current strength and the power of the high-grade divine sword with a sword soul, it would be difficult to find anyone below the divine spirit realm who could match him. Naturally, Yu Chaochuan was unaware of this. At this moment, Yu Chaochuan's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air nearby. This was not his first time seeing Duan Lingtian. He had seen Duan Lingtian during the Devata realm battle of the geniuses. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he regarded as a junior at that time, would be strong enough to fight him now. Earlier, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Yu Chaochuan when they were far apart. Now that he saw Yu Chaochuan, his first impression of him was that he looked familiar. It was not difficult to guess he had seen Yu Chaochuan during the Devata realm battle of the geniuses. After all, during the Devata realm battle of the geniuses, the 9-star gods of war were not eye-catching. It was the few divine spirit realm powerhouses who were eye-catching. Both of you, come at me together. Duan Lingtian ignored Ji Ying's question. He looked at Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan calmly. He was different from the onlookers in the surroundings. The onlookers might not be certain Yu Chaochuan, the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Vice Palace, was here to deal with him, but he knew Yu Chaochuan was here to deal with him. When he heard Yu Chaochuan had not entered the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time, he was even more certain Yu Chaochuan was here for him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. Apart from Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan, who had a slightly solemn expression on their faces, Swordsman Chu's expression had also turned solemn. As for the others, they were in an uproar. Duan Lingtian wants to fight Alliance Master Ji Ying and Palace Master Yu Chaochuan alone? Isn't he too arrogant? Even if he's a 9-star god of war, the two people standing opposite him are also 9-star gods of war. Moreover, they're 9-star gods of war who have been famous for a long time. I reckon he's arrogant after becoming a 9-star god of war. He thinks he's invincible. Alliance Master Ji-Ying and Palace Master Yu Chaochuan have teamed up. In our 9 Serenities battlefield, the number of 9-star gods of war who can contend against them can be counted on one hand, and those people are said to be the people closest to God. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This Duan Lingtian is still too young. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the spectators couldn't help but shake their heads. Only the other 3 9-star gods of war did not look down on Duan Lingtian like them because of his arrogant words. Duan Lingtian, I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance. Ji-Ying stepped into the air with a gloomy expression. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Today, I, Ji-Ying, will kill you, Duan Lingtian, outside the Brahma Alliance's mountain gate and avenge my junior brother, Wulong. At the same time Ji-Ying stepped into the air, Yu Chaochuan also stepped into the air. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Yu Chaochuan really came out? It's one thing for Duan Lingtian to be arrogant, but the two of them are also so shameless? From the looks of it, Palace Master Yu Chaochuan really did find outside help for Alliance Master Ji-Ying. He found outside help in advance. Did he already guess that Duan Lingtian would come knocking on his door? Seeing that Ji-Ying and Yu Chaochuan were really going to join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, the current atmosphere was pushed to the peak. The hearts of the spectators also hung in suspense. More people stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. They were all curious. What kind of strength did Duan Lingtian have to make Ji-Ying and Yu Chaochuan treat him like this? Duan Lingtian, I, Yu Chaochuan, will properly discipline you on behalf of your master today. Yu Chaochuan also spoke. His tone was indifferent and his gaze was cold. Discipline me? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Yu Chaochuan, a hint of disdain appearing at the corners of his mouth. You think you're worthy? Duan Lingtian's eyes were full of contempt. You're courting death. Even though Yu Chaochuan was already quite old, he was still infuriated by Duan Lingtian's disdain and contempt. However, he did not lose his rationality because of anger. He did not attack first, instead looking at Ji-Ying and calling out, Alliance Master Ji-Ying, let's attack together. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the instant Yu Chaochuan's voice fell, green light wreaked havoc on Ji-Ying's body. Waves of green wind that could be seen with the naked eye twined around his body. It was incomparably fast, like an illusion. Ji-Ying was skilled in the law of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, on Yu Chaochuan's body, there was a dark blue radiance that surged, flying into the horizon like a great wave. When it landed, it condensed into an expanse of azure power around his body. Clearly, Yu Chaochuan was skilled in the law of water. Attack! As Yu Chaochuan spoke again, he and Ji-Ying moved together. The terrifying power of wind and water intertwined and swept out. At this moment, the water seemed to be able to borrow the power of wind, increasing its speed by another step. As for the wind, besides being swift and fierce, with the cooperation of the water, it also had a powerful oppressive force. Retreat! Retreat! Almost at the instant Yu Chaochuan and Ji-Ying attacked, the group of protectors and elders of the Brahma Alliance behind them all retreated with the disciples of the Brahma Alliance, far away. After they retreated, a series of earth-shattering noises reverberated throughout the area. It was the aftermath of the Tu's power that affected the Brahma Alliance's mountain gate, raising the mountain gate and a large area around it to the ground, leaving behind a huge crater. Not a single blade of grass grew inside. There was no life at all. If the aftermath of 2 9-star gods of war working together is like this, then how terrifying would the center of the storm be? The scene in front of their eyes caused everyone to be shocked. When the crowd looked at the eye of the storm again, they saw the power of wind and water sweeping out in all directions. After that, it formed a circle that completely enveloped the purple figure. Just as the crowd was shocked by this, another ray of light entered the field like a ghost. Clang! Under everyone's gazes, the figure of swordsman Chu entered the field and stood side by side with Yu Chaochuan and Jiying. As the golden light on his body pulsed, he suddenly pulled out the narrow scabbard in his hand. The moment the scabbard appeared, thousands of rays of light flashed. Wang! 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 The golden rays of light that blotted out the sky followed the power of wind and water and attacked together. Chapter 3581. No one had expected Chu Feng to suddenly make a move. Initially, everyone thought Chu Feng was only here to join in the fun. However, they did not expect him to join forces with Jiying and Yu Chaochuan to deal with Duan Lingtian at this crucial moment. Chu Feng and Yu Chaochuan were veteran 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although Jiying had become a 9-star god of war much later than them, compared to Duan Lingtian who had just become a 9-star god of war, he could be considered a veteran. 3 veteran 9-star gods of war were fighting against a new 9-star god of war. If the crowd hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if the person who told them about this matter made it sound like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Was a veteran 9-star god of war so shameless? The truth was, he was shameless. Of course, at this moment, even the members of the Brahma Alliance felt that their leader was shameless, but they only thought about it in their hearts. No one dared to say it out loud. However, some people had other thoughts. They felt like a lion would use its full strength even if it was hunting a rabbit. Duan Lingtian, since leaving the 9 Serenities battlefield, you're the first person to make me use my divine weapon, Yu Chaochuan said solemnly. Yu Chaochuan's tone was solemn. A walking stick had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. Upon closer inspection, the walking stick was sparkling and translucent. When it appeared in his hand, there was a deep blue light flowing around it, as if there were blue divine dragons dancing about. At the same time, he shook the walking stick in his hand. The water energy that was charging at Duan Lingtian grew even more majestic and vast. It was as though a mountain flood had broken through a dam as it charged at a weak figure. Swoosh! Although Jiying didn't say anything, a bead appeared in his hand. The bead was surrounded by green qi. Streams of condensed green qi were like saber lights and sword shadows. They were extremely sharp. As Jiying infused his celestial origin energy into the pearl, an even more terrifying wind energy surged out of the pearl and joined in the attack on Duan Lingtian. As for Chu Feng, he had already used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon the moment he made his move. When Bladesman Chu activated his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, a blood-red silhouette could be seen on it. It was the Emperor-grade celestial weapon's weapon spirit. Although it was not a divine artifact, it was still an Emperor-grade celestial artifact with an artifact spirit. This power was comparable to Yu Chaochuan and Jiying's divine artifacts without artifact spirits. In the Devata realms, divine weapons without souls were not considered divine weapons. Instead, they were called quasi-divine weapons. In the hands of those below the 9-star god of war, their strength was comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Only in the hands of a 9-star god of war whose celestial origin energy had the characteristics of divine energy would the celestial weapon's power surpass that of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is doomed this time. 3 9-star gods of war working together. If it were any other 9-star god of war, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist, right? With the 3 9-star gods of war working together, perhaps only the gods can contend against them. Although the people present on the scene guessed Duan Lingtian had already become a 9-star god of war, they were certain Duan Lingtian would die when they saw the 3 9-star gods of war attacking Duan Lingtian at the same time. None of them were optimistic. With the strength of the 3 9-star gods of war, it'll be difficult for Duan Lingtian to teleport away. Someone sighed. That's only natural. The 3 of them are so powerful that they've sealed the space. It'll be difficult for him to teleport away when the space trembles. Let alone the law of space's teleportation profundity. Even if he fused the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity together, it'll be difficult for him to escape under such circumstances. The onlookers looked at the raging storm. The power within the storm was like a water dragon and a wind dragon, and it was accompanied by many dazzling golden saber lights. Those were saber lights condensed from Saber Master Chu's celestial origin energy, which contained the law of gold. Chu Feng was an expert in the law of metal. At this moment, almost no one thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of surviving. Duan Lingtian, who was in the center of the storm, stood in the air. He cast the Tao of control. The space within a radius of 10 meters was distorted and distorted, sucking in the water and wind energy that were closest to him. However, since the two energies were too vast, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to cast the Tao of control. He could only barely defend himself. After that, Chu swordsmen had joined the fray and the 3 9-star gods of war had attacked with their weapons. Even if Duan Lingtian relied on his celestial origin energy to control the weapons, he would not be able to withstand their attacks. There's a third person? Duan Lingtian was surprised by the addition of a third person, but he did not panic. However, his eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself, it doesn't matter if he's from the Tidal Temple or the Heavenly Emperor Jifantian, he'll definitely die today. Pine Willow Divine Tree. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian summoned the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. However, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar was more substantial than before. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian opened his little world, it resonated with the Divine Tree of Life. The resonance caused the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar to become more substantial. Moreover, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's trunk and branches were covered in a layer of faint white light. After the Tao of control was suppressed, the water and fire energy and the dazzling golden saber ray entered the Pine Willow Divine Tree. The Pine Willow Divine Tree's trunk and branches were destroyed. The Pine Willow Divine Tree was being healed by the Divine Tree of Life's energy. Duan Lingtian had discovered this after he became a 9-star god of war. He could rely on his celestial origin energy to link the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar with the Divine Tree of Life in his body. They resonated with each other and shared the power to heal. Master, let Huang kill them for you. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared. Huang who was dressed in a 7-colored robe, was standing on the sword. Her graceful figure flashed as she bowed to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a sword-shaped imprint suddenly appeared on Huang forehead. A rainbow-colored light flashed from the sword-shaped imprint. Following that, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword under Duan Lingtian's feet shot out thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The Pine Willow Divine Tree was no longer harmed. Duan Lingtian withdrew the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. He was stunned when he saw the scene before him. Earlier, he had formed the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar and used the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. He wanted to merge the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword with the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Then, he wanted to borrow the Divine Tree of Life's power and use its indestructible branches to drive the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword to kill the 3 people who had surrounded him. However, he did not expect that he would attack directly after the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared. Moreover, it was so powerful that even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Swoosh! 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 The rainbow-colored sword rays that filled the sky formed a sword net that was bright and dazzling. It was especially eye-catching in the dark storm before the eyes of the people outside. The scene in front of them caused the surrounding crowd to be stunned. They had thought that the storm would silently annihilate Duan Lingtian and kill him. However, they did not expect such a scene to appear after the storm. What's that rainbow-colored light? Why does it feel like it's getting brighter? Is that Duan Lingtian's technique? That's impossible. Why do I feel like the combined attack of Yu Chaochuan, Bladesman Chu, and Jiying is about to collapse? They're all 9-star gods of war. How can they have such a technique? just as the crowd was shocked and could not help but whisper among themselves. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The center of the storm in front of the crowd suddenly exploded. The rainbow-colored light was like a rainbow-colored scorching sun. It was so dazzling that it hurt their eyes. They subconsciously squinted their eyes. The terrifying power exploded, and the aftermath of the power wreaked havoc. The rainbow-colored light was like a rainbow-colored wave that spread and wreaked havoc in the air. Some of the Brahma Alliance's disciples with low cultivation were directly killed. Even those with higher cultivations were injured. Only those who were 7-star gods of war and above managed to retreat in time at the critical moment. They were unscathed, but their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Could this Duanling Tian be a god? Impossible. The power of a god is not limited to this. It would be difficult to find someone among the 9-star gods of war who could compete with this power. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the rainbow-colored light dissipated and Duanling Tian's figure appeared. He was unharmed. However, at this moment, everyone's attention only lingered on Duanling Tian for a moment before it fell on the rainbow-colored figure standing in front of Duanling Tian. Who is this person? Huang was wearing a rainbow-colored robe that looked incomparably luxurious. Her beautiful face was too much for the eyes to take in. Her cold autumn eyes seemed to keep people 1,000 miles away. Those who want to kill my master must die. Just as Yu Chaochuan, Bladesman Chu, and Ji Ying's gazes fell on Huang. Their eyes filled with shock and fear, Huang spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears but also contained a bone-chilling coldness. In the next moment, Huang moved. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword flashed. Yu Chaochuan tried his best to block, but the sword still pierced through his forehead. His soul was shattered and he died. The entire place was deathly silent. Yu Chaochuan's corpse smashed onto the ground. His face still maintained the expression of fear he had before he died. His eyes were completely round, filled with fear and disbelief. Clearly, even at the moment of his death, he didn't think that his life would wither away like this. Huang Duanling Tian looked at Huang with a hint of shock in his eyes. Could it be that after my celestial origin energy gave birth to the characteristics of divine energy, she transformed as well? Duanling Tian had just broken through not long ago. He only discovered that he could communicate with the divine tree of life and use it to provide the pine willow divine tree with an endless supply of vitality. He had not noticed Huang transformation before this. It was only now that he saw it with his own eyes. Chapter 3582. Huang was the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword was a divine artifact, a superior divine artifact. Ordinary divine artifacts required at least a 9-star god of war to display their true strength. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword was the same. When Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy developed the characteristics of divine energy and he became a 9-star god of war, his strength increased the most. It was the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that was hidden in his body. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword's strength increased because of Huang sword soul. Huang strength. The scene of Huang attack still lingered in Duanling Tian's mind. Yu Chaochuan, the hall master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven Subhall and the 9-star god of war, did not even have time to dodge. He was a 9-star god of war, not some random person. Although Duanling Tian was confident he could kill Yu Chaochuan, he had to rely on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, the Divine Tree of Life, and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang had easily killed Yu Chaochuan with the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. She was even faster than he had expected. Even Duanling Tian was shocked by the scene before him, let alone the others. Now, when the others looked at Huang again, their gazes were no longer filled with amazement, but with shock and fear. They never thought that this graceful and beautiful young woman would be so decisive and terrifying in her actions. Yu Chaochuan was the hall master of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven Subhall and a veteran 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, she had killed him as easily as stepping on an ant. The entire process was so simple that it felt like a dream. This isn't a dream. However, many people quickly regained their senses and realized this was not a dream. Everything was real. She addressed Duan Lingtian as her master? Very quickly, someone thought of this and his expression changed drastically. When he looked at Huang Er again, his gaze was intertwined between Huang Er and the 7 orifices exquisite sword floating at her feet. Could she be the sword spirit or sword soul of this sword? A divine artifact's soul. After realizing what kind of existence Huang Er was, everyone was shocked. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the crowd. When they saw Huang Er's strength, they could not help but mutter. Normally speaking, for a demigod to possess such strength, it can only be a high-grade god artifact soul. High-grade divine artifact? You mean, Duan Lingtian's sword is a high-grade divine weapon? Oh my god! High-grade divine artifacts, especially those with artifact souls, were considered priceless treasures even in the plains of gods. It's enough to make people fight over it. Duan Lingtian, how could he have such a divine weapon? After realizing that the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was a high-grade divine weapon, everyone present was shocked. Even Duan Lingtian's opponent, Ji Ying and swordsman Chu were no exception. When the two of them saw Yu Chaochuan being killed, they already felt a great sense of danger. Now that they realized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a divine weapon, and the soul of the divine weapon had the ability to instantly kill a 9-star god of war, only terror remained in the depths of their hearts. Duan Lingtian. Swordsman Chu stood in the distance, and he had a bitter expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't intend to become enemies with you in the matter today. It was Ji Ying who coerced me. Let me go, and I'll owe you a favor. Swordsman Chu lowered his head. Could even be said that he was begging for mercy. The strength of Duan Lingtian's artifact soul made his heart tremble. He did not think that he could escape alive under Duan Lingtian's nose. Hearing Swordsman Chu's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. As for the others, when they looked at Swordsman Chu again, they could not help but shake their heads. If Swordsman Chu did not make a move, he would be a bystander like us. But now that he has interfered, it is equivalent to sending himself to his death. Sometimes a choice can really decide a lifetime. Swordsman Chu, what a pity. At this moment, almost no one thought that Swordsman Chu could survive. This was a 9-star god of war. Since he was already an enemy and could be killed, he should naturally be killed to prevent him from becoming a great threat in the future. In the next moment, their guesses were verified. Whoosh! Huang Er attacked again. Even though Swordsman Chu used the artifact in his hand to block with all his might, it was still difficult for him to block Huang Er's attack. In the blink of an eye, Swordsman Chu followed in Yu Chaochuan's footsteps. Another veteran 9-star god of war had fallen. In the blink of an eye, in just a dozen breaths of time, 2 9-star gods of war had fallen. The surroundings were deathly silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Many people's bodies were trembling slightly. Even in their dreams, they did not expect that they would be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Now, even if I die, my life will not be in vain. 2 9-star gods of war have been killed right under my nose. Someone sighed emotionally. His words resonated with many people. In one's life, it is already a great fortune to be able to witness the death of a 9-star god of war. Today, in just a blink of an eye, we have witnessed the death of 2 9-star gods of war. Even in the history of the Devata realms, in the history of the 9 Serenities battlefield, such a situation has never happened before, right? In just a dozen breaths of time, 2 9-star gods of war have fallen. This is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Perhaps, today another 9-star god of war has fallen as well. After the surrounding people whispered for a while, their gazes, as though they had discussed it beforehand, landed on Ji-ing, the leader of the Brahma alliance, whose face was ashen and whose eyes were filled with panic. At this moment, anyone with eyes could see that Ji-ing's forehead was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that the deaths of Yu Chaochuan and Saber Master Chu had brought great pressure to him. Swoosh! While Ji-ing was suffering, Huang Er made her move again. However, she did not kill Ji-ing as everyone had expected. This was because Ji-yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, had appeared. To be more precise, the soul imprint that Ji-yu had left on Ji-ing had blocked the fatal attack. However, the soul imprint had dimmed. It was impossible for it to block the attack a second time. After Ji-yu's soul imprint appeared, he did not look at Huang Er. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed his disciple and adopted son, Ji-ing. Duan Lingtian, Ji-yu said. Although there was a hint of anger on his face, he suppressed his anger as he said in a low voice, "If you let my disciple go, we'll forget about the enmity between us. I won't hold it against you for the death of my second disciple, Wu Long." Ji-yu, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm and the strongest heavenly emperor on the heavenly emperor ranking, was acting humbly. The onlookers were shocked when they saw his humility. The heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven is willing to compromise with Duan Lingtian? The onlookers found it hard to believe. "Master!" Ji-ing's face flushed red as he said in a low voice, "Master, there's no need for you to compromise with him. Duan Lingtian isn't worthy of you bowing down to him." "Shut up," Ji-yu said coldly. Ji-ing was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth. Although Ji-yu was just an illusory figure, Ji-yu's authority as his master and godfather was deeply ingrained in his heart. He did not dare to say another word. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian would give face to Ji-yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, when he suddenly said, "Huang Er, kill him." As soon as Huang Er finished speaking, she made her move. Ji-yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, was furious. He shouted, "Duan Lingtian, you'll regret this. You'll regret this." Swoosh! A seven-colored sword ray flashed and destroyed Ji-yu's illusory figure. Then, Ji-ing, who had attacked with all his might, was killed in just a second. Duan Lingtian had a rough idea that Huang Er's strength was at the peak of the demigod realm. There were only a few people below the level of a god in the Devata realms and realms of gods who were a match for her. Killing a 9-star god of war was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. "I'm afraid my celestial origin energy has given birth to divine energy," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason Huang Er was so powerful. It must have something to do with his celestial origin energy that had given birth to divine energy. The reason why divine weapons were called divine weapons was because they were the weapons of the gods. Only deities could unleash its full power. The power of gods was the divine energy. Although Duan Lingtian had not become a god yet, the divine energy in his celestial origin energy was enough to activate the true power of the divine weapon. Following Ji-ing's death, the people in the surroundings fell silent again. Earlier, when Ji-yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, had lowered his head and compromised in front of Duan Lingtian, everyone thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Ji-ing because he did not want to make an enemy out of Ji-yu. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to ignore Ji-yu and let his divine weapon's soul kill Ji-ing. Since then, the 3 9-star gods of war who had joined forces to fight Duan Lingtian had all died. 3 9-star gods of war had died in just one day. This matter was unprecedented in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one would have any objections even if it was said to be unprecedented. Swoosh! Under everyone's envious gazes, Huang emerged with the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword transformed into a 7-colored ray of light and entered Duan Lingtian's body. It was a prominent divine weapon. Moreover, it was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. In their opinion, such a treasure was worth risking their lives to fight for. However, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they knew if they acted rashly, they would definitely die. Only a reckless man would charge forward when he knew he was going to die. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword and looked around. From now on Duan Lingtian, will take the Brahma Alliance's base. From now on it will be my Duan Lingtian's cultivation place. I don't want to see anyone here after one day. Violators, die. Chapter 3583. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he flew into the Brahma Alliance's estate and disappeared from the crowd's sight. The crowd looked at each other before they retreated one after another. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. The Brahma Alliance is gone. I didn't expect a force as famous as the Brahma Alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield would be wiped out just like that. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it's obvious he's planning to take over the Brahma Alliance's estate. Now let's disperse. From today onward, I'm afraid everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield and the other Devata realms will know about this brilliant disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The crowd of onlookers stayed for a while before gradually dispersing. Of course, when they left, they didn't forget to spread the news of what had happened. For a time, everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield knew what had happened outside the Brahma Alliance's territory today. Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, possessed a prominent Devata artifact with a soul. After he became a 9-star god of war, he easily killed the 3 famous 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield with the help of this prominent Devata artifact. Yu Chaochuan, Saber Master Chu, and Jiying were famous figures in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Yu Chaochuan and Saber Master Chu, in particular, were veterans in the 9 Serenities battlefield. I didn't expect the brilliant disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, to be so strong. Even the prominent Devata artifact is shocking. Is it possible that the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang, gave him a Devata artifact? It's possible. After all, it's no secret that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Perhaps, he obtained many Devata artifacts there and gave one to his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really lucky to have such a good master. If you have Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, perhaps the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would be willing to accept you as his disciple. Now, while Duan Lingtian's name had spread to every corner of the 9th Serenity battlefield, the high-quality god artifact in his hand that possessed an artifact soul had also become the focus of attention. Such a divine artifact was enough to move everyone's heart. While everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield was in an uproar because of the deaths of the 3 9-star war gods, the people of the Brahma Alliance didn't leave the alliance. Instead, they were led by several 8-star war god enforcers to search for Duan Lingtian. Lord Duan Lingtian, we are willing to honor you as the new leader of the Brahma Alliance. If you don't like the name Brahma Alliance, you can give us another name. We only want to be loyal to you. The former enforcers of the Brahma Alliance led a group of elders and disciples to the valley where Duan Lingtian was staying and spoke respectfully. The strength Duan Lingtian had displayed shocked and inconceivable them. At the same time, they also felt that it would be their greatest fortune if they could protect them in the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, their faction would become a transcendent force in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Therefore, they didn't leave as Duan Lingtian had said. They stayed and tried to persuade Duan Lingtian to take over the Brahma Alliance. You still have 20 hours. However, the reply they received was Duan Lingtian. After that, Duan Lingtian didn't say another word. No matter how the enforcers of the Brahma Alliance tried to persuade him, it was the same. In the end, The people of the Brahma Alliance could only leave in disappointment. They could all see it. Duan Lingtian didn't plan to take over the Brahma Alliance. Their hopes were dashed. A day later, the former Brahma Alliance's base turned from a bustling place to a desolate place without a single soul in sight. This was all because of Duan Lingtian's words. An uninvited guest appeared in the independent realm where the title temple was located. It was none other than Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven. Although Jiyu tried to make his expression look good, anyone with a discerning eye could see the unconcealable gloom on his face. Hall Master Wu, the 9-star war god of your title temple, was killed in public. How can you tolerate this? For Jiyu, the deaths of his true disciples was no different from rubbing salt on his wounds. When his first true disciple, Jiying, was killed, he was so furious that he almost destroyed the area around his cultivation ground. The violent energy caused the entire heavenly emperor mountain in the Brahma heaven to tremble. Everyone could feel the wrath of a heavenly emperor. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He couldn't do anything to the culprit. In the end, after he suppressed his anger, he left the heavenly emperor palace in the Brahma heaven and came to the independent realm where the title temple's main hall was located to look for Wu Hongqing. What can I do if I can't tolerate it? Wu Hongqing wasn't surprised by Jiyu's visit. He shook his head when he heard Jiyu's words. Duan Lingtian's strength has been established. It's harder to kill him in the 9 Serenities battlefield than to reach the heavens. Wu Hongqing was shocked when he first received the news. Duan Lingtian had become a 9-star war god. Moreover, he had a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Based on all these factors, Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his imagination. Where's Mi Xian? Wu Hongqing was puzzled when he heard about the incident outside the Brahma Alliance's base in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Why didn't Mi Xian show up? Mi Xian was definitely stronger than Yu Chaochuan. However, he didn't show up during the battle. Was it because he had discovered Duan Lingtian's strength and didn't dare to act rashly? Or was it because he wasn't there? There must be someone he cares about outside the 9 Serenities battlefield, right? We can use them to threaten him to come out. Jiyu said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. There's no hurry. Wu Hongqing frowned slightly before he shook his head. It's best if we don't take this step unless it's absolutely necessary. Whether it's you or me, we'll be risking our reputation if we take this step. Moreover, Duan Lingtian isn't alone. He has Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, behind him. Wu Hongqing said, Feng Qingyang. Jiyu frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I almost forgot about him. However, I'll have to ask him for an explanation. Jiyu's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. You're going to ask him for an explanation? Wu Hongqing smiled disdainfully when he heard Jiyu's words. Heavenly Emperor Ji, I'm afraid you're unaware that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has become a lesser god king like me, right? Although you're a greater god, you might not be a match for him. What? Wu Hongqing's words shocked Jiyu. Feng Qingyang is a lesser god king? How's that possible? Didn't he just become a lesser god not long ago? Jiyu found this hard to believe. Humph! Wu Hongqing snorted. His only true disciple, Duan Lingtian, even took out a prominent god weapon with an artifact soul. Do you think it's difficult for him to become a lesser god king? When Jiyu first learned that Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent god weapon with an artifact soul, he was shocked as well. After all, even the title temple did not possess such a god weapon. Has he really become a lesser god king? Initially, Jiyu did not think in the same direction as Wu Hongqing's words. However, after Jiyu's reminder, he suddenly felt that if the god weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession was given to him by Feng Qingyang, it meant that Feng Qingyang had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. It was not impossible for him to become a lesser god king now. I've seen him display the strength of a lesser god king with my own eyes. What do you think? Wu Hongqing's rhetorical question completely dispelled the hope in Jiyu's heart, causing Jiyu's expression to become extremely ugly. A lesser god king. He could not afford to offend such a person. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was still so young. His potential was not something he could compare to. With his current strength, he would never be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang in this lifetime. Ji Yu's expression changed rapidly. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. Let's wait for him to come out. Wu Hongqing's tone was solemn when he spoke again. Currently, Duan Ling Tian is practically invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. That's not necessarily true, right? Ji Yu had always hated Duan Ling Tian. Now that he heard Wu Hongqing speaking so highly of Duan Ling Tian, it was obvious he was slightly displeased. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there's no lack of high-level 5 divine elements. If they make a move, they might be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is only relying on the external power of the god weapon. As for those who possess the higher form of the 5 divine elements, they'll be able to utilize the power of the 5 divine elements to attack with the help of the 5 divine elements. As far as I know, the 5 divine elements have a certain restraining effect on god weapons. Ji Yu's tone was high as though he had found a way to vent his emotions. However, when Wu Hongqing heard Ji Yu's words, he looked at Ji Yu as though he was looking at an idiot. However, he quickly looked away so Ji Yu did not notice. High-level 5 divine elements? Was Duan Ling Tian lacking in them? Perhaps Duan Ling Tian had used too much energy to escape from him and Mi Xian with the help of the 5 divine elements. They would need time to recover and would not be able to help Duan Ling Tian for the time being. However, if someone with high-level 5 divine elements made a move against Duan Ling Tian, even if the 5 divine elements had not fully recovered, they would not sit idly by. If they were to join forces, even a high-level divine elemental spirit would not be able to defeat them. This was the first time he had seen someone who possessed all 5 divine elements at the same time. Trying to use the 5 divine elements against Duan Ling Tian? Would that not be courting death? Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not say this out loud. He did not want Ji Yu to know too much. Chapter 3584. Most people were absolutely selfish in front of outsiders. For example, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, did not tell Ji Yu that Duan Ling Tian possessed 5 divine elements because he did not want Ji Yu to know about it. Otherwise, even if Ji Yu did not covet Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements, he would still leak the news. At that time, more people would know that Duan Ling Tian possessed 5 divine elements. Duan Ling Tian was aware that Ji Yu was backed by a force from the realms of gods. If Ji Yu found out about this, he would definitely spread the news to the realms of gods in order to earn some merit. So what if those people can restrain Duan Ling Tian? Wu Hongqing glanced at Ji Yu indifferently and said, "Do you think you can get those people to make a move? Which one of those people doesn't have a mysterious identity? Who would dare to reveal that they possess the 5 divine elements?" Ji Yu fell silent upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words. He knew there were 9 star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements, and there was more than one of them in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, no one knew who those people were, including him. If he knew, he would have coveted the 5 divine elements in those people's bodies. The 5 divine elements were enough to make him, a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm who had been a god for many years, covet the 5 divine elements. After a while, Ji Yu's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He said in a low voice, "Even if I can't contact those people and ask them to make a move, news of Duan Ling Tian possessing a prominent divine weapon would have spread in the 9 Serenities battlefield and the other Devata realms. Moreover, since he dares to openly stay in the Brahma Alliance's estate, there's no doubt those who possess the 5 divine elements would have gone to kill him and steal his divine weapon." At the end of his speech, Ji Yu's eyes were filled with a sense of unwillingness as well as a sense of satisfaction. The divine weapon in Duan Ling Tian's hands was originally his, but now it was going to be taken advantage of by someone else. How could he be willing to accept this? However, if Duan Ling Tian died, the person who killed Duan Lingtian could be considered to have avenged his two disciples. The Wanderer Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. Meanwhile, in the depths of an uninhabited desert in the Wangri sky, the originally calm yellow sand suddenly began to tremble. In the end, the tremors continued to grow stronger as one enormous figure after another emerged from the ground. These were all demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were of different shapes and sizes. However, they all had a flame mark on their foreheads. After they came out, they were like soldiers marching to war. They lined up in neat rows. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew past, a figure appeared above the heads of these demonic beasts. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His aura was intimidating, and he gave off a feeling that he was not someone to be trifled with. A prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "It's been more than 1,000 years. Finally, there's someone who can bring me back to the Nine Serenities battlefield. If it was any later, I would have become a god by now. I'm in luck. It just so happens that I haven't become a god yet." The middle-aged man muttered to himself. "Yen, are you confident?" The middle-aged man suddenly asked. He did not know who he was talking to. In the next moment, a vigorous voice rang out from within his body. "If I was still in the 7th form, I wouldn't be so confident. However, I'm now in the 8th form of the Chaos Divine Flame. With your help, it won't be difficult to kill that Duan Lingtian and take his prominent divine weapon." Although a 9-star god of war can unleash the power of a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul, there's still a big difference between that and a true god activating it. With my current ability, I can restrain it. Based on the words of the middle-aged man, it was clear that the Chaos Divine Flame was one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it was in the 8th form. I think it should be fine as well. After all, you're not far from evolving to the 9th form. The middle-aged man nodded. "My battle pets, let's go. Follow me to the 9 Serenities battlefield." As the middle-aged man's gaze fell on the hundreds of beasts in the desert, he opened the small world in his body. Then, the flames between the eyebrows of the beasts flashed. One by one, they stepped into the air in an orderly manner and entered the small world in his body. "This time, all of you will follow me to kill a true genius. Although we can't reveal our identities in the end, this glory is something that you and I can be proud of." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the desert with the hundreds of beasts that had entered his small world. They headed to the teleportation point to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. His target this time was none other than Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, his target was the prominent divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. This time, many of my old friends will be attracted to the 9 Serenities battlefield. When the time comes, after killing Duan Lingtian, we'll have to fight for the divine weapon. On the way to the teleportation point to the 9 Serenities battlefield, the middle-aged man muttered to himself again. Soaring into the sky, the continuous barren mountains were crimson. Against the sunset, it looked as if the entire world had been dyed in blood. All of a sudden, boom! Rumble! In the middle of the continuous barren mountains, a fiery heat wave suddenly erupted from the tallest mountain peak. It shot up to the sky as though it was going to soar into the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blue streak of light on the mountain peak. A jade blue light flashed around this heat wave. In the end, the entire heat wave instantly solidified and was completely frozen. Waves of cold air drifted down from all directions, causing the entire huge peak and even the surrounding desolate mountains to be covered in a layer of white frost. After a while, a snow-covered mountain peak appeared in front of them. An ice flower blossomed in the sky, following which a beautiful figure appeared in a timely manner. It was a skinny girl wearing a light yellow robe. She appeared to be in her early 20s. However, her eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. "A prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. I must obtain it." The woman suddenly spoke, and her voice was extremely cold. Chapter 3585. The Divine Offering Land was one of the realms of gods. The Xia clan was one of the top clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was famous in the Divine Offering Land. It was one of the most prestigious clans in the Divine Offering Land. In such a family, the family rules were strict and everything was in order. If one were to talk about the biggest change in the Xia family in recent years, it would be none other than their eldest daughter, Xia Xuaning. First, she died to prove her sincerity. Then, she reincarnated and had a man. She even brought back a daughter. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Xia clan. Do you think the eldest miss will be able to come out of the realm battlefield alive? In a corner of the Xia clan's mansion, many collateral disciples of the Xia clan had gathered. They were discussing the eldest miss of the Xia clan's direct line of descent. She was the pride of the Xia clan. Nobody dares to say. After all, the realm battlefield is a training ground created by a supreme powerhouse. Even the strongest person would be in danger of dying if they entered it, let alone the eldest Mississippi. I didn't expect the eldest miss to enter the realm battlefield. It said that the eldest miss entered the realm battlefield to oppose the clan leader. She would rather die than marry the young master of the Yun clan. I've heard about this as well. The eldest miss didn't die to prove her sincerity like she did in her past life because of her daughter and her relatives in the mundane world. Based on the conversation between the collateral disciples of the Xia clan, it was clear they knew a lot. The third master is still imprisoned in the clan's inner court. It's said that he tried to escape several times but was stopped every time. A collateral disciple of the Xia clan suddenly brought up this topic. This time, the third master has really angered the clan leader. Letting those people go is equivalent to eliminating the eldest miss worries. If the eldest miss finds out about this, she might not even return to the clan in the future. It's normal for the clan leader to be angry. It seems that 300 years later, the marriage alliance between our Xia family and the Yun family is likely to fall through like that year. I really don't know what the clan leader is thinking. Since the eldest miss of this life already has a daughter, why is he forcing her to marry the young master of the Yun clan? Can't he just fulfill her wish? It's said that the young master of the Yun clan is obsessed with marriage. If he doesn't marry the eldest miss, he won't be able to enter the God Emperor stage in his lifetime. Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia family, had been imprisoned by the head of the Xia family, Xia Yu, ever since he released Li Fei, Li Rou, and Duan Ruffing. He was not allowed to go out and was also restricted from communicating with the outside world. He was deeply afraid that he would tell his daughter, Xia Ningxue, that he had released those people. Xia Yu knew his daughter very well. If she found out about this, she would never return to the Xia family. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Third brother, you've gone too far this time. Every once in a while, Xia Yu, the head of the Xia family, would come to look for Xia Jie. He would always frown when he saw Xia Jie's sloppy appearance. Xia Yu shook his head as he looked at Xia Jie. Too much? I'm afraid he's not as overbearing as you, right? Xia Jie said calmly. Third brother, let's change the topic. Xia Yu said, I must give Qing Yan an explanation for this matter. You also know that those people you let go were handed over to the Xia clan because Qing Yan trusted me. Now that they're gone, I have to give him an explanation no matter what. Go ahead and give it to him then. Why are you looking for me? Xia Jie said exasperatedly as he rolled his eyes. Third brother, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Xia Yu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Xia Jie. He said in a deep voice, I know you've obtained a piece of profound divine metal that's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. The Yun family has also recently obtained a piece of profound divine metal that's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. Give me that piece of profound divine metal. If it's really a piece of profound divine metal, it'll merge with the piece of profound divine metal in the Yun family's possession. It'll transform into a second-form profound divine metal and reveal its true form. Third brother, you must cooperate with me on this matter. A hint of warning could be heard in Xia Yu's voice when he spoke. Xia Jie was stunned when he heard Xia Yu's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Xia Yu frowned. What are you laughing at? How can you still laugh at a time like this? Big brother, the small piece of metal you mentioned that seems to be a piece of profound divine metal was no longer with me 700 years ago. Xia Jie shook his head. How's that possible? Xia Yu was in disbelief. You weren't willing when I asked you to study that piece of profound divine metal. You treasure it as much as your life, but now you're telling me it's no longer with you? Big brother, you're right. I do treasure it a lot. Xia Jie nodded. My intuition tells me that it's a profound divine metal. If I can merge it with another first form profound divine metal, it'll transform into a profound divine metal's true form and begin the path of transformation. If it continues to grow, I might even be able to become a supreme being, let alone an ultimate god. Xia Jie paused for a moment before a gentle look appeared in his eyes. However, I gave it away to someone 700 years ago. Who? Xia Yu asked in a low voice as he stared at Xia Jie. He wanted to find out who had taken the piece of profound divine metal from Xia Jie, so he could personally retrieve it. He's not from the divine offering land or the realms of gods. Xia Jie shook his head. Big brother, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess who I gave it to. He's not from the divine offering land or the realms of gods. Xia Yu frowned when he heard Xia Jie's words. After a moment, his expression changed. Even his voice changed. Don't tell me. You gave the piece of profound divine metal to that young man named Duanling Tian? Although Xia Yu had never met the man in his daughter's life, he knew his name. Moreover, he knew his third brother had met the man and even scared off the Xia family's servant whom his nephew had sent to kill the man. Now that he heard his third brother's words, he immediately knew who his third brother was talking about. Only that person would be able to give away the piece of profound divine metal that was suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal. Big brother, you're really smart. No wonder father appointed you as the next clan leader of the Xia family. Xia Jie gave Xia Yu a thumbs up. Stop flattering me. Xia Yu snapped. You gave the piece of profound divine metal to Duanling Tian in hopes of paving the way for Duanling Tian and giving him Duanling Tian a chance to rise to power. However, do you think a boy from the mundane realm who's weaker than a native from a Devata realm would be of any help to him even if the metal piece is a first-form profound divine metal? In my opinion, even if the profound divine metal has a chance of gaining sentience, it'll leave him and look for another host. Third brother, you're being silly. Giving the piece of profound divine metal to him is no different from throwing it into the sea. It won't even cause a ripple. In the end, Xia Yu shook his head. He felt that his third brother was wasting his effort. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to guess his third brother's thoughts. He was hoping Duanling Tian would be a good match for his daughter in the future. However, even if a young man from a mundane realm had the help of a profound divine metal, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the realms of gods. Perhaps he would be killed by someone else who had the profound divine metal. Big brother, don't be so sure of yourself. I've met your son-in-law before. Even if he's from a mundane realm, he's not an ordinary person, Xia Jie said. Xia Jie nodded. Back then, he had given the piece of profound divine metal to Duanling Tian because he hoped the piece of profound divine metal would change Duanling Tian's fate. With the profound divine metal's help, Duanling Tian's path in the Devata realms would be smooth sailing. It would not be difficult for him to ascend to the realms of gods in the future. Naturally, he would have to face greater dangers in order to ascend to the realms of gods. If the profound divine metal was exposed, he would be in great danger. Third brother, I know you're worried about that girl. However, there's no need for you to turn to any doctor in a desperate situation. Xia Yu shook his head and said, It's impossible for that young man from a mundane realm to ascend to the realms of gods. He's destined to be inferior to Qing Yan for the rest of his life. Some people's lives are predestined. It's not impossible to go against the heavens and change one's fate. However, it's hard to find even one person in a billion or a trillion people who can do that. Based on Xia Yu's words, it was obvious he did not have high hopes for the man named Duanling Tian, whom his daughter Xianing Shui had found in this life. No matter what, I still believe in him, Xia Jie said in a deep voice. Even now, Xia Jie still had hope in his heart as he thought about the purple figure in his mind. That young man gave him a very unusual feeling. Otherwise, he would not have given the piece of profound divine metal to Duan Lingtian in the first place. He had done that in hopes of opening up a path to the heavens for Duan Lingtian. At that time, in order to convince Duan Lingtian to accept the piece of profound divine metal, he had even concealed the fact that the piece of profound divine metal might be a first-form profound divine metal. He had only said that it was a strange item that even he could not discover. Up until now, Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was still kept in the dark. Even now, when he thought about the piece of profound divine metal that Xia Jie had given him 700 years ago, he still thought Xia Jie was unaware that the piece of profound divine metal was a first-form profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian, who was meditating in the Brahma Alliance's base, was suddenly awakened by a loud voice. The voice of the person who had come was filled with ill intentions. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes immediately. A cold smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Even after I displayed such strength, someone still dares to look for trouble? It seems like you're very confident in yourself." A cold glint flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he teleported and disappeared from his spot. Chapter 3586. Outside the Brahma Alliance's encampment, a tall and sturdy figure stood in the sky. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he was visually stunning. After all, this was a real height, not an illusion or a trick of celestial origin energy. It was a young man. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he had a determined face. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and he gave off a majestic aura. Now, he was looking at the purple figure who came out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. He asked arrogantly, "You are Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian had just come out of the encampment when he looked at the 3-meter-tall young man in front of him. The young man was wearing a yellow robe. He stood there like a towering mountain, and he gave off a heavy feeling. Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently in the face of his unfriendly question. "You came all the way here to look for me, but you still don't know who I am? If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't have anything to say, get lost." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone changed from calm to domineering. "Humph." After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the tall and sturdy young man's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you are invincible just because you killed 3 9-star war gods with the power of a divine weapon? Let me tell you, there are many people below the god realm who can deal with you." The young man's tone was filled with anger. He was obviously angered by Duan Lingtian's words. "Even if there are people below the god realm who can deal with me, it doesn't include you," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Is that so?" The young man sneered. "I'm sorry, but I am one of the people below the god realm who can deal with you, Duan Lingtian." The moment his words left his mouth, the khaki energy on the giant young man's body swept out like khaki divine dragons. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded Duan Lingtian's surroundings and formed a cage that trapped him. At the same time, an even darker yellow color extended from the giant youth's body. It stood on one side of the void and transformed into a human figure. It stood side by side with the giant youth, and its size was no different from the giant youth's. "Chaos Divine Earth." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when the energy took the form of a human. "I didn't expect you to have one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. Looking at the form of your Chaos Divine Earth, it must be quite high." The young man sneered disdainfully when he saw Duan Lingtian's surprised expression. "Frog at the bottom of a well." My Chaos Divine Earth has already transformed into its 8th form. Although you have a high-grade divine artifact and can unleash some of its power with your celestial origin energy, your divine artifact will be restricted by my Chaos Divine Earth and won't be able to help you. The young man's tone was filled with arrogance when he spoke. Is that so? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the young man. You can give it a try. The young man sneered. All right. Duan Lingtian replied before he made his move. The law of space appeared in his hand. At the same time, a 7-colored light sword appeared in his hand. With just a wave of his hand, he seemed to be able to manipulate the space energy in heaven and earth. Swoosh! With the 7 orifices exquisite sword in hand, Duan Lingtian stabbed it at the giant young man. The sword broke through the void and emitted a dazzling 7-colored light. It was like fireworks that bloomed in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. Humph! The young man snorted coldly before he began to make his move as well. A vast and majestic khaki-colored energy surged out of his body. At the same time, the cage around Duan Lingtian began to emit waves of pressure as well. The pressure was a powerful gravitational force. The gravitational force pressed down on Duan Lingtian's body, causing him to come to a halt. Even his attack was affected by the gravitational force. It was apparent that the young man was skilled in the law of Earth. Whoosh! At the same time, the 8th form Chaos Divine Earth moved as well. It circled around the young man like a yellow dragon as it charged toward Duan Lingtian's attack. Whoosh! The young man stretched out his hand and the Chaos Divine Earth whizzed out like a giant python with its mouth wide open to bite the 7-colored sword light that streaked across the void. In the next moment, the 7-colored light was annihilated and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that Duan Lingtian had thrust out was tied up by the rope formed by the Chaos Divine Earth. Master, the 8 form 5 divine elements completely restrains me. I can't move at all. At the same time, Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. At least that was what the young man thought. Who are you? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he manipulated the space energy to attack the young man. Yang Meng, a member of the Titan clan. The young man smiled brightly. Duan Lingtian, from today onwards, your prominent divine artifact is mine. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man began to retreat. You're very strong. Even if you don't have a prominent divine artifact, I'm not confident that I can defeat you. The young man was about to take the 7 orifices exquisite sword with the Chaos Divine Earth. However, how could Duan Lingtian let him go? Since you're here, don't leave. Duan Lingtian sneered. I don't have a prominent divine artifact to rely on, but you've also lost the Chaos Divine Earth to rely on. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he used the teleportation profundity to block Yang Meng's path of retreat. With just a thought, the space energy surged and transformed into a series of fierce attacks that swept toward Yang Meng. It's useless. Yang Meng was calm in the face of Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if I'm not confident that I can defeat you, I'm still confident that I can block your attack. Although you're strong, the law of Earth I'm skilled in isn't something to be trifled with either. Almost at the same time Yang Meng's words left his mouth, the vast and majestic khaki-colored energy formed layer after layer of defenses that protected him within. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's attacks were unable to break through for a long time. At the same time, Yang Meng took the opportunity to put some distance between him and Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian teleported and approached him again. Just like that, the two of them played hide-and-seek in the sky above the Brahma Alliance's base. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian's strength was clearly running out. The frequency of his teleportations had also slowed down. It wouldn't take long for Yang Meng to shake off Duan Lingtian and leave the Brahma Alliance's base. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping out. In the next moment, Thick vines swept out from the void and headed straight for Yang Meng. At the same time, a green leaf flew over from afar. Its speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a bolt of green lightning and headed straight for Yang Meng's chaos divine earth. A moment later, it turned into a rope flickering with green light and bound the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Whoosh! At the same time, while Yang Meng was fending off the attacks of the vines in the void, a figure appeared at the right time. It was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, and her every move carried the unique charm of a mature woman. At this moment, she was staring at Yang Meng like lightning. "Big guy, why don't you give this divine artifact to me?" From her words, it was obvious that she knew Yang Meng. "He Chuanli, I didn't expect you to be here." Yang Meng frowned slightly. Although he had guessed that his old rivals would come, he didn't expect them to come so quickly. He thought that he was already fast enough. That was why he wanted to snatch the Duan Lingtian's high-grade divine artifact first and leave, leaving his old rivals empty-handed. However, he didn't expect an old rival to appear before he could leave. This old rival had the 8th form Clear Heaven's divine wood. It was the green leaf that had turned into a bolt of lightning. It was currently competing with his Chaos Divine Earth for the high-grade divine artifact. Clear Heaven's divine wood. In the distance, Duan Lingtian came to a halt when he saw another person appear. He suddenly felt like he had become a supporting character and an onlooker. Yang Meng He Chuanli. Just as Yang Meng and He Chuanli, who had the 8th form Chaos Divine Earth and the 8th form Clear Heaven's divine wood, were about to break into a fight, another voice sounded from the distant sky. In the next instant, a golden ray of light streaked across the sky like a 6-pointed golden star. It appeared nearby in the blink of an eye. He was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. As soon as he appeared, a golden ray shot out of his body as he joined the fight for Duan Ling Tian's prominent divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The profound divine metal seems to be in its 8th form as well. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he recognized the golden ray of light. It was one of the 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine elements had gathered. Moreover, it wasn't his divine elements but someone else's divine elements. Moreover, they were all in their 8th form. "You're early," another voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Following that, a woman dressed in a light yellow robe appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The woman had a delicate face and a thin figure. She looked like she was in her early 20s. However, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her eyes. It was obvious she was not young. Whoosh! At the same time, a blue ray of light flew out from the woman's body and joined in the fight for the 7 orifices exquisite sword, an 8th form world-cleansing divine water. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian felt a little numb. Now, all that's left is the chaos divine flame. Just as Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a ray of light shot out from the distance. A streak of rapid fire rapidly approached from afar. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun. Chapter 3587. When the flames came closer, Duan Lingtian saw a scorching hot light shooting out from the flames. It turned into a fiery red rope that bound the 7 orifices exquisite sword and joined the fight. With this, the 5 divine elements were gathered together. Moreover, every single one of the divine elements was an 8th form divine element, one that was extremely close to the 9th form. The 9th form of the divine elements was considered the final form of the divine elements. Furthermore, the divine elements could give birth to an independent soul that could leave their original bodies and form their own bodies. At that time, they would be able to live like a normal life form and would no longer be spied on. As for the original bodies of the divine elements, they would scatter between heaven and earth and transform into a large number of first-form divine elements. I didn't expect to be the last to arrive. The last person to arrive was shrouded in flames. He wore a fiery red robe that enveloped his entire body. Due to the flames surrounding his body, even his true appearance was concealed. It was difficult to see what he looked like. Of course, with just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this person had intentionally concealed his identity. It seemed like he was not a nobody after leaving the Nine Serenities battlefield. As for the other 4 people, they either didn't reveal their true appearances, or no one would recognize them even if they walked out of the Ninth Serenity battlefield. That was why they were able to reveal their appearances so openly and didn't have to worry about being recognized. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, they were not afraid of anyone. However, once they left the Nine Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to fight against anyone who had become a god. Even those who had become gods would be tempted by the 5 divine elements, not to mention that the 5 divine elements in their bodies were all in the 8th form. Furthermore, they were all close to the 9th form. Beast Hua, you haven't appeared in the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time. I didn't expect you to make a special trip here. It seems like even you can't resist the temptation of the superior divine weapon. The woman in the yellow robe who brought the world-cleansing divine water with her said in surprise when she saw the last person to arrive with the primal chaos divine flame. Han Xian, you can't resist the temptation as well, can you? The figure called Beast Hua, who was shrouded in flames, opened his mouth. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy. It was actually a male. I just arrived as well. Yang Meng, He Chuanli, and Tan Jin arrived earlier than me. The woman called Han Xian glanced at the other 3 and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that all my old friends would gather together. Tan Jin, the young man who had brought the profound divine gold here, smiled faintly. It's the first time that all 5 of us have gathered together, right? Indeed. Yang Meng nodded. Right now, he was no longer arguing with He Chuanli because it was meaningless. If they continued to fight, the other 3 would only benefit from it. Everyone, I'm sure none of you are willing to miss out on a high-grade divine artifact. At this moment, He Chuanli also spoke. Her gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as a faint smile appeared on her face. However, before that, shouldn't we first eliminate the owner of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword? Only then will the 7 Orifices exquisite sword become ownerless. Otherwise, even if we fight until our heads bleed over the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, we won't be able to use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in the end. As soon as He Chuanli spoke, Duan Lingtian became the target of everyone's criticism. I agree. Yang Meng was the first to agree. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I agree. Tan Jin also nodded. The young man who had a faint smile on his face gave off a harmless vibe, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was enough to make one's heart palpitate. I have no objections. Han Xian also spoke. Since that's the case, let's eliminate him first. As soon as the voice of the beast flame faded, it was as if a storm was brewing behind him. One after another, gigantic beasts appeared. They were all gigantic demonic beasts. They gathered around the beast flame and lined up neatly, as if they were well-trained soldiers. Roar! Roar! The group of beasts roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Scorching flames burned on their bodies. It was obvious that these beasts were similar to Beast Hua in that they were proficient in the law of fire. This fellow is still the same as before. He likes to bring a group of beasts out whenever he goes out. Yang Meng shook his head. Ha-ha! Tan Jin laughed. Yang Meng, the beast fire's demonic beasts aren't just for show and show. Could it be that you've forgotten the last time when you fought with the beast flame, your defense was broken by the attacks of these demonic beasts? Yang Meng snorted when he heard this. That's because I was waiting for him to break my defense. Otherwise, even if his beasts set up a formation, they wouldn't be able to hit me. No matter what, you have to admit that Beast Hua's beasts are not ordinary. Tan Jin smiled. At this moment, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was being restrained by the 5 divine elements. Could not control itself at all and could not help Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also surrounded by 5 powerful 9-star gods of war who possessed the 5 divine elements. At the same time, a group of beasts stood in a formation in the air, glaring at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they had locked onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian made any strange movements, they would pounce on him. Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, and he's the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Such a young 9-star god of war, let alone the 9 serenities battlefield. I don't think there's anyone like him in the Devata realms, right? Yang Meng sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the 9 serenities battlefield and the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian's achievements are unprecedented. Tan Jin nodded. A 9-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. If it weren't for his wealth, I wouldn't be willing to destroy him. He Chuanli said. His life isn't in vain since he's dying in our hands, Han Xian said. Duan Lingtian snorted. Humph! Beast fire snorted coldly as the flames around his body flickered. So what if he's a genius? He's still going to die in our hands today. I just don't know. If my demonic beasts eat such a genius, will there be any changes? I'm really looking forward to it. As Beast Fire spoke, the flames around his body flickered even more violently. As for Duan Lingtian, he stood there. His expression was not as serious as when he faced Yang Meng. Instead, a faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at the 5 people before him. How can you still smile at a time like this? Yang Meng, who was the first to notice Duan Lingtian's smile, could not help but laugh mockingly. Duan Lingtian, are you scared out of your wits? You're finally here. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly said when he heard Yang Meng's mocking words. Yang Meng and the others were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian continued to say, before entering the 9 serenities battlefield, I've heard that there are 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield. Each of them possesses a high-grade 5 divine element. Due to their existence, no one dares to reveal the 5 divine elements. Only those who can confirm that one of them has already become a god and possess the 5 divine elements like that person would dare to show themselves. I'm sure all of you have gone through the incubation period. Currently, all of you are the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield. Am I right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Meng and the others could not help but frown. Since you know that the 5 of us are the strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield, why don't you hurry up and surrender yourself? If we join forces, I'm afraid you won't even have a complete corpse. At that time, my demon beast will lose a good meal as well. I've been waiting for all of you. Duan Lingtian was still smiling. Just when Yang Meng and the others were frowning, they could not figure out why Duan Lingtian was laughing. Duan Lingtian had already soared into the air and extended both of his arms. Following that, the silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared and gradually solidified on his body. It was the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly idol avatar. In the next moment, when the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly idol avatar completely solidified, a strange energy suddenly rose from the outer perimeter of the Brahma Alliance's base. This energy spiraled from the outer perimeter of the Brahma Alliance's base, and the center of the spiraling was where Duan Lingtian was standing. At that moment, Yang Meng and the others only felt that this power was a bit strange. However, they did not sense anything abnormal. The reason for that was because this power did not affect them in the slightest, regardless of whether it was their bodies, souls, or even their powers. What kind of formation is this? Although they did not feel anything out of the ordinary, they felt that Duan Lingtian would not do something useless. The more they could not find anything out of the ordinary, the more uneasy they felt. In fact, they even had a faint sense of foreboding. Look, our 5 divine elements. As soon as he Chuanli spoke, they quickly realized that the 5 divine elements that were fighting for the 7 orifices exquisite sword had unknowingly left the sword and were flying toward Duan Lingtian. After that, they swam around Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree. When they were close to each other, They looked like colorful ribbons from afar. What's going on? Yang Meng's expression changed. I can't contact the chaos divine earth. I can't contact the world-cleansing divine water as well. Han Xian's expression changed as well. As for the other three, their expressions changed as well. They were also unable to contact their 5 divine element spirits. What kind of formation is this? While the 5 people's expressions changed drastically, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and retrieved the 7 orifices exquisite sword. His aura instantly became much sharper. 5 divine elements? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 5 people. The faint smile on his face widened as he said, "I'm sorry, but I have one as well." Chapter 3588. 5 divine elements? I'm sorry, but I have one as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Meng, Tan Jin, and the others were stunned. At this moment, a vigorous energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. Around this vigorous energy, there were 5 energies of different colors entwined around it. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, a young boy's voice rang in the air from the yellowish energy. Lingtian boy, well done. I didn't expect I'd be able to ascend from the 7th form to the 9th form in a single bound. It was clear the voice belonged to one of the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body, the chaos divine earth. Among the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body, only the chaos divine flame was in its 8th form. The rest of the 5 divine elements were in their 7th form. On the other hand, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body were united as though they were a family. If they encountered any other divine elements, they would join forces to suppress them and allow their divine elements to devour the other divine elements. In their opinion, it was a good thing that their companion's strength had increased. They would be able to help him in the future. Little Tian, thank you. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine water also expressed its gratitude to Duan Lingtian. However, its voice sounded weaker than before. It was clear it had not fully recovered. Even the chaos divine earth's voice sounded weak when it spoke earlier. It seems like all of us will be able to ascend to the 9th form this time. The clear heavens divine wood's voice rang in the air. Although the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal did not say anything, Duan Lingtian knew they were grateful to him. However, as the 5 divine elements who had followed him since the beginning, they were familiar with each other and had a tacit understanding with each other. There were many things that he did not have to be too formal with them, just like now. 5 divine elements. At the same time, Yang Meng and the other 4 divine elements noticed the vitality energy in Duan Lingtian's body. The 5 energies were familiar yet unfamiliar to them. They were the 5 divine elements, but they were not their divine elements. After all, they had experienced this feeling many times before. This was because the 5 divine elements in their bodies had evolved by devouring other people's 5 divine elements. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, all the 5 divine elements that had appeared before had been devoured by the 5 divine elements, except for those that were not targeted by the 5 divine elements. That was why the 5 divine elements could grow to such a level today. In the Purgatory battlefield, where immortal emperors gathered, plundering the 5 divine elements depended entirely on luck. It depended on whether one could encounter a suitable divine element and whether one could deal with the opponent. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it all depended on one's strength. None of them dared to expose their 5 divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield because they were afraid of being killed by the other party and their 5 divine elements being devoured by the other party's 5 divine elements. Hence, they kept a low profile. It was only when they grew stronger that they realized there was no one who could match them that they began to show off. In recent years, the 5 of them had stood at the peak of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Their divine elements were close to the 9th form, and their strength was comparable to that of a 9-star god of war. They were invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If it was not for the temptation of a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, they would not have gathered together. In fact, although they all knew each other, it was the first time the five of them had gathered together. Oh no! These five divine elements are going to devour our divine elements. He Chunli's expression changed drastically when she saw the life energy that was brimming with vitality coming out of Duan Lingtian's body and the unfamiliar divine elements fusing with the pine willow divine tree's godly image physique. Then, a devouring force began to spread out and shrouded her and the other four divine elements. No! Han Xian's expression changed drastically. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as a chilling aura surged from her body. Soon after, ice formed under her feet and brought her toward her divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. Until now, her world-cleansing divine water had not shown any signs of activity. She realized that if she did not do anything, her world-cleansing divine water would be devoured by the other world-cleansing divine water. At that time, she would lose her world-cleansing divine water. She would not allow that to happen. Let's get our divine elements back. At this moment, Yang Meng, Tanjin, Beast Hua, and He Chunli began to make their moves as well. Different energies exploded from their bodies before they shot toward Duan Ling Tian, as though they had transformed into 4 different colored rays of light. To be more precise, they shot toward Duan Ling Tian with the pine willow divine tree's godly image physique as the center. The 5 divine elements had fallen into a strange state of slumber. They wanted to awaken their divine elements. They did not want their divine elements to sit around and wait for their deaths. They did not want to lose their divine elements. They had been together for so many years and relied on the divine elements to get to where they were today. Naturally, they did not want to lose their divine elements. If they had a choice, even if they had to give up Duan Lingtian's prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, they would do anything to protect their divine elements. In fact, with the help of the 5 divine elements, they would be able to make a name for themselves in the realms of gods. Even if he couldn't become an immortal expert in the end, he still had a good chance of breaking through and becoming the strongest ultimate god under the immortal experts as long as he didn't die prematurely. As for prominent divine artifacts, they would be able to obtain as many as they wanted after they became ultimate gods. They did not even need to become ultimate gods. After they became celestial emperors, they would be able to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. If they learned how to refine divine artifacts in the realms of gods, they would be able to refine prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls even after they became celestial emperors. What was a high-grade divine artifact in front of the 5 divine elements? At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have been greedy. If I lose the profound divine metal because of a prominent divine artifact, I won't be able to rest in peace. We must save the clear heavens divine wood at all costs. At this moment, Yang Meng and the 4 others were extremely anxious. All they could think about was saving their divine elemental spirits. As for the high-quality god artifacts, they had completely forgotten about them. They were no longer important. Thank you for your divine elements. Almost as soon as Han Xian made his move, Duan Lingtian made his move. In just a flash, he left the pine willow divine tree's godly image avatar and appeared in front of Han Xian to block his path. At the same time, he shook the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand and let it fly out. Huang I'll leave them to you. Earlier, their 5 divine elements imprisoned and restrained you. Now, no matter how angry you are, you can vent it on them. As for their divine elements, as long as Sister Shui and the others have time, they'll be able to devour them with the 5 elements spirit devouring divine formation and their own strength. After Duan Lingtian tossed the 7 orifices exquisite sword out, he said unhurriedly. Then, he stood at the side with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched everything unfold in front of him. Occasionally, he would look at the life force of the divine element spirit that was devouring Yang Meng and the others. Occasionally, he would look at Huang who was in her human form as she fought with Han Xian. Swoosh! With the help of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Huang Er killed Han Xian in just one blow. Han Xian was one of the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the world-cleansing divine water that was no longer under her control was part of her strength, she was still much stronger than Yu Chaochuan, Swordsman Chu, and Jiying, whom Huang Er had killed earlier. The reason she was in such a terrible state was because she was on the verge of losing the world-cleansing divine water, and she was unable to calm down. Although she had regained her senses when Huang Er's sword was right in front of her, it was too late. She was killed as soon as she regained her senses. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Han Xian died, Yang Meng and the others who were following behind her regained their senses. They stopped in midair and broke out in cold sweat. Even the group of demonic beasts following behind the beast flame also stopped and stood quietly in the void without making a single sound. Their emotions seemed to have changed along with the beast flame. Traces of fear could be seen in the eyes of the demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were, in fact, celestial beasts without much intelligence. They were trained by Beast Hui using a special method to control them. At this moment, Beast Hui's heart was in a mess. They could vaguely feel the fear in her heart, causing them to feel uneasy. At this moment, Yang Meng, Duan Lingtian, and the Pine Willow Divine Tree's Divine Technique Doppelganger were not far from where the 5 Divine Element Spirits were. However, there was a rainbow-colored figure standing in the middle of them on a sword. They did not dare to move forward, afraid that they would follow in Han Xian's footsteps. Huang Er was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She stood on her sword as she stared coldly at Yang Meng and the others. Her aura was condensed, and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword beneath her flickered with rainbow-colored sword rays. It was as though if Yang Meng and the others dared to move, they would be destroyed at lightning speed. At this moment, Huang Er looked like a rainbow-colored sword god. I have a sword that can block all enemies in the world. There is nothing better than this. Chapter 3589. Huang Er stood there with her 7-colored robe fluttering in the wind. She looked valiant as she wielded her sword. On the other hand, Yang Meng, Tan Jin, and the others were still unable to contact their 5 divine elements. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements seemed to be threatening them. Their expressions changed again and again. However, they could not help but feel apprehensive when they saw Huang Er standing in front of them. Duan Lingtian. Yang Meng looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "If you're willing to let go of my chaos divine earth and let it leave with me, I, Yang Meng, swear that I'll never make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian again. I'll avoid you whenever I see you." Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to do the same as well. Tan Jin chimed in as well. As for Beast Hua and He Chuanli, although they didn't speak, their gazes were filled with anticipation when they looked at Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was willing to let go of Yang Meng and Tan Jin's 5 divine elements, they would make the same promise and leave with their 5 divine elements. They would leave Duan Lingtian and would no longer make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. At the very least, they would not make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian for the time being. If you want to make a move, then make a move. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Meng and Tan Jin indifferently before he said unhurriedly, "I've been planning this for a long time to lure you into my trap. Now that you're here and have given me your 5 divine elements, there's no way I'll give up halfway. If you want to take back your 5 divine elements, do it yourself. Hurry up. I'm afraid you'll only be able to watch as my 5 divine elements devour your 5 divine elements if I'm too late." Duan Lingtian's words angered Yang Meng and the others to the point their expressions changed again. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were as sharp as blades and filled with killing intent. However, Duan Lingtian merely looked at them indifferently. Today, if he hadn't gained the upper hand, he would have been the one to die. Therefore, he did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the 5 people in front of him. He only felt that they deserved it. Make your move. Even if we have to risk our lives, We must rescue our 5 divine elements. Otherwise, our future will be ruined. He Chuanli said in a deep voice. Even without the 5 divine elements, they still had a chance to ascend to godhood. However, as someone who had the potential to become an ultimate god or even an ultimate god, it was hard for her to accept the fact that she had suddenly lost such an opportunity. It was not only He Chuanli. The other 3 people also reacted the same way. A person who had been standing high for a long time would not be willing to come down. Beast Flame, you and Yang Meng will keep the high-grade divine artifact soul busy. He Chuanli and I will attack. One of us will deal with Duan Lingtian, and the other will save our 5 divine elements. Tan Jin's expression instantly turned serious and solemn as he spoke in a low voice. Why are we the ones restraining the artifact soul? Beast Flame asked in a deep voice. He had just witnessed how terrifying the high-grade divine artifact soul was. If possible, he really didn't want to go up against her. Beast Flame, I have no intention of targeting you. However, you have an army of beasts at your command. Yang Meng's defense is the strongest among us. Among the 4 of us, only you and Yang Meng are suitable to restrain her. Tan Jin was not surprised by Beast Flame's question and explained in a clear manner. Beast Flame, Yang Meng said with a gloomy expression. At this point, there's no need for us to scheme against each other. If we waste any more time, our 5 divine elements will really be devoured. I don't think that's what you want to see, right? Don't worry. You and I will work together to restrain the high-grade divine artifact soul. I'll fight her in front of you and block more of her attacks. You just have to support me from behind. Upon hearing Yang Meng's words, Beast Flame no longer had any questions. The 2 of them exchanged glances before they made their move under Yang Meng's lead and charged toward the 7-colored figure blocking their path. As for Tan Jin and He Chuanli, one of them charged toward Duan Lingtian while the other charged toward the 5 divine elements. It had to be said that both of them had made the right choice. However, they had overlooked a problem which was also the most important problem. The most important issue was that they were currently in a formation. Although the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation was set up by Duan Lingtian, it was set up according to one of his 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. Naturally, the 5 divine elements did not have to be Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements. It could be other 5 divine elements as well. In fact, if the other 5 divine elements were trapped in the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation, not only would their energy be forcefully absorbed to maintain the formation, but they would also lose their consciousness. This was the main reason Yang Meng and the others could not contact their 5 divine elements devouring divine elements. At this moment, the 5 divine elements devouring divine formation were no longer being maintained by Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. Naturally, the core of the formation was the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon that had merged with Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements devouring divine formation. It was easy to break the formation. All they had to do was destroy the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. However, the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon was currently under the protection of Yang Meng and the others' 5 divine elements devouring divine tree. Since they were the energy source of the formation, it was only natural that they were the energy source that maintained the stability of the formation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Faced with Yang Meng, Beast Flame, and the demonic beasts led by Beast Flame, Huang Er made her move. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and the 7-colored sword ray followed her like a shadow. In just a blink of an eye, it had turned into a rain of swords that enveloped both of them. Come at me! Yang Meng roared as the yellow energy on his body exploded, forming layers upon layers of protective shields that blocked the rainbow-colored sword rain. Although the protective shield shattered inch by inch, the shockwaves from the attack weren't enough to harm Yang Meng. No matter what, Yang Meng was still one of the strongest 9-star war gods. Moreover, he specialized in the law of earth, which was known as the #1 defensive law among the many laws. Of course, Yang Meng alone wasn't enough to block all of Huang Er's attacks. A mere artifact soul. Watch how I destroy you. Beast flames surged as he transformed into a flaming giant in the blink of an eye. With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Roar! Roar! When Beast Flame made his move, the demonic beasts behind him moved as well. Although there was fear in their eyes, they didn't slow down in the slightest. Even if a large number of demonic beasts at the front were killed, the demonic beasts at the back didn't seem to notice as they continued to advance like a suicide squad. At this moment, Yang Meng and Beast Flame were clear about their duty. They had to restrain the artifact soul in front of them so that she wouldn't be able to deal with Tanjin and He Chuanli. Of course, if the situation permitted, they would also want to destroy the artifact soul in front of them. However, after a round of confrontation, they knew that it was difficult to restrain the artifact soul, let alone destroy it. Tanjin, He Chuanli, hurry up, we can't hold on for long. Yang Meng roared as the yellow energy on his body surged to resist the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword's attack. As for Beast Flame, he led a group of demonic beasts to surround Huang Er. Huang Er was surrounded by demonic beasts from all directions. There was no way for her to escape. There was only one way for her to escape. She had to fight her way out. On the other hand, Yang Meng and Beast Flame were fighting with their lives on the line. They were fighting with their lives on the line to save their 5 divine element spirits. On the other hand, Tanjin, who was shrouded in a golden light as though he had transformed into a golden giant, charged toward Duanling Tian. As for He Chuanli, she was being pulled by the vines toward the 5 divine element spirits. Tanjin. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person shrouded in golden light charging toward him. Tanjin was one of the strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was also skilled in the law of metal. His attacks were so strong that he could definitely be ranked among the top in the 9 Serenities battlefield. For such an existence to attack him, even though he felt pressured, what flowed through his blood was more battle intent. His fighting spirit soared into the sky. Good timing. As the golden figure approached, a golden saber radiance whizzed toward him. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above Tanjin's head. As for Tanjin, it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. His legs suddenly shook the void, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a golden pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Bursts of rumbling sounds rang out, and everywhere he passed, the fine moisture in the air was completely evaporated. The terrifying power caused the surface of the golden pillar of light to produce streaks of golden lightning that looked like golden electric snakes. At this moment, Duanling Tian did not have the time to cast the teleportation profundity again. Control. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he displayed the way of control. He then combined the space sword principle with the power of space to display. Although he did not have the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword to rely on, he still had other medium divine swords that did not have sword souls. He still has a divine artifact. Tanjin had thought that he could easily defeat Duanling Tian with the power of his divine artifact. After all, Duanling Tian's divine artifact was restrained and could not be used. He did not expect Duanling Tian to have another divine artifact. How many divine artifacts does Duanling Tian have? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword radiance formed by the power of space swooped down toward Tanjin. At this moment, Tanjin was punching out his right fist toward the sky. He was wearing a pair of gloves on which the power of the law of metal bloomed. It was like golden lightning intertwining with each other, giving off a dazzling light that was extremely dazzling. In an instant, the attacks of the 2 men collided together. In the next moment, after a moment of silence, a terrifying power exploded. The whole world flashed and dimmed for a moment before it slowly returned to normal. As the parties involved, Duanling Tian and Tanjin were now facing each other from a distance. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.